Hello everyone. Welcome to our channel. Don't forget to subscribe and activate the notification bell to receive updates on every new video I upload. Without further delay, let's dive straight into the video. On this channel, there is an announcement. I'm sorry in advance, guys, because this video has lots of grammar and spelling mistakes. I don't have that much time to correct grammar. If I have the time, I will definitely correct any grammar mistakes, but doing so will prevent me from making the next videos on this channel. I trust you understand my message, and I appreciate your overwhelming support for the previous videos on this channel. I want to clarify that from now on, I will definitely upload videos to this channel, if not every day, then at least one per week. Once again, I apologize in advance for any grammar and spelling errors you may have encountered on this channel. Please continue to support me and show your love for this channel. It was with great regret that Hiruzen Sarutobi took 2-year-old Naruto Uzumaki away from the orphanage for the last time. He had wanted the boy to have a normal life. Well, a normal childhood, but it seemed that his mistakes were the very cause of why he would not be. Or well, part of them announcing the fact that the boy was a Jinchuriki was their biggest mistake, thinking that a single law would be enough to allow the boy to live in blissful ignorance was their second, but the strangest thing was that they said their plans were doomed to failure from the beginning because the boy was not normal. Now anyone would say that the son of Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki could not be anything other than abnormal. They would be right, but even that would not be enough to conceive how abnormal the boy Naruto from 2 really was. Years he could not live in the orphanage because the caretakers hated him, but because everyone there feared him. Yusen on the other hand could not help but see the child the future shinobi as gifted. The boy had the unnatural talent of being able to feel every negative emotion directed at him. Oh no, he could barely speak, but the boy understood people much better than one with simple words. The Sundaime was grateful for this gift. He already saved the boy from attacks, but it was worrying because word had begun to spread about this talent. It started out quite simple. The child cried every time certain people came near. At first the reports only said that he was sensitive. It was not an understatement, but things changed when the child was able to walk. He walked everywhere. Innocent eyes watching the children would never notice, but some of the caregivers would. They had seen him lingering in the shadows in places a child should not be able to reach. He was a quiet child from the beginning, but when he began to speak, he had an idea that hit home. The shinobi children grew up and matured quickly, but Naruto was years away. In front of prodigies like Itachi and Kakashi, even Orochimaru, his sentences were short and too direct, but they were factually coherent and were delivered from the mouth of a child. Even now the observant eyes of the Union Namikaze Uzumaki were looking at him in silence. He could feel the gaze on him. His own face and could not help but look at the child in his arms. The appearance of Minato, the tenacity and intensity of Kushina, a perfect union of 2 first-level shinobi. He thought about the tragedy of the death of the children's parents and realized your mistake too late. You're sad because my parents died, you love them. The voice sounded unnatural coming from someone so young, and Sarutobi would have refused if he hadn't read the reports of the boys inside. I love everyone within the walls of Konoha, even at you. The boy's eyes blinked like a Budo, and he nodded. This was almost becoming too surreal for him. I'm sorry for scaring them. I won't go back there, right? Even now the boy had some perception of the consequences of actions. He understood the nuances of regret that Sarutobi had within himself and connected it to the feelings he had unmasked within the orphanage. The boy was 2 years old, and yet Hiruzen knew that he could bring countries to their knees. All he had to do was take the boy to a banquet to harm and watch as all his political schemes and intrigues fell around him. People are really that bad? The old Hokage sighed. The boy's innocence wouldn't last long. Or I'm young, but I'm growing up faster than normal. That's weird. The boy, he had no chance of having anything resembling a childhood. All Yen's plans regarding the boy would have to be scrapped. It was too dangerous to leave him alone. He had no choice but to raise the boy himself, to help him learn how to control this power of his. Would rarely be able to see the boy, but it was the best route to take. There were only all sorts of players who might try to take advantage of the boy. Danzo would only know. I don't like him either. It was going to be a grueling few years for Yusen Sarutobi. And his new charge. Kurama noted that his host was taken to the office of the one the humans called Hokage. He remembered the man from the night of his liberation possession, nor later resealed. He was the second Hokage he had fought, and from what he remembered he was close to his last prison, his time inside Kushina. It was good, painful by design of the seal. He had not had much comfort in his tenure as his prisoner, nor did they speak as his second Jinchuriki. That seemed to become the trend. Everything seemed to go the same as his time within the myth. Uzumaki Senju when Kushina became pregnant. She was not the first Jinchu and Kaiō and no Kitsune to get pregnant, so it wasn't really the first time Kurama experienced the full gestation of a newborn growing inside another living organism, but it was the first time he didn't. Being a chakra construct meant there was always a slight curiosity about the workings of the more organic life forms of the planet it inhabited when they were away. As the fetus slowly grew, he discovered That he could minutely manipulate with his chakra, and that brought him an evil joy he could devastate his prison for what she had done to him. But when he was about to realize that this new life, although human, had not committed sin in anything. It was the definition of innocent. His father's words echoed in his memories, and he could not find it within himself to destroy it. That had been an extreme blow to his enjoyment. He could not attack the growing organism, and part of his interest in it faded. Then a day boredom had grown so much that he inspected the baby again and identified a gene that led to a rather mediocre trait almost. Mechanically Kurama ordered his chakra to correct a wayward gene. It was only after the fact that Kurama realized that inadvertently he had helped a human. His disgust with himself led him to spend a few weeks doing nothing but thinking about all the ways humans were ethically weak and terrible. But the boy was none of those, at least not here where he couldn't be intimidated by those in the great world beyond, and it was that fact that caused Kurama to pause and think about his current situation. He knew that only the cursed clan of Uzumaki could contain him, but there was only a handful of them left in the world. There was no Senju with the throwing of wood, his container Kusina would not live forever. The boy was going to be next prison, whether the baby knew it or not. Kurama accepted this and did not reproach the boy for it. In fact, it was not his fault the state of the outside world. He was as much a victim as Kurama himself. That made him stop again. The child was going to be his prison. The child he could strengthen and magnify for no reason would be his prison. He had an opportunity before him. He could shape it so that the child would be strong. The boy became wise that the boy would be above the depraved people around him. He could enhance him so that he could sense the evils around him. Of course, none of these powers could be at their maximum until it was sealed into the boy, but he could lay the foundation for his mandate at this time. So he set to work. He would make his next vessel worthy. He would give the boy a great advantage over any human companion. Shinoi no Kurama's work increased when he began to wait for the day he could speak with the child, in which he had had as much involvement as the child's own mother. At first he wanted to form a more suitable and comfortable prison, but towards the end, Kurama had realized that he had become affectionate with the baby, and the day was approaching every again to the day of his birth, and what a catastrophe had been sealed inside the child within Naruto the same day of his birth was a blessing for Kurama, but he knew it would be a tragedy for the child it took him. A day to get used to his new prison, the work of the damned Yondaime slowing down his work even more, but now he had nothing but the best intentions towards the boy and was helping in the function of the seal so that he would not be stopped. The foundations that he had laid were immediately acted upon and built upon them. The boy would know everyone. The evils of man are a monumental burden for any normal human, but he would need it. He needed to have it to understand Kurama, to know that K's rage was justified but not infinite, that his hatred was born from fear, frustration, and regret. That was the only way to do it. For the boy to understand, the only way to ensure that his prison would be a friend while being summoned to his Kage's office was not a new pastime. Unfortunately, it was still one he was struggling to get used to. His sensei's office was still the same. Some of his portraits and memories were still in their places, but it was no longer his. It was once again his predecessor's, the Sundaime. As with every loss of a precious person in his life, Kakashi had taken it very hard after all the progress. What he had done when dealing with the loss of Rin and Obito, losing his sense and his father figure and not being able to stop him was terrible. He had rushed back to Lambu, quickly reaching his captain rank and taking on mission after mission for 2 years. Yuzin had understood. Approved but nonetheless allowed him to cope in his own way. That's why today out of nowhere a stranger came. Something about it was making his stomach twist uncomfortably, and he didn't know what jumped over the windowsill and came face to face with the Minato. Kakashi's blue eyes stopped in his tracks and did not pee. He couldn't help but look at the blonde hair and the innocently inquisitive look that looked back at him, and he thought of Minato, his leader. Master, father, you miss your father? My father. Kakashi's blood ran cold and surprise kept his instincts to walk away at bay. The boy Naruto, who more could be, he was still looking at him, apparently staring at his soul. He was so restless that he couldn't even decide if the boy could or not. You have lost many friends, a lot of family. I lost my family too. I am sad too. I don't blame you. Nice. And Kakashi still couldn't say nothing. Well, the boy told the truths that he tried so hard to hide. Was this his punishment for failing the boy, to have all his failures exposed so that a judgment could be passed on them? He had not forgotten the boy. He had only felt so guilty, so fractured, so broken he couldn't have raised the child. He wasn't his father. No one could replace his father, and it was his fault. No, it's not your fault. Nice. And however, I forgive you. I think you're kind. You're a good person. It was at that point in the one-sided verbal conversation Kakashi's instincts kicked in and he looked around. Besides the fun and aim, they were alone. Well, the boy was letting out secrets that even he shouldn't have known. He would have to be taught to be quieter. He wasn't a child anymore. He was 2 years old. Kakashi. He hadn't been doing missions for so long. He took the boy in his arms and looked at him, making sure his sensei's son was okay. He gently turned him from side to side looking at him. He couldn't see anything wrong with the boy. He lifted his headband and he looked at the boy laughing once again with his death Sharingan. He seemed to be fine. That is an incredible gift. The boy stretched out his arms and kept his face still so he could look at the eye. Kakashi didn't know what was more disturbing, if the boy talking about that so young way or knowing things without being told. He looked at him and the old monkey smiled softly at him and gestured for him to sit. Naruto, here Kakashi, they will no longer live in the orphanage. The silver-haired man nodded silently as he sat down holding Naruto in his lap. The boy couldn't stay there. Something was wrong or different with him, and they would have to find out. That sensei left something to hint at what the cause could be. The Hokage shook his head. I'm afraid we don't really know what caused it. This and our dear Naruto-kun may have to do with his tenant or not. Both men turned pale at their thoughts. Something you are afraid of is inside me. Well, Kakashi Atake had learned many things, but how to censor his subconscious train of thought was not one of them. Not even his Sharingan could help him with that. Gods forbid. If he started thinking about the clandestine operations that the Samba were so happy to carry out, Naruto's face scrunched up as if he had tasted something bitter, and Kakashi couldn't even fake a look. Innocent while Yusin looked at him coldly. This would definitely take some getting used to. The Hokage's side as he pinched the bridge of his nose. I will take care of the child. I will need your support and assistance. What'll I do? Congratulations on your promotion. Ah, so that was the plan. Yes, Kakashi being the Anbu commander wouldn't be out on missions as often, and he could spend some time taking care of the child when the Hokage couldn't do it either. The plan was good, but surely there would be times when neither of them could take care of the child, and when we're both busy. Hokage-sama, his question made Naruto also look at the Hokage, curiously knowing that his answer would be the identity of someone new that Naruto would meet. I have some ideas. Naruto stuck out his tongue suddenly and made a gagging sound. He doesn't jijji. It doesn't seem like a good person. Kakashi, like Sarutobi and Naruto, seemed to have an argument about supervisors and extra caretakers. The boy was incredibly scary. Even the boy, if you could call him a boy, was more than complete. He could be a Kiki Henkai, but he wasn't from Uzumaki. Minato was always perceptive, but not even he was as clever as the boy did it. 1,000 theories bounced around in Kakashi's head and they all led to the same conclusion. Naruto Uzumaki was special, the 2-year-old boy sitting at Sandame's desk talking, completely oblivious to the surreal. The moment was precious. It had to be protected. Kakashi had few friends and no family. At least that was what his guilt had convinced him. He had not deserved to approach the boy. It would only bring tragedy. He knew better. Now the boy needed security and he needed guidance. Maybe Kakashi may not have been as old as the Hokage, but at that time he was an expert shinobi. The boy needed to be surrounded by those who could take care of him. It was funny that it was Naruto's words that made Kakashi realize of this. He also needed the boy. They were family. Minato was a father to both of them in different ways. Kakashi had a purpose again. He would teach and nurture his sensei's legacy. A warmth blossomed in his chest and he smiled when Naruto began to laugh. When Yusin once more, he accidentally thought of a state secret. Kakashi, could you take Naruto to my house and take care of him for the rest of the Hokage-sama? Naruto turned to him with his arms outstretched, and Kakashi carried him, the hands that had killed thousands of men quite easily. They cautiously picked up the boy and hugged him. He may have been gone from the boy's life until now, but that would change. Even if he couldn't be there constantly, he would always protect him. That's what older brothers do. Not Naruto's eyes. They opened and he looked around in amazement. This wasn't the room his new older brother had almost left him in. No, this was some kind of dark and damp place. A dark and damp place. Naruto stood up slowly and shook the water off of himself. His back didn't feel good. It made him feel uncomfortable. The dark and damp place was also cold. However, that was a man too long. The dark, damp and cold place. The place is not good. Well, that was good. He took his first steps in the bad place and he realized that it was long. There was no door in sight and Naruto was starting to get scared. He slowly walked down the hallway and became more anxious as he went. After a long time he came to a large room where there was a large door. Beyond the door there was something that was very big. 2 big eyes. They opened in the dark and looked at them with curiosity. Most of the children would have been scared, or at least unsure of the nature of such a being, but Naruto could feel it. There were many bad feelings that the animal had, a lot too much for Naruto to point out, but there was only a bad feeling directed at Naruto. Fear of being alone. Hello Naruto. Naruto blinked in surprise and took a few steps closer. Timidly he looked closer and saw more details of the great beast as he was slowly crawling towards the light. Hello, how do you know my name? I was there when your parents named you. The boy's face widened in surprise and he took a few more steps forward. You also knew my parents? They were friends. No, they didn't like the boy already. He wasn't as exuberant and slowly shrunk back into himself, but still got closer. What's your name? Are you what Hijiki-an were scared of? Yes, I'm the Kyubi no Kitsune. That's a long name. Kurama looked at the boy still without making any judgment. Things really looked good. This had been the longest and most civilized conversation he had ever had with another human being besides his father. It's a title. A name that people call me. My real name is Kurama. The boy nodded instantly, oblivious to the importance of the moment. This was Kurama's first to trust a human for the first time in his life. The boy may be taking it as if it were simply a new encounter, but Kurama himself was about to establish a bond with another, a friendship. Why are you here, Kurama? This place doesn't look very nice. I'm trapped inside a seal. Naruto-kun inside you. This is the manifestation of the seal. I can exchange it for something better. Big Fox blinked. He wasn't used to this. A big part of him was still hoping that he would be manipulated or taken advantage of him. It was pleasant, refreshing. Certainly you can think and wish that the seal changes. If that's what you want, well, this is your house. Don't you like it like that? Kurama smiled toothily and shook his head. No, Naruto-kun, I'm not amused by this sewer in which we found sewer. So that was the shortest name for a dark and golden wet place. Naruto found himself nodding his head. He didn't like the sewer either, but he didn't like the orphanage either, and he doubted Kurama would like it. Kurama was too big for houses of people, and he was a fox, so maybe a park. His surroundings rumbled and moved. A large expanse of green grass and trees surrounded the two of them. In the distance there were mountains, all of which had their own monuments or kahe. But it was impressive to look at the imagination of a 2-year-old. The boy was still learning about the world around him. Apparently that was fine. Kurama could deal with having to look at the faces of 4 humans honestly. After Naruto left, he might enjoy shooting a Bijidama little to 1 or 2 of the monuments. Suddenly, Kurama felt Naruto get on one of his legs and almost threw him out of shock. As it were, he jerked up slightly and Naruto laughed as if the Biju had done it to amuse him. This he didn't could have foreseen this. The boy was lying on his fur with his eyes closed and seemed to be almost purring in satisfaction. I know you were scared. Don't be. I would love to be your friend. Kurama couldn't even respond. He didn't know what to say. He just looked at the boy for a second and then he closed his eyes and lowered his head. He felt the boy curl up his neck and let himself fall to lie on his head. After all, he could get used to this. In the 2 years that Naruto Uzumaki had made his home in the Sarutobi clan compound, there always seemed to be something going on, whether other Sarutobi members were talking to him about his young charge walking around the grounds in the dead of night, seemingly talking to himself, with the boy walking up to other members out of nowhere and talking to them about his fears and pain. Just as things were starting to calm down, the boy had taken the trouble to start wandering around village. There were quite a few occasions where concerned civilians took the boy to the Hokage tower after seeing him wandering alone on the other side of the village after the 3rd such incident, and realizing that Naruto simply wouldn't be listening to their orders immediately, he had decided that it was necessary for an Anbu squad to always be protecting the boy. It was necessary. It was a protection of a future asset and a vital player in the village. Naruto would grow up and change things. Of course, he knew he couldn't be constantly separated from the guard, but the Anbu commander joined in from time to time. The honor usually fell to Cat Weasel Boar. It was fun to hear their first report, as the boy always seemed to sense their presence and would look for them. After a few hours of them constantly moving and almost dancing outside his sight, the boy seemed to pause as if he realized that they could not be within his sight due to his work, and he never looked at them again. Of course, the group knew that he was aware of their presence from the warnings he gave unconsciously. Irritating to all of them, Weasel especially, since his skills meant nothing to evade the boy. Yuzin realized that the boy was a perfect exercise for the new Anbu recruits. It quickly became a normal routine for the trainees to take charge of protecting him and staying outside from their sight. They always wondered why the exercise didn't fail immediately after they got caught. Once they quickly learned that the boy was too good, he seemed to recognize people after a couple of times of being around them, but was always wary of new ones. Remedial presences. Naruto W quickly became an informal punishment, of course, for the 3 regularly scheduled to protect him. He honed his skills. The 3 couldn't understand how the boy did it, and Yuzin had no intention of telling him, to be honest. He also found himself testing how close could be before Naruto noticed. It seemed like speed was his biggest help in evading the boy's senses, but even that wasn't perfect. The boy may have matured quickly, but he was still a child. He didn't have the knowledge, the experience, or the skills to be a real threat to any shinobi above honing rank. That was until he realized that Naruto was using these practices and times to train. It would take an experienced eye to notice, but the boy's reflexes were growing, as was his honing rank. Perception was years old at the time and had already begun training. That prompted him to sit down and teach Naruto the basics of chakra and its use, only to be told that his friend had already told him. Fearing the worst, he had almost interrogated the before discovering the true identity of his friend, the Kino Kitsune. That had been quite an argument. In the end, he could not sway the boy, and he found himself powerless to deny that the boy really had a much greater insight into the character of a person or being than he did. This conversation also cemented that it was the kilo that granted Naruto this empathy. He had heard reports of Jinchuriki taking various Subu patron styles and gifts, but those always seemed to be more ninjutsu oriented. This was on a whole new level. Let the Kyubi give him to his host, without realizing what could be the greatest gift among the 9-tailed beasts, and so he began to train the boy at The young age of 3, the youngest to train in Konoha since its founding, he led the boy through his lectures on the shinobi world and the theory of chakra and jutsu. The boy absorbed it all. His chakra reserves were minuscule, his body was weak, but his mind and senses were abnormally advanced. The boy began to train with a vigor that reminded him of his old Genin team, the Sannin was always training. After a few months it was brought to his attention that the boy had tied Weasel to train with him. Apparently Naruto forced him to help him after hours of constantly making Weasel give his senses. Weasel became his Sina, and with a vicious fervor as revenge for being used like that by the boy, Yuzin decided to let them solve it themselves. It was good for Naruto to have another role model, and it was good for Itachi to have some kind of social interaction. That was the difference between prodigies like Itachi and Kakashi. Naruto was becoming more and more outspoken and optimistic. Kushina's personality was starting to appear from time to time within the boy, but he still operated mainly under Minato's calm and analytical demeanor. After 6 months of training, the 4-year-old had become a shinobi, an inexperienced and amateur shinobi, but one anyway his age. It was the only thing that he had not learned any jutsu, at least none of his human teachers. But he had been beginning to practice the Interceptor Uchiha-style tests according to Weasel's request. It seemed that Naruto's senpai had taken a supreme interest in his career and was not above him. Ignore some clan laws to help him in the time he could spare. Yuzin had also initiated the boy into the path of the monkey claw style, and the Utsu. In truth, the Hokage found himself pleased to instruct such a willing student and found himself beginning to lecturing on the basics of jutsu creation. Without realizing how advanced a subject it was, the boy was progressing very well, and Sarutobi found himself allowing him to sit in diplomatic meetings here and there, dismissing the boy as if he were just a child, and that was a serious mistake. That was what led to this meeting between Hiruzen and the ambassador of Kumagakure. A treaty had been reached, signed and officiated. All that was left was to discuss the plans between the two villages and organize a celebration, send the ambassador back the Kumo with the good news, and they were on their way to having an alliance with another hidden village. Hiruzen was not naive, but if a tangible peace treaty could be achieved by 3 of the 5 great nations, it would be the first true step towards realizing the dream of Shodaime of peace and global unity. Did distrust the treaty, but was also allowing them the benefit of the doubt. It may not be the yellow flash, but it would not be remiss to remind Kumo why they called him the god of shinobi. In the corner of the room, Naruto sat down silently, watching the meeting continue with half-closed eyes. The man from Kumo was a good man, but he had something planned that would hurt someone within and as a Gakure shinobi, Naruto would not let him carry out his plan. Naruto watched silently as the Kumagakure ambassador radiated with a suppressed intent to hurt Hiruzen Jiji. His Hokage had told him about proper diplomatic etiquette. To allow the young Uzumaki to listen to such proceedings, it was presumptuous. To interrupt or act would be unseemly and embarrassing to the Hokage. He had to be on his best behavior. If he sensed something that was important but not critical, he was supposed to wait until after the meeting to inform Hiruzen Jiji. If it was critical, he was supposed to point out Lambu in the room. What was he currently doing? Yawning and stretching his arms out to his sides, and then back, and then looking out the window with a sigh that would trigger a wide sweep of the room and surroundings of the Hokage Tower. After Naruto foiled an assassination attempt on Hakure by preemptively exposing the assassin, word spread in Anbu headquarters that the Lockage district, the Jinchuriki, could become quite a useful tool for the security of the village, as well as for protecting his Kage. Sarutobi had watched in amusement for almost a week as In Weasel Senpai and Naruto had established a way complex code in his office. The boy treated him as professionally as ever, but seemed to enjoy trying to think of subtle cues that others would ignore, as if making his own secret code was a game. Although it is true that many shinobi children played similar games, it was an experience unique seeing a child create such a versatile and useful code, one that the veteran Anbu would learn with the same fervor as always, but seeing them prove themselves and try to decipher every move the boy made the old man happy. Naruto would not have a normal childhood, but he was glad that he was happy, or seemed to be at least. After alerting Lambu, Naruto slowly approached the Hokage and simply tugged on his sleeve twice. There, with his work done, Naruto relaxed and tuned out the conversation. Now there was only one thing that what he could do was try to interpret the man's intentions. He closed his eyes and acted like the sleeping child had to concentrate. Kura Mason had spent time with him to hone his senses, and even now he could feel the Byulu watching him from the seal. Although the fox said nothing, knowing that he wanted to find out for himself he could do this, the man was arrogant. He could feel his presumption and smugness slowly coming out of him in bitter waves. The man hated Konoha that was hidden deep inside right now. He hated the shinobi clans, he hated them for taking his younger brother's life, yes, the regret of having failed his brother in some way that led to his end was there, and that self-hatred deeply fueled his hatred for Konoha. The man suffered constant pain not unlike Kakashi, but he wanted revenge. The hatred did not drive Kakashi, but it drove this man his trust in himself and his hatred for the clans, the shinobi clans, the gifted shinobi clans. The Kumagakure clans lacked Kiken Henkai and had more kidnapping attempts on foreign shinobi than any other hidden village. Hiruzen Jiji had told him that in his lessons not long ago. Of a month. If that was the case, then this could be another kidnapping attempt. It would be a good opportunity to try to steal a Kohen bloodline on the eve of negotiating peace between the two nations. Konoha had been preaching peace between the shinobi nations since last shinobi war, but which clan would be the victim? He doubted that he was the target. Jiji had told him how Kumagakure was about to kidnap his mother decades before, and only his father saved her, so the target could have been himself. But the man he had no intention towards him. It was not another clan. The most logical targets would be the Uchiha Yamanaka or the Hyuga. Naruto nodded slowly before stopping. He had a role to play and he could not allow the ambassador to realize that he had been created. He intended to doze off until that the meeting had concluded. It was then that he would tell his Hokage the secrets that he had learned. He could feel the pride that Kurama was sending towards him from the seal, and he almost smiled. He was happy to be useful to the village, and his Jiji would make sure that the plans. Hiruzen sighed and rubbed his temples. The room had been cleared and Naruto sat in front of his desk and Kakashi Itachi were on both sides. The news was not favorable. Honestly, he was very sad and also frustrated because his wish of peace was being taken advantage of once again by a fellow Kage. Thank the gods, otherwise he wouldn't have suspected until it was too late. Why didn't we arrest him? Jiji: because he hasn't committed any crime so far. Naruto: if we arrest him for thinking and committing a crime, well, that wouldn't look good to Kumo. The boy blinked and nodded his head in agreement. He was young and some of his naivety was still taking over, but he was learning much faster than anticipated. Getting back to the matter at hand, they had to be careful. They had Anbu following the Kumo representatives, but they did not know who the target was or when they would attack. It was also imperative to ensure that Anbu's additional detail was not discovered. The thousands of variables surrounding the situation made the old shinobi really want that his successor could have been here in his place, but he wasn't, and it was up to him to keep his village safe, to defend the will of fire. He had to stop when he saw Naruto's face sadden. As he remembered his father, Hiruzen strengthened his resolve. He would protect the families of Konoha, if only so that no other child would feel the pain that a revitalized Naruto felt. Yusen stood up from his seat abruptly. It was a sign of the severity of the action that the three shinobi and one child instantly silenced. And subconsciously they calmed down to receive orders and to alert the clan heads. Send a squad to each compound of the Weasel clan. Take Naruto to my compound and protect it. Kakashi did not waste a single moment and went to carry out his orders and protect the village for which his family he gave his life. He paused as he sensed the hesitation in both Naruto and Itachi to sit on the sidelines. Jiji: then help. I can sense when he is going to make his move. Itachi said nothing. If anyone could dissuade Yuzen from his last order, it would be the boy of 4 years. That I could sense any lie or malicious secret. I could read a Sona better than even the Hokage himself. I will not risk your safety in such an operation. This is non-negotiable. Go away, Weasel. Now Naruto opened his mouth to continue his argument, but Itachi heard the steel beneath of the order and knew that it was not Eren. Naruto: Jiji speaking was the professor, the god of shinobi. Itachi did not dare to anger his leader and quickly left with the boy in the middle of the refutation. Sarutobi sighed once more and left for the silence of his office. He didn't know the exact moment, but he had gotten so old he could feel it now. He was still as strong as the best of any jounin, but he could feel the weakness in his bones and the pain in his bones. His joints. His mind felt as young as ever, but his body revealed itself with every direction. His dreams were still as vibrant as ever of a world where children do not need to train to kill. What he would give to bring peace to these insignificant and quarrelsome nations. Every day he was less optimistic. He had actually thought that the Yondaime Raikage had changed his mind. How foolish of him. The happy ways of Kumagakure seemed to be in full effect. Even now he groaned as he realized how long Danzo was going to hold this latest development over his head. No. He would be surprised if his root agents were waiting in the shadows to take advantage of the situation. That thought brought him back to the present. He was losing himself in the stress of the moment. He needed to protect his village. He may have become softer and weaker in his old age, but no. He was less protective of those he served, and his judgment would be as cold and quick as the kunal he had used to end the life of Konohagakure's enemy, that was for sure. Naruto sat silently while Senpai remained silent, his vigil over the young man. Absolutely anyone else observing the young teenager would not infer anything scary, and if they could see his face under the mask, they would find that the mask was more expressive. But for Naruto, this was the most troublesome thing his caretaker and mentor had ever had. Anxiety, worry, anger, regret, fear that the Uchiha would be the target that would steal his brother while he was protecting Naruto. The realization that he was preventing Wheel Senpai from helping his family hurt Naruto. He didn't want to be a burden to anyone, especially someone who really cared about him and was kind to him, felt every fear that he usually had, and it almost overwhelmed him. His fear for his brother, for his family was suffocating Uzumaki to such a degree that he was beginning to panic. Fear of loss, hatred of himself, anger at his helplessness. The Uchi felt everything much more than normal people. It must be the curse of hatred. Kurum-san liked to go on and on about the Vess Uchiha and their bleeding hearts and corrupted eyes. Weasel Senpai must have been a very strong Uchiha if he felt emotion so deep the way things were. Naruto didn't like his friend and senpai feeling that way, but his senpai knew him well. He couldn't convince him to go with him to stalk the Weasel ambassador. Senpai wouldn't allow himself to be manipulated into escorting Naruto against from a direct order from Lockage, but what could he do? Naruto could still sense the ambassador and could tell that he was getting close to his point of action. He wanted to need to stop him himself. He wanted to show everyone that he could be a shinobi that could save them like they saved him, and they took care of him. So he had to think. He couldn't convince Weasel Senpai with logic, but he could use his fears against him. It was a simple idea and a basic tool of any shinobi, but it was one that made Naruto hesitate to use it against his ally, his friend. But what choice did he have? If he wanted to prove that he was annoying, he had to act like one, even when it made him feel bad. Weasel Senpai is moving well. He had his senpai's attention. Time to bait the bait. That the Uchiha is going after Sasuke. Uchiha the Anbu are being distracted. Naruto had never lied to Yusin Kashio. Itachi had never lied to any of his precious people, so when the senpai immediately jumped out of the nearby window, Naruto didn't feel pride, but guilt. Overwhelming guilt. Will get over it, boy. If you want to act, you better be careful. Naruto nodded. He nodded in agreement and left. He made his way across the rooftops, effortlessly evading all the Anbu patrols. He would make his Hokage proud, he would make Kakin proud, and he would find some way to apologize to senpai. Maybe buy him a box of his favorite poke. Well, ask Kakashi to lend him the money to buy the poke. If he couldn't convince Jiji to consider this as his first mission, he would probably have to think of a way to apologize to the three of them after tonight. Therefore Naruto's mind was consumed with what he was going to say as he followed the Kumo ambassador towards the compound. And Hyuga, maybe this wasn't the best idea. Itachi had crossed the village faster than ever, and a minute after arriving at the compound of his clan burst into his younger brother's room through the windows, with his sword drawn and the Sharingan moving wildly around the room. His entrance made his brother woke up with a scared scream, and it wasn't long before his parents came and ready to attack Itachi. Before he realized who Fugaku was, sheathed his kuna and narrowed his eyes. Itachi-kun, what are you thinking? The Kumo ambassador. Where is Fugaku's eyes hardened, and he growled. Then he's pointing at full. Itachi ignored his father for the moment and tried to find something out of place, some sense of the ambassador's chakra. It could be that Itachi had arrived early, but that was absurd. Naruto had been quite alarmed, and it would not have been so serious if the situation did not require it. At least the boy had not done it before. As he had a moment to calm down, Itachi began to have a sick feeling in his stomach. Father, take care of Sasuke. I will go talk to the else outside the compound. The Uchiha patriarch nodded. The tacit agreement that Itachi's best course of action was to consult with the Anbu was clear as Mikoto sat on Sasuke's bed to comfort the young Uchiha. Itachi left the way he had come after returning to put on his mask. He went to the nearest squadron and landed next to his captain Urson. The suspect has been detained. Upon entering the Uchiha complex, the captain shook his head. No, Commodore Jason, there have been no sightings or alerts. What made you think that the ambassador would come here? Naruto-kun informed me that he sensed the man was behind Sasuke-kun. The tiger mask nodded once in understanding. We will do another sweep of the complex boundaries and call in a squad to protect the objective. With another nod, Tiger and his squad they left to do their duty, and Itachi's worry only increased. If the ambassador wasn't here ready, then he wouldn't have come here, and if he hadn't been coming here, then Itachi Uchiha had been tricked by a 4-year-old boy who used his quirk to masterfully manipulate him. He didn't know if he was more proud of the boy or furious as he ran back to the Sarutobi clan compound. He only hoped that the boy had rethought his plan and returned to the compound, otherwise Itachi was going to be in trouble with the cashier, and that if the boy was not hurt when he tried to save the day. Naruto heard Kurama's ions and obeyed them diligently. He could fool anyone in the world, but he couldn't lie to Kurama. They were too intertwined to fool the other, and that was the way Kurama he seemed to like it. So he had to promise to listen to Fox's orders if he wanted his support in foiling the Kumo ambassador's plot. Naruto was well versed in the application of chakra, but he was young. He had no shortage of potential reserves from which to draw his chakra coils. They were weak. And they were still developing. Even with the manipulation of the Kiri, his body was still too young to be a threat to a fully trained shinobi, at least his body alone. His body had also been persuaded to become a perfect vessel as a Jinchuriki. His body was the most strong that a human could be naturally, and His affinity for housing and channeling the Biju's chakra was unmatched in shinobi history at the moment. If he made a perfect bond with Kerr and fought in tandem, he could maintain the full chakra cloak for about 5 minutes, but the seal was closed. The two had discovered that there was a key to the seal recently in their attempts to decipher the Shiki Fujin until they found some way to obtain the key. Or unlock it through Fuinjutsu Gan. If that were possible, Kurama could only imperfectly flooding One Tail's chakra safely into the 4-year-old. That would give him 30 seconds of use before it began to affect his body. If he allowed Kurama's control, would be enough of a leap to have over the unsuspecting Kumon, and quickly he darted into the shadows of an alley when his target passed beneath him in. The sewers, an interesting choice of movement and quite risky in fact. He regularly patrolled the underground tunnels, and if he was caught there were not many means of escape, and unless he was extremely clever, Earthyatsu, digging a tunnel would be a 50-50th shot at best. The only time I would go into the sewers of an enemy village on such a mission would be if I had acquired the Anbu patrol schedules. However, that was worrying Enver even more, as Naruto could sense that there was no Anbu close to intercept the ambassador. This was really bad, really bad. Maybe he should have found some way to convince Itachi to come with him. Thinking about his senpai made Naruto nervous, because a completely different reason. Naruto silently nodded his head and focused on the task at hand. He couldn't worry about the repercussions. He had to accomplish his mission, and he had to be a shinobi. If he was stupid, then Jiji senpai and Kakashi would be mad at him, and just feeling his disappointment and frustration, the thought made him shudder. He hated it when those he loved felt those emotions towards him, so he would do it so they wouldn't have to. He would do his job perfectly, and they couldn't get angry. His renewed vigor, he followed the shinobi through the village. It wasn't long before he began to believe he knew his destiny. The Hyuga complex. Then Kumagakure was behind the Byakugan. He stood still on the other side of the street of the complex. While the ambassador came out of the sewer at the end of the block, he looked around the corner of the building but couldn't see anything where he knew he was. The man seemed quite skilled in infiltration. Big surprise, he realized. Naruto shook his head, and using his minimum amount of chakra, he scaled the wall. He noticed that there was indeed an Anbu patrol, but they were sedentary, alert, but not moving. How could they not feel the Kumon was gone? At least Naruto couldn't feel it at all. How was that possible? He could feel his emotions, but they were confused, and it was difficult to pinpoint exactly where they were. It was like his brain no longer knew how to process his empathy. Genjutsu, Naruto groaned, and Kurama quickly interrupted his chakra system with a start. Naruto realized that there was an extremely light humming sound in the back of his elegant hearing, a hearing-based Genjutsu, one that would not immediately alert the clan with eyes that can see. Incredibly intelligent chakra. They had actually planned this mission well, better than they would have if they had wanted to kidnap a Gakuryukon citizen, and Naruto had something what to say about it. The little boy quickly threw himself into the branches of a tree hanging over his perch and silently maneuvered from one branch to another, making sure to stay within a certain range of his target, as Jiji had taught him how to walk through trees from the beginning to help him in his learning of the monkey claw style. The style was most useful when the practitioner of the style was in the middle of the branches of a tree. It gave the child a sense of belonging in the middle of the treetops of his home and made it more lethal when he acted within the forests of Inokuni. To tell the truth, Naruto had taken quite a liking to the style, partly because he wanted to emulate one of the most precious and important people in his life, and also partly because the maneuverability that the style caused, where the Uchiha interceptor katas were fast, was rigid when defending. The Uchiha clan elites were the most dangerous when they were stationary and had a clear range of vision. Their Sharingan gave them enough time to plan the next move of their opponents, and space gave them enough time to react to any incoming threats. The style was based on being able to counter attacks quickly, while also allowing the shinobi to switch to launch a jutsu at any time. It was also perfect for countering incoming friends towards Yuan Mas without the benefit of the Sharingan. Although the style became almost useless, it was only Naruto's ability that allowed him to save everything he could by twisting the style and perverting it to match his sensory power. However, that alone would not be enough for him. It was the addition of the Demon Claw style that would give the boy the advantage he needed against the enemies that would normally overwhelm him. This is what Queen Senai had told him many times. Of course, they had meant in the future when he was a renowned shinobi. However, it was his understanding of the monkey claw style that really allowed the boy not to arouse the suspicions of his prey. The infiltrator had managed to make his way without them. Hyuga were seen until he stood in front of a bedroom door. Naruto had to hold back until just after the man enacted as his plan. He was in front of a Hunin. He wasn't even a Genin, yet he couldn't fail here. There was too much at stake. He had to getting it right. The man walked into the room and grabbed a sleeping girl, trapping him. She couldn't resist. This was the moment Naruto hit. He threw his training kunai at the man, making sure to throw two others into interception paths on the two routes of most likely evasion. The would-be kidnapper dodged out of the way at the last second, easily evading the ensuing kunai and throwing two shuriken at Naruto's initial position. Naruto watched him passively from below his original position, remaining calm as adrenaline coursed through his veins, and the Enemy shuriken was flying over him. The boy knew how risky his current situation was, and he knew the risk and what it could cost him. He would not be hasty. He would prove that the lessons he had been taught had not been in vain. He would act as a shin, would the Kummuning could not leave any witness alive, and every second he was prevented from obtaining the package and retreating severely. Increased the chance of detection and failure of the mission. He would have to deal with Naruto quickly, so he let the ninja come to him, so he waited. He didn't have to do it for long. The man appeared blurry in his line of sight, and he was so when Kurama flooded Naruto with his chakra. Naruto could taste the fear that suddenly filled his enemy. After all, he was a Kumagakure shinobi, he probably knew. But Byulu chakra felt like better than any con known, and that hesitation was what allowed Naruto to attack. Naruto moved faster than ever and used his enemy's movements against him to spin and grab the bag before pushing off with his feet. Sent him and the young girl safely up to the roof while pushing the infiltrator forward. Naruto frowned as the cloak of a tail dissipated, but then blinked and sighed in relief. The enemy ninja quickly turned around, only to stare at the Byakugan and flames of Yashi Hyuga itself. The situation became more serious when 10 other members of the clan advanced from the shadows, all in a gentle fist. Stand surrendering. Yashi's voice was as calm as ever, but Naruto was sickened by the emotions contained beneath. Naruto almost jumped when he felt a hand land on his shoulder and turned to see an identical but less enraged version of Yashi. The man's eyes widened in surprise after finally realizing who Uzumaki's was. Naruto smiled shyly, and that feeling. Nausea only grew when an Anbu squad materialized on the same rooftop. He paled as he stared at the emotionless mask of a weasel as the girl he had rescued was taken out of the bag and placed in Luga's arms. Naruto almost wished he could control his quirk. That way he wouldn't be able to feel his senpai's disappointment and anger, and what's worse, his fears as to the condition he would find Naruto in. Excuse me, Ieyasu-san, my squad will escort the prisoner to Ibiki-san, but the Hokage wishes to see Naruto-san immediately. The Hyuga nodded and looked at Naruto sympathetically, and the boy could only swallow as they walked away. Naruto sighed sadly as he slowly copied the excerpt of the dangers of fighting a superior opponent from the ninja guide. For the 50th time he was at hand. Half of the second half of his punishment, and he couldn't decide which half was worse, having to look Yusen Jiji Itachi Senpai and Kakashi Yusen in the eyes and endure the bitter waves of disappointment that welled up from them as he gave his reporter the menial task. Without sense that was assigned to him. Even now he could sense Sarutobi, Jiji and Olo from time to time from his desk. He was put out of his misery by the sound of a knock on the door. Yusen barely had time to call them in before taking the ceremonial position from a lower-ranking observation guardian on one side of the room. Hyuga entered, and next to him was the young girl that Naruto had saved. The two Hyuga bowed respectfully and Naruto bowed while Hiruzen nodded, and if he took a step forward, I am here to ask about the fate of the infiltrator, and Nat here has something to tell his ward. He leaned down gently to push the girl who was hiding behind his leg forward, and she looked down. Naruto could feel her fears of disappointing his father, as well as her fears of being made fun of. For her eyes and being called weak, her mind seemed to hate herself, and Naruto was not used to feeling these emotions from children his age, and it was a little surprising. He quickly bowed. Thank you, Uzumaki-san. There was a brief silence before her father gave her a light smack, and then she blushed with embarrassment and looked down at the ground. For saving me. Thank you, I'm sorry. And yes, she sighed. And the disappointment of not being able to hide from Naruto made the boy frowned. He schooled his features when he realized the man had noticed and frowned slightly before effortlessly assuming an emotionless mask. Naruto wondered why they didn't just model the Anbu masks after the face of the Hyuga nobility. You have the thanks of the Hyuga clan, Uzumaki. In addition to my questions about the perpetrator, I would also like to ask you how you were able to detect him. Well, my own clanmates were trapped in his genjutsu. That is a clan technique, Yashi. I am sure you understand, Yashi, and he bowed his head in acceptance, but Naruto felt that Yashi's pride was not satisfied with that answer. And ambassador of Kumo or Kahama, what should be done with him? I will send him back with an escort to Kumagakure with a letter of his transgressions. The eyes of place, they didn't show even a hint of the anger that Naruto felt inside him. This man was probably one of the best liars Naruto had ever known. The Reik will deny any involvement and disavow him and degrade him. That's not justice in the war. For a try of kidnapping is if we return him they can't claim us for our treaty. He's alive and returned home. Kumagakure will be ashamed and they will have to comply with the treaty, and we will have the higher moral ground. A political move. We give up justice to allow a false peace. Yes, Naruto. He stiffened when the professor's voice spoke for the first time in that meeting. It is not up to man to judge our fellow men as he gains more by following this path. There was a brief silence before Yashi bowed once more and left, and Nat bowed quickly too and ran after his father. After the door closed, Yuzen sighed and relaxed in his seat. He thinks you're being weak. Thank you, Naruto-kun. Are you afraid that's the case too? The old man sighed once again and turned away to look towards the town. Naruto joined him without saying a word, having to get on the chair to be able to look out the windows. The sun was beginning to set and the light Breeze made the tops of the trees dance in the waning light. The town looked calm and beautiful. Naruto felt the Sundaime looking at him, but he couldn't tell what he was thinking. All he could feel were his fears and regrets swirling in the background, not currently at the forefront of the great shinobi's mind. I think you have written enough for today, Naruto-kun. I think it's important that we start covering the politics of damage, the big five nations and the lesser nations. We'll start with a story from the age of warring clans and continue from there. Akage-sama Hiruzen smiled. It was good to have a student once more. Kakashi watched lazily as Naruto jumped towards him from the treetops. After another few months of training, after the Hyuga incident, the boy was finally at the Genin level. At least in terms of physical strength, his chakra coils were not yet ready to continuous use, and that exasperated the boy to no end. Kakashi, Itachi and Ruin were grateful for that fact. It kept the boy from progressing too much too soon. If the Uzumaki boy had his way, he would now be on a Genin team. If he weren't an apprentice to one of his three mentors, the boy was a more intellectual warrior than his father and was slowly becoming more energetic than his mother. It was quite terrifying, the idea that Naruto could potentially surpass Hokage in a decade or less. The boy was special and almost had the Okji, that permission to push him and challenge him so that his mind does not stray into other activities. Naruto had to stay busy and guided. Sarutobi was adamant about not creating another Orochimaru. In truth, Yuzin had sent a message to Jiraiya about the boy, but he didn't know if whether his former student had received the message or not. The wise toad had been badly beaten up when Minato passed away, and just as Kakashi had immersed himself back into his work to escape reality, Kakashi knew that the Sannin could return in a month or 10 years. There was no way to know how long he would need to jeer away from Konoha. Kakashi leaned back as the boy struck with a claw and dodged the boy's left leg. He was getting faster, and that was a good thing. Speed was a cornerstone of his style preferred, and it was imperative that it be one of the main things to improve. He dodged another kick and jumped back when the boy tried to slide his legs under him. The boy instantly transitioned to respond to Kakashi's actions before he engaged him by being his speed and strength the only reason he was too slow to hit the ground. And he took out his book and read half a page. Well, the boy was panting, exhausted. They had been at it for 4 hours now. Kakashi was impressed as always, but he wouldn't let Naruto know arrogance was not a trait useful to no shinobi. He tensed as the boy took a deep breath, and suddenly a layer of chakra gushed out. Isn't it well? He finally decided to use his ace. He could only use it for 30 seconds, but that would be the most tense 30 seconds of Kakashi's day. Kakashi instantly dismissed Uchiha and revealed his Sharingan as the boy flew towards him faster than before. Kakashi jumped into the air, throwing a ninja wire kunai at a nearby tree. The boy's chakra claws rose towards his location. 10 seconds. He moved out of the way of lost G chakra slashes, only for a third chakra arm to cut his taunt ninja cable, leaving him in the air with no means to redirect. A fourth chakra arm pierced him from behind, and Kakashi's body disappeared with a puff of smoke to reveal the construction of chakra had pierced a trunk. Naruto growled and turned to look directly at Kakashi, who was hiding behind some trees. 20 seconds. The chakra arms flew towards Kakashi, and he quickly ran through the trees surrounding the boy's position. He could feel the chakra boiling. He slid right behind him and dove back into the middle of the clearing. 30 seconds. He opened his eyes in disbelief when the boy roared at him and charged, the cloak still active, his skin beginning to peel off his body and dissipating into the cloak before Kakashi. The boy's eyes rolled back in his head and he collapsed to the ground. The corrupting chakra incinerated the grass beneath him. After 2 seconds, the cloak of chakra disappeared and Kakashi wasted no time in picking up the boy and running towards the hospital like hell. Had let a training session ruin the boy's life? He poured lightning chakra into his legs and ran faster than ever. His brother wouldn't die today. Kabuto, he had a troubled life, a very troubled life. If you asked anyone else, they would actually say that it wasn't a great life, but it was all the young man had. He didn't remember his parents. He didn't remember his own name. He only knew what they had given him. His name was one of the orphans in the orphanage. His glasses, no, his death dance training. From his adoptive mother in his own hands, from Danzo his new role of Orochimaru-sama. He himself didn't know who Kabuto was. He was a canvas, and he had mastered changing and becoming what he was told to become. He hated how it felt, even he didn't really know, which was why should no one else knew who he was either. So why did it matter if he knew, except that he did care. It kept him awake at night. He was parked inside Konoha once again, even under Danzo's nose, and he didn't know if he hated the village that took away his family, or love how it made him remember when he was a true leaf shinobi, and how it made him feel like he belonged. Like with everything else in his life, he felt indifferent to him. The village gave him nothing now that his use for him had run out. Now he was a spy, and spies were everything and nothing. Kabuto hated being nothing, and that is what drove him to press forward with an almost unmatched zeal in his studies, and training his skills is what made him mortal. He cheered up from his job of writing a file when he felt his supervisor's chakra signature approaching his cubicle. He was years ahead of any nurse or doctor in this building, but it was necessary to go unnoticed. And that was difficult to achieve from the center of attention, so he found himself stuck in the lowly position of working in cubicles most of the time. Kabuto-kun, we have a special case that could be a great learning opportunity. Kabuto nodded politely, put down his pen, and quickly followed him. He was ushered towards an emergency room. Shinobi trauma and almost turned pale, identified two of the chakra signatures inside as belonging to Iru sensor, and Kakashi attack is not a good sign. He was going over escape plans the entire way through the doorway, and even as he walked towards on the side of the bed, a small boy with blonde hair lay on top of him and tossed and turned as his burned skin slowly grew back in front of his very eyes. Kabuto was amazed at the natural healing speed. It was quite impressive. Orochimaru-sama would definitely be interested in hearing about this ability. This is the patient Naruto Uzumaki. You will be in charge of his stay. Amazing. Kabuto. He apparently blinked and looked at his superior, watching Hokage from the corner of his eye. Why, I almost tensed when the professor stepped forward. Naruto-kun is a special child, and we believe that having a younger doctor like you will calm him down. Kabuto narrowed his eyes because he knew there were more things that were not being told, but he simply nodded his head. He was a doctor from Konohagakure, a humble genin. I'll just take good care of him. Hokage nodded and left the room, starting to discuss something with the head doctor, and Kakashi gave Kabuto a penetrating look. You better, a humble doctor wouldn't make fun of Hing's threat, and that's why he didn't imagine the day he could. Taking off the skin and rubbing it on the arrogant ninja's face was a strong secondary reaction. He took a second to look at the boy more closely. He desperately walked to the Hambu who was studying him from the outside. This boy was receiving more assurance that an heir of the clan must be the one. Jinchuriki. Naruto opened the eyes after having a long argument with Kurama and losing access to the chakra cloak in any training until he really understood the gravity of abusing such a bad gift. Blah blah blah. Naruto knew he shouldn't have pushed the limits of overusing the Kurama's chakra, knew how dangerous it was, but he couldn't help it. Kakashi had continued reading his book, and it was starting to irritate Naruto's pride that he was only taken seriously when he fought, as Jinchuriki apologized to Kurama and accepted the additional punishment of feeling for what he put his body through, and he woke up to feel his body on fire. His skin was burning, and his pain was clouding his mind and making his vision blurry. He heard a mechanical beep from a nearby machine that sped up exponentially, and then he felt a relaxing chakra green that healed his and numbed his nerves. The medical ninja worked diligently, and after a few minutes, Naruto was able to open his eyes completely and see clearly. His doctor was surprisingly young. Naruto knew how difficult medical ninjutsu was, and you had to be extremely competent to be a doctor at the Shinobi Hospital. He had silver hair tied back with really simple glasses. The doctor gave him a warm smile, and his eyes checked Naruto for injuries. He spoke, and the words were warm and kind, and Naruto immediately tensed up when his herd fighting instincts kicked in. This was wrong. This was all wrong. Everything Naruto was seeing and hearing wasn't even close to what was boiling beneath the surface of the man. Stop it. Go away. Naruto began to panic and tried to get out his bed and began to struggle harder as his doctor began to physically restrain him. Naruto-kun, stay still and calm down. I am not going to hurt you. Naruto struggled. Even when he felt the man was technically telling the truth, he wouldn't hurt him right now. After a few more tries, he took a quick breath and was about to call Ambu outside to help him. He could feel they were out of earshot, but inside, and if he gave them the code they would know he was in trouble. That's when he moved his hand to the side about to point out to his guards that he felt something else inside the man. Fear. Fear of being discovered, fear of someone in Konoha, fear of Danzo. Naruto froze his eyes, searched the black eyes of the silver-haired man, and he relaxed against his pillow. Do you know Danzo is killing me? Now won't help you serve Danzo. Then Kabuto blinked and opened his mouth, and Naruto knew that a sickly sweet lie was all he was going to hear, so he interrupted him. You can't lie to me, and I know you're no longer of use. Now you serve Orochimaru. True. That's not much better. Both men are cruel manipulators with almost no degree of empathy, but you already know that. Naruto smiled at how nervous he could make the doctor. What is your name, by the way, and remember, I will know if you lie. Kabuto frowned after the boy introduced himself. The boy was strange. I definitely needed to report this to Arimi-sama. Oh no, you won't tell him anything about this meeting? Kabuto suppressed the urge to growl and instead smiled politely. Of course, Naruto-san, I can ask you why you think the ramifications for you if you do it. They are simply not in your best interest. The reality that a 4.5-year-old child was speaking to him this way almost threw Kabuto in a loop in himself, but for the child to somehow believe having the advantage in this stand was just insulting. Strangely, as soon as he thought, the boy pouted and looked to the side. For God's sake, don't treat me like a baby, Kabuto, no, or I'll tell Kakashi Niasen that you're a spy. The idea of being forced to get tangled up with attack inside Konoha without support at this moment, it was chilling. Haha, yes, it's quite scary to fight Niasen. That's why I'm here. That made the spy stop The boy was already training with Kaki attack. That was very interesting. Kabuto was starting to get an idea of exactly what made the Sundaime so protective of the boy. Maybe it wouldn't hurt to follow the flow of the conversation and see what he could find out. Can you read minds, Naruto-kun? Are you part of the Yamanaka? Naruto rolled his eyes wide inside. No, I'm not Yamanaka. I don't read minds. However, I can't tell you what I can do. It's an important S-rank secret. Kabuto's eyes shone with interest and Naruto leaned forward. Now it's my turn. Why would you want to work for someone that won't help you find out what you want to know? The boy was quite presumptuous to think that his technique, anyone who could pinpoint anything that shook. Kabuto prided himself on his infiltration skills above all else, and this kid was going to find out. Very soon. Orochimaru is not that bad. The boy frowned once more and leaned back. He said, I said I'm not lying. I'm not. Orochimaru is not a bad person. You don't think he's a sociopath and a murderer. You're just impressed with his power. Don't like. Kabuto frowned. Promise to help me. Kabuto's blood began to boil when the boy simply laughed. You know he's not going to give you exactly what you want. And what do I want? Naruto-san. The boy frowned thoughtfully and was silent for a few seconds. Do you want to know who you are? But that's crazy. It's just you. Kabuto's brain began to go into overdrive, trying to figure out what he had done wrong and what had given him away. At the same time, he suddenly felt overwhelmed by having brought to light his secret desires, for he had no way expected the boy to be so intuitive. And when the waves of emotions reached their boiling point inside him, the boy blinked. Oh, that's the problem. Orochimaru can't help you the way you want. Kabo-san. For the same reason Danzo can't. But that's because they don't really care about you but about your service. I know, Naruto-san, but there is much more to my situation than that. Yes, your mother. No, Naruto tensed when he felt the killing intent and quickly waved his hands in front of him. Same. I'm sorry. I don't even realize I'm saying what I'm processing out loud. And I stopped when Kabuto gently pushed him down to lie down on his bed. Kabuto, for all his intelligence, he had never predicted the possibility of having a conversation with a Kohen boy about his life and his problems. It was the surreality of the situation that allowed him to sit up, and it was his curiosity that pushed him forward. You can feel emotions. The boy shuddered and felt a smug satisfaction. At least not he was the only one whose secrets were being revealed in this small talk. Well, not all, although I can't say more. You understand the importance of keeping secrets. Kabuto nodded slowly. He did. A silence grew between the two. Kabuto couldn't leave the boy with this knowledge. He couldn't risk it, but he couldn't kill him, and he wasn't a Yamanaka, and kidnapping the Jinchuriki wasn't possible. And as he thought about potential actions, he looked at the boy's face and realized that the boy knew what he was thinking, and he himself was at some kind of dead end. Kabuto-san, I have an idea. The vulnerability present in the little boy as he spoke was very surprising. It was then that Kabuto realized that he was talking to a 4-year-old boy this entire time and identified if Naruto had stayed at the orphanage, so maybe Danzo would have recruited him. Maybe. He nodded his head silently to show he was listening, and the boy looked him straight in the eyes. What if we make a deal? I know who you are, and I can help you find yourself, and in return you have to defecting back to Konohagakure. Kabuto blinked. It was absurd, a childish idea. Naruto-san, do you realize that I was a Konoha ninja before? Yes, and if I really rejoin the ranks, Danzo would do it. The boy frowned and nodded laconically his head. I know what I would do. You wouldn't inform me, and I would tell Hiruzen Jiji whatever you tell me. Ridiculous comical madness. And how would this benefit me? The boy smiled. Because you wouldn't feel the pain or hate that you feel, and I would keep you safe. The last 5 words, they were said with such innocence, but with such conviction that Kabuto felt his will weaken. Logically, he should kill the boy. Now he takes the body and flees the village, but the boy, even in the way he presented himself, he reminded Kabuto of the orphans of the Non's orphanage. No, the longing to belong was there, and he was really getting the better end of the deal objectively. If the boy could keep his promise, if he could somehow be punished by the Sundaime, he felt crazy. But right, for the first time in years, Kabuto recognized the will of fire burning once again. He rushed to control it so that the boy would not realize how much he yearned for exactly what was being offered to him. Instead, he just smiled politely. I will think about it. Naruto-san, tomorrow we can talk more. What do you say? The boy smiled widely, as if he had just won some kind of battle, and held out his hand to him. I think we would be great friends, Kabuto-kun. Maybe we will. Naruto-kun. Kabuto arrived early the next morning to check on Naruto and was only a little surprised to find the boy cheerful and waiting for him. He had expected the boy to sleep more considering his age. It seemed like he should have known he would be disappointed. The boy began to nod excitedly, while Kabuto methodically examined his vital signs. The spy had been up all night and going over his options, planning for each and every one of the eventualities. Came to as to the conclusion that he couldn't fool the boy. At least he couldn't without additional data. It didn't seem possible to fool him, so he had to test the boy, see how insightful he really was. He paid half attention to the boy's ramblings as he searched for a syringe in his coat. It was full of a low-intensity toxin, potentially fatal if not treated within 72 hours. He gave the boy a smile as he Administered the dose to the boy's IV. The boy watched him silently as he injected the toxin with curiosity in his eyes. "Are you trying to kill me, Kabuto-kun? I thought we were over this yesterday." The boy pouted and crossed his arms, and once again Kabuto was surprised once again. The boy didn't even seem upset. "Of course not, Naruto-kun, but you knew it didn't." The boy smiled sheepishly and Kabuto discovered that he actually had a limit to his patience and was getting close to him. "How long did you know that he didn't intend to kill you? 10 minutes ago, when you entered the building." Kabuto-kun. Kabuto didn't know how to answer this whole scenario. It was crazy. There was no precedent in his experiences to take note that he wanted to test the boy, to test the extent of his powers, and it all ended the moment he entered the building. Little by little he was beginning to accept that the boy was a prodigy, to end all prodigies, at least when it comes to sensory abilities. He wants to be a shinobi. Naruto-kun watched as the boy smiled, nodded, and blurted out his dreams of being the cashier. He looked for signs of childhood delusions, weaknesses, or logical fallacies. He found none, at least none below the surface. The boy was energetic and boisterous, but his eyes showed the true picture. No matter how bright they shined, there was an eternal glow of insight that made Kabuto wary. He didn't know if that was an alio or just more worrying. "Naruto-kun, I think we should talk about our current situation." "I do too. I think, Kabuto-kun, you've been worried about it all morning. We have to talk about it, and then when you agree we have to start working on your lie." "My lie?" Naruto nodded, his small head wisely nodding in the oversized hospital gown, accentuating the absurdity of the gesture. "You have to become a better liar if you're going to trick Orochimaru." "To trick Orochi, yes." Naruto actually tried to get up. Kabuto quickly pushed him down, but he couldn't stop the boy from ranting. "This is not a game. I know what position you're in, and that the only way to be safe from here on out is if the only person you can't fool is me. I can feel every negative emotion inside you, Kabuto-kun. I can tell you're conflicted right now. Fear, yes, fear." The boy silenced his rebuttal before that I could even open my mouth. "I can feel hatred in you a lot. You despise others, you envy people for their happiness, their identities, but you regret what you feel. I have become not much, but you do it. You have deceived yourself with how buried it is, but I can feel it. I can feel everything." The boy sighed and closed himself off for a moment. Kabuto could see the slightest twitch on his face, hinting at the formation of reflexive expressions, almost as if he were having another conversation. Although as a Jinchuriki, it is very possible that the boy would never. He was alone was yet to be seen. Whether that was good or not, but he was looking out for Kabuto's safety. The boy clearly already saw him as an asset. Kabuto wasn't comfortable with that. He had gotten used to serving people more powerful than him. People who thought that they understood him, but they never did, not completely. That was what gave him security. If things didn't look good for him, he always had a backup plan, an escape route. He could attack before they could. They were stronger than him, but he could trick them. This boy was weaker than him, but he couldn't fool him. He didn't have that security if he had to work underneath. Naruto had also not gotten over the fact that the most disturbing person who would seek his loyalty was a child. There were many dangers that also came to get Naruto. The child was a Jinchuriki. While Orochimaru may not have been interested in the boy, yet there was another man who thought he had turned Kabuto into his spy, Sasori, who had ordered Kabuto to keep in mind the issue of any Jinchu Kobu. Sasori was part of one very secret society or organization that could mean a large force of ninjas searching for the Jinchuriki in the future. Then there was the fact that Naruto was loyal to Konoha and had no real political influence to protect Kabuto until he did. Kabuto's relationship alone, it could be unofficial, and if they found out, it would be bad for both of them. Although worse for Kabuto, and on top of that the child was the son of the 4th Hokage, and there was no way Yagak would let him live for a long time. He would be a Kabuto. He controlled his thoughts as they accelerated in pace and intensity. The boy was looking at him, and Naruto had given him crucial information before the boy could feel every negative emotion. It was only safe to assume that Naruto had already felt Kabuto's every thought. It certainly made communication a lot easier, although he was finally starting to realize that he couldn't really lie to Naruto. That was also worrying. "What would you ask me?" The boy perked up almost as if he didn't know that Kabuto would choose something to deliberate on in the future. "Well, I don't know if you know things that could help Konoha or save lives, tell me, but if it's too dangerous, don't do it. I want you to be as safe as you can be, and Wonder, you can't lie to me, and you have to keep your word. You can't break a promise, and I promise I won't break any of mine." The boy extended a hand and they both held their breath. The boy didn't know if he would shake in Kabuto. He didn't know if he would. It was dangerous. The boy wasn't as strong as Orochimaru yet. But Kabuto wasn't thinking long term. The boy was the Jinchuriki of the Kyubi. Kitsune, son of Yellow Flash, was about 4 years old and had taken Kabuto to a jackmate. He just needed time, and then he could become as strong as Orochimaru. Not only is he stronger, but the boy was a good person. Kabuto could not detect a hint of malice or evil. Intentions. If he did not join, he was declaring that he would serve Orochimaru, he would serve against Konoha and become a powerful enemy. That thought prompted Kabuto's imagination to paint a portrait of the shinobi in which the boy could become. He performed a quick analysis of the boy's chakra and intellect now and made a quick and dirty estimate of the boy's strength in the future. His power is capable of our royal loyalty and cutting corruption and betrayal at its roots. Kabuto could imagining a root that he would love to see burned from the great Konoha tree was indeed dangerous, but Kabuto was now beginning to see the potential of the situation. Naruto professed a desire to be Hokage and was already working. With those around him, he was trying to seduce Kabuto into defecting. To his banner, the boy's face grimaced at the darker interpretation of his actions, but Kabuto paid him little attention. This was too much. Kabuto had spent his entire life being denied what he wished at all times, to have everything right here in front of him. That's why he was hesitating. It was too good, and yet if he let it go now, his eyes hardened as he reached out to shake his new leader's hand. He was worried and unsure, but he was also proud. He felt the will of fire burning within him once more as his smile matched Naruto's, and he had to pretend it was the middle of summer in the village, and the heat saturated the air and carried the sounds of a bustling town quite easily. The Sarutobi clan compound was on the northern outskirts of the village proper. It was one of the closest compounds to the Hokage monument and the Hokage tower respectively. Hiruzen took the time to allow the atmosphere of the perfect day to wash over him as he had an early breakfast. The conversations with Kumagakure had resumed after his attempted kidnapping of poor Hinata Hyuga. Earl was nervous for a while, but seemed to calm down after a while. A tragedy that the shinobi world was still so indifferent to its children. Her future had taken months, but the Yondai Marai Kage was finally forced to commit to the treaty, so that his subterfuge would not being shown to the shinobi world. Being undercover was nothing new, but being trapped was always a bad deal no matter who found out. It could be seen as a sign of weakness for Kumo, while it is a sign of strength for Konoha. Konoha had even shown mercy and forgiven the general infiltrator, who wasn't too keen on letting the story leak. Then they would meet for a peace deal. He wanted to enjoy his time as much as he could before the trip. The chances of anything happening were slim, but every time Akahe left his village there was a chance he wouldn't return. The only thing he was worried about was whether he should bring Naruto or not. The boy would be an incredible asset and could further enforce a true agreement, but he hadn't determined if it was worth securing a true treaty to reveal the asset they had in Naruto. As soon as talking about the boy, Sarutobi smiled from across the table as Naruto ate a larger than normal breakfast in front of him. After having returned home from the hospital, the boy returned to his normal state. The boy, he was a few months away from turning 5 and had grown quite a bit. Sarutobi knew he had to make a decision and wanted to talk to Kakashi about it first, but Danzo had surprised him by showing up at his office yesterday before picking up Naruto from the hospital. It seemed like the old Warhawk was starting to come to the same conclusion that Yusen Naruto should enter the academy or go straight to an apprenticeship. Sarutobi had accepted that the life he wanted for the boy would never become. He knew the boy would beg to finally go to the academy and would understand what that meant better than anyone his age, but it was still a heavy burden to force on any boy. Saying this, he had no intention of leaving. Let Danzo take charge of his training. That's why Naruto was already looking at him with a face of pure emotion. He really didn't keep anything a secret from the real Uzumaki. Jiji, I can go to the academy. Oh yes, Naruto-kun. Which one do you think would be a better option, Naruto? To himself in his thoughts, what do you think, Kurama? I think you shouldn't wake me up from my nap to answer a stupid question. You already know everything school would teach you. Naruto nodded. A small sleepy frown indicated how much he was thinking about the matter. Yes, but I could do friends join a Genin team. I don't think that will work, Naruto. I don't think they will accept you. I may be wrong, but I think you know what you should do. Naruto sighed and then smiled softly. I think I should take an apprenticeship, Jiji. I don't think the academy is for me. I'm too different. Yusen smiled softly and reached out to pat Naruto's shoulder. Okay, Naruto, I understand. Did you have any idea who? Naruto nodded excitedly. What about Wasel Senpai? I would love to learn from him. The god of shinobi nodded and Naruto was ecstatic when he noticed that Sarutobi was testing his choice. The old man smiled softly. I will talk to him about it. Thank you, Jiji. Naruto coughed as he landed on the ground once again. Weasel had dragged him to a training ground and told him that he was going to be his new sensei. Just as Naruto cheered, he had kicked his legs and sent Naruto to the dust. He then started asking questions, and every time Naruto answered wrong, his next exchange was especially brutal. Naruto groaned as a hand pulled him to his feet before swinging wildly in hopes of surprising to his sense, and with a shot in the kidney. There is no such luck. Who are you? I am Naruto. Uzumaki kick, dodge, jump. What? Guides your sword. The will of fire. Backflip, kick in the stomach, jump off the ground. What are you? Naruto. The weasel mask that once associated with safety and security appeared in his vision before pain shot from his chest as his sense and buried his knee in her. A shinobi. What is a shinobi? Naruto-kun. Naruto quickly dodged a right hook and launched a counterattack as he, a weasel soldier, was Crouching sensei, his fist didn't hit anything as his sensei jumped back, dodged the next shuriken spear, Sukunai jump, dodge, jump attack. Why a shinobi fights Naruto, a kick out of nowhere, knocked Naruto onto his side, and he rolled to minimize the impact. His jade gasped for air as her sensei remained hidden until a ferocious attack told her that she had answered wrong incorrectly. Her weasel people furiously bombarded Naruto with attacks, only stopping when Naruto fell to his knees and spat blood, the red falling from his mouth. And he fell on the grass beneath him, and he saw him in red. We start the timer now, start again. What are you, Naruto, a shinobi? Kakashi smiled as he watched his sensei's son draw idly in the Hokage office. Those thoughts about his sensei's departure brought bringing up his pain, and the ray of sunshine always stopped when he perceived those feelings to look up and simply smile at Kakashi. The boy, burdened by the loss of his parents and constantly reminded by Kakashi's memories, he always tried to comfort his brother as his first reaction. Usually he would feel guilty for constantly bombarding the child with these feelings, and that would usually end with the child feeling it and walking over to grab his hand. Luckily he was able to stop himself this time and just smiled back at him. The smile behind his mask. Day by day his guilt was slowly diminishing. That was a miracle in itself. His father's death, Tsukumo, had destroyed him. He had been broken into pieces, and his personality had been as sharp as broken glass. He had been so destroyed it hurt to this day to remember those memories. He had hated his father and dedicated himself to the shinobi lifestyle. It was only thanks to his deemed to his sensei Minato that he returned to normal, oh well, as close to normal as he could. He had earned quite a reputation as a pervert, lazy, importunate smut and reader, and to be honest, he had been too lazy to actively try to change that perception, which gave the lazy part of his reputation more weight than it should have. It was for any shinobi. That doesn't mean that the death of his teamer sensei made him falter as a shinobi in any sense. He had never trained harder. The only reason he wasn't listed as a rank S shinobi in any bingo book was due to the fact that he was the acting Anbu commander. He had a moment where he hesitated after Minato's death, a period of time where he let his grief consume him. It was thanks to Naruto that he was surprised a boy had done what no one had really done and eased his guilty conscience. That is to say, every time he saw the boy did everything he could to make him feel better, and it really worked. The man he was today was stronger, and not only in terms of physical strength or ability, was stronger in spirit and will than Minato had ever been. Minato, Rin and Obito took a broken glass ball and were able to smooth the edges. Naruto had been able to reforge the glass and fill its cracks. The boy had made Kakashi feel whole in ways he didn't even know was empty. That was the boy's power and why he had needed to become as strong as he could to protect him. If the boy hadn't had his quirk, he would have been content to remain stuck floating in his pain until the boy had the age to need and sensei would have been content to leave the boy without interacting with him for over a decade. Would have been a mistake, and all he would have to excuse would be cowardly defenses, although if that had happened, Kakashi might admit that he wouldn't either. He would not have been the best guardian for the boy, he would not have been a sufficient father, and could not have taken care of him alone, but he could have been an older brother figure, much of what he was now. It was a simple irony that after the boy cured him of his past regrets, he would find that he spent his time regretting actions he had not taken, but could have done. Of course, the boy was also very helpful in de-stressing Kakashi from the clutches of his new position. Leading an Anbu team and losing a member was one thing, leading all the teams every loss was traced back to him, and whether the blame was at his feet or not, Kakashi found himself helpless, but to blame himself, he was a creature of guilt and pain, was the natural action to take. Naruto made everything. Was it worth it? He would have fought against countries for his old team. Hinata would fight against the world to protect Naruto. Luckily he was not the only person taking care of the child nowadays. Hiruzen, Sarutobi, Itachi, Chiya were probably the best caretakers he could ask for to take care of the child. Usually the three of them agreed. That's why when I didn't agree with any of them, it was enough to make him a little uneasy. It's never good for shinobi to get uneasy. Today was shaping up to be one of those days. I mean, a Kakashi I'll bring to Naruto-kun with me. The Hokage was going to the top to meet the 4th Raikage, and he wanted to take Naruto with him. Now this put Kakashi in a situation he never thought he would be in. He never imagined that the Hokage himself could be a threat to Naruto before he could stop his subconscious. He had already gone through contingencies of grabbing Naruto and going rogue. It wasn't ideal, but if their leader was going to recklessly endanger Naruto now, he would only be more brazen in the future. It was just Kakashi's trust in Hiruzen what allowed him to break that train of thought, to allow the Hokage to say his piece, was not so naive as to not immediately associate his commander's smile with the god of shinobi after having guessed what had just passed through his mind. Full of pride at how far he would go to protect Naruto, but he was lucky that the Hokage was merciful. His behavior had bordered on betrayal. He couldn't protect the boy if he was executed for his thoughts. Of course, Naruto chose that moment to grab his hand and walked away. He realized that he had needed the boy's extra comfort anyway. Today, oh, these sweet little ironies. Could Itachi-san not see it? Naruto cocked his head to the side. Sensei's name is Itachi. Wow. The Sundaime sighed and pinched the bridge of his neck. Knows well. Kakashi laughed sheepishly. It was a minor flaw, but he let his guard down with Naruto. It was minor, but still a flaw. Itachi is on a mission. I'll take him with me so he can learn about diplomacy and see a little more of the world beyond from our walls. Danzo has also shown a greater interest in the boy. I won't do it, don't leave him unattended. Kakashi immediately nodded. He relaxed better. Next to Lockage than vulnerable to Rot's tender mercies, poor Tenzo had not yet fully recovered from his time as a Kino, and he knew that the role team was doing well under Itachi's leadership. But he missed seeing the Mokuton user regularly. Perhaps Naruto could help Tenzo heal like he had done with Kakashi. Actually, the boy could help heal all the Zambu, being able to accurately identify each individual's problems more efficient than a Yamanaka. Honestly, the boy could become an honorary member, execute some select and safe missions with a Ro team. It would do wonders with the experience. More than what he would learn at the academy. He would talk about it later with the Hokage, as he wishes Hokage-sama not suspect the Raikage to accompany him. Yes, that's why I think it's a good idea to create another personality for the young Naruto-kun. Itachi-san has professed a desire to allow Naruto to work with his team and in controlled environments. He can't do it like Naruto. Uzumaki today was definitely one of those days, but maybe in a good way. He was thinking the same thing. Hokage-sama would need a codename. He turned to Naruto, who was still holding his hand, and looked him in the eyes with a disconcerting intelligence. How would you like your name? Naruto-kun. I would like it to be called Konoha. Kakashi blinked, and Yusen laughed. Kakashi chuckled. Naruto-kun. Usually Anbu chooses animals to actually Kakashi. I think it's a good name for him. Kakashi couldn't tell who had the wider smile, Naruto or Yuzen, and he doubted even his Sharingan would give him a clue. Yuzen smiled as he handed Naruto a blank Anbu mask. The only defining feature was the Konohagakure symbol on his forehead, and his two eye holes were soft and monotonous, and the lack of anything else made it disconcerting. It was definitely one of a kind. The boy was ecstatic when he took it in his hand and put it on his face. It fit perfectly, and he looked up to meet Saratobi's eyes. Yusen couldn't help the pang of pride and sadness upon seeing the child. He was almost 5 years old and had been placed inside the Anbu without taking into account that it was a special location, and in no way was he a full member. The history books would not remember that. They would remember the fact that the Sundaime Hokage in a time of peace placed his predecessor. That was the objective fact. The youngest member to join Anbu was now 4 years old, and it almost broke his heart, but he was the best option to protect Naruto. Anbu were the elite, and they were a family in themselves. You were active or retired. Once you put on the mask, your family grew exponentially. They may not be his friends yet, or they may not respect the boy, but they would die for him. They would have died for any civilian or citizen of Konoha, but now they would be more conscious of him. They would be attentive, although not only to make sure that he lived up to the new brotherhood to which he belonged. Anbu was for life, and Naruto needed that protection. He needed the power of Konoha at his side at all times until he could protect Konoha alone with his power. There was the blood of Onahe inside him, and a Byulu in his belly. Naruto was special. That was what allowed Saratobi to sleep at night. The boy trembled with joy, but he did not utter any childish exclamation of joy or pride. The boy had been painfully watching the Lambu for the past few days, forgetting that his gaze forced Anbu to relocate if they hid. Yuzen was amused to discover that the Anbu had discovered 12 new hiding places inside his office in the span of an hour, not that it lasted much, but after Iru Sentos was silent, the boy jumped and realized what he had been facilitating. Musical chairs. Anbu had not missed the sighs of relief from his guard. The news had quickly made its way through Anbu, and more or less they knew what was going to happen. The cashier room would become an honorary member, and would even carry out missions with the esteemed Ro team. It was almost ridiculous if those rumors had not been spread by Huono himself. Saratobi was almost exasperated as the days went by. It seemed like almost every Andu had circulated around the office to get a first impression of a boy. Then they were shocked to realize that the teams and some other stories about the boy had been true. His sensory abilities were unimaginably powerful. None of them had been able to hide his presence. Although some had evaded his sight, the boy was still somewhat susceptible to genjutsu, especially Kurama did not consider the caster a threat. The boy eventually grew bored of trying to find the Andu agents, but responded to Hokage promptly and precision every time he asked the boy how many were in his office at any given time. It was quite impressive. The Anbu thought so too. Word had even spread among some of the lower use rank shinobi and had to talk to Shikakuner, the Jounin commander, about why it was imperative to have such rumors about a new Anbu initiate for the safety of Konoha. Once you piqued Nara's curiosity was never satiated. That being said, some Anbu made a make-up visit at you for letting information slip, so it was Naruto himself who was able to identify the culprits and verify their identity when they showed up to accept the punishment. Yusen had still verified it by other means. He had learned the lesson of trusting the boy too implicitly, even if it provoked a guilty pout on the boy's face. He never complained, knowing that was the consequence of lying to Itachi, going against Locke's orders. Once he was relieved But the boy was already part of the shinobi elite, but anyway, it was a little unsettling. He crouched down and placed the boy on his back and smiled when his young ward complained. Jiji, I can run, yes Naruto-kun, but you are still not as fast as me or my guards. I would enjoy the break from having to run in the future. Maybe I need you to carry me. That made the boy laugh, and without stopping smiling. Usopp left through the gates of Kagak towards the land of iron. He was not trying to be here, and he was not happy with the series of events that led him to be here. His advisor Darui he had warned him that trying to take the Hyuga heiress away would probably fail, but he trusted the men he had chosen, and also the Hyuga's wrath. Being disappointed twice was infuriating. Moreso was Lokage's response. He had never been a true believer in diplomacy, believing that military might was the best bargaining chip, but even he could see how damaging it would be to reject Lokage's request for his village, as Raikage was obligated to do everything he could to protect them, even if it meant meeting the old monkey. With he brought Killer Bee and Sionbu, normally he would have brought less and he wouldn't even have brought Bee, but this wasn't just any diplomat. This was the god of shinobi, and he didn't believe the rumors that had spread following the death of Yonami Hokage, knew that Biju did not die. B had confirmed that fact. Konoha still retained the Kyubi and hid it in an attempt to propagate the image that they were not mobilizing their forces and honestly demanded peace between the nations. Was a lot of and did not believe it entered the room in which the samurai were organizing conversations, and he became irritated. The Hokage had 2 Anbu guards behind him and a baby sitting next to him masked with an unusual mask with the Konoha insignia. I was not happy to be here. He was not happy to be here being add to diplomacy, and he certainly hated being thrown off balance by the sheer impudence of the smiling monkey sitting in front of him. That feeling only increased when the Farfar boy in shock slammed his hands on the table and yelled at him. The Raikage Hokage-sama is not a monkey. I was not happy. Hiruzen could see that the second the Yum Raikage had entered the room he had never known him to be a patient or diplomatic man, and it seemed that some things hadn't changed. The man had brought a pretty impressive guard to boot. He was quite happy with his own guard, relying on the experience of Gorkat and Konoha. It was a shame that flush of pride he felt at the thought of an agent named Konoha was overcome by a sigh when said agent gave in to his childish impulse to respond to some thought. But she was sure the Raikage had. Upon seeing him however he thought he would have earned more respect than being referred to as a monkey by his fellow Kage, even if that reference was in the privacy of his thoughts. Raj Dono, I apologize, in the name of the outburst of my subordinate. I am sure that we could begin these peace agreements with an honest intention between us to do everything possible to unite. It would be very beneficial for both peoples, as he grunted and sat in his seat. His right hand a man who appears in the bingo books like Darui, so did the mediator samurai sat equidistant between both parties on one side in silence, until any deception began. AC crossed his arms and leaned forward. I too seek to reach a peaceful resolution. Akito he is lying. Sarutobi he made no move to listen to Konoha's response at his side, but the focus immediately shifted back to the unknown Anbu people at his side. Having Naruto with this personality would be of no use if they didn't employ their talents. They even had a perfect cover for him. For him to be introduced to Raikkonen this way was a reckless policy. Bold, reckless and hated. He would not be irritated with a fellow Kage. But he would be a victim of manipulation by someone who considered inferior to his position, a position that Naruto Daru narrowed his eyes at the masked ninja next to the Hokage. It seemed like the Raikage's hand wouldn't be so easy to fool. Excuse me, what is this? Sarutobi. This union was not among the Kage of our villages. The large shirtless man looked. The Konoha and Bruno, you shouldn't make baseless accusations. Sarutobi boy took his time and slowly took out a scroll. All the ninjas tensed when he untangled it and looked at it. Even young Naruto, to his pride, his eyes slowly scanned the blank scroll and raised an eyebrow. Is like that? You have no more plans to kidnap a child who possesses one of Noah's Kenka. That was all they told him. That Naruto would need a shinobi who was going to be a master of his body without being able to say guilt one way or another. The Kages were steps above the mere rabble, guarding all the most valuable and terrible secrets of their villages. Their minds were another matter. Some things cannot be trained or controlled, hence why the Yamanaka before Naruto were so sought after and vital to counterintelligence. However, even the Yamanaka would fight to get the secrets out of a box's mind, so it was good luck that Naruto wasn't a Yamanaka. His abilities far eclipsed theirs. Naruto nodded and Sarutobi wanted to growl. Under his grandfatherly smile, he passed the scroll to the boy without taking his eyes off the Raikage. What intelligence did you gather in Kumo-Kanasan? Those in front of them immediately tensed at the casual admission of infiltration and espionage. If only they knew the truth, they would not find any trace of Agent Konoha inside their rows, and that would only make them believe it even more. Naruto took the scroll and pretended to be reading the empty scroll. In case Hyuga's kidnapping was not successful, the next operation would target the Uchiha clan, targeting Fugaku's youngest son. Sarutobi sighed, acting like if the news didn't surprise him, he wanted to laugh at the audacity of the leader in front of him. The Uchiha. There have been wars started by fewer demons. The Hyuga incident was reason enough to start a war. Danzo had advised it himself. You seem interested in taking advantage of my hospitality, Reikjido. Are you? So surprised that I don't have operations in place to be ready for this eventuality. Your people have wanted Quique Genkai for a long time. Me too, I'm getting tired of being ignored in my quest for peace. I thought I would acquire influence goals that would disable Kumo's stance. As one of the greats, the boy slowly pulled out a paintbrush and began writing names. Sarutobi marveled at the precision of his perceptions through sheer emotion. He also shuddered at the sudden thought of what might have happened if Naruto had been born in another nation. Naruto handed over the scroll and nodded specifically. It seemed your two Jinchuriki Killer Bee and Uoni the Rake seemed to take the threat seriously as he immediately stood up and slammed his fists on the table. The mediator samurai stood up. Immediately, gentlemen, for please contain your temper. Sarutobi smiled, and that did little to calm his companion's cage. Of course I would never threaten the life of a Kumo shinobi while I'm in the middle of peace talks. You surely know that, Reikjidono. I don't appreciate your attempts being thrown in my face. Of espionage or keijo, especially when you surround yourself with them. Yusin shrugged and rolled up the parchment. I wouldn't have brought it up if there was nothing to mention. I was sad that you still weren't honest with me, Reikjidono. I was hoping to truly join our nations together. He sat back down in his chair, idly kicking the debris of the table away from him. Dari seemed to sigh and looked away. But Hiruzen saw that his attention was now focused on Naruto. The treaty is still official, isn't it? Or Sidono? Sarutobi snorted and provoked another snarl from the treaty that his ambassador ignored on the day it began under his orders. Beg, you know it, and I have news that your damage is not so excited about this mistake of yours, Rito Agrumo. But he seemed to accept the lie easily enough. It seems that Naruto's performance and the intelligence information had him baffled. You are as insufferable as the Namikaze was. Sarutobi. Naruto tensed at the mention of his father, and Dewey's eyebrow raised. Oh boy, that wasn't good. You'll find out that the will of fire is quite an influential ideology. Raiko waved his hand dismissively. So what's the point of all this, Sarutobi? I don't know. If your people like you, my people don't like your people, and you don't trust us, let's keep the treaty and continue as we have. And I want there to be peace. Even Naruto flinched at the voice that escaped from the old leaf leader. The moments were few and far between when Hiruzen Sarutobi lost his temper, but when he did everything he experienced, he remembered. He sighed for almost the seventh time in this meeting and sat down again. I apologize, Samurai Sanraj Dono. The samurai gave him a brief feeling and reluctantly did the same. What would it cost you to believe me, Raikage Dono? I have to declare war to demand that my wishes be fulfilled. Is that what you want to prove your temple against Konoha? You think we are weak? No. But when you come here, and I apologize, Raikage Dono, but it wasn't over yet. I will give you a clear reminder, and I hope you listen to it. I am the cashier, but you know I have a limit of power. If you keep poking the sleeping bear, which is my people, there will only be one answer, although you may take it as a slight against the pride of your nation. I urge you to remember there has not been a shinobi war that Konoha has not won. You are old Aikido, and the Yondaime is dead. I am the fastest man in the world. Now I wonder how much your ninja would appreciate seeing what happens in there. Ranks when one who has that title goes up against them. Cashiers don't win wars, you know this is true. Don't forget about the essays. He laughed and leaned forward. You have reason. Maybe I should look for your former student who ran away, huh? Sarutobi. Naruto suddenly spoke. He scared Hokage-sama. That was the turning point. In an instant he was in front of the boy, just a fist away from his nose. He was looking at the boy blankly even when Sarutobi held a kunai on his kidney. If this boy speaks one more time, you have no bargaining power here, Raikage Dono. What is he, Yamanaka? Are you reading minds here? Sarutobi. Hiruzen let out a soft laugh and shook his head. There is no Yamanaka here, Raj Dono alone, an inspired shinobi who stays true to the will of fire. You're already training another successor. He seems a little young. Yusin nodded. Instead of disagreeing, he hadn't lied to himself. Naruto was a strong candidate for Yukage, but that was a long way off in the future, very far away. If he had anything to say about it, he had not been excited to come out of retirement, but he had lifted the weight of age off his shoulders. He would not allow his age to inhibit his decisions. He had to fight harder, be fiercer than ever if he wanted to keep Konohagakure safe. It was one of the few cases where Danzo actually approved of his choice. Raj Dono, I think it's time to get to the heart of the matter. Let's talk about the terms that will encourage our two peoples to work together, and we will finally see each other as true allies. There should be no compromise between Shinobi. Sarutobi. The insufferable guy in front of him crossed his arms and frowned. But I guess I have no other choice. We will try to make this work, but Kumo will only keep this treaty as long as his needs are respected as well, or until that we have the advantage. Was not said, but it was a step in the right direction. Yusin could work with this. He was pleased. Naruto watched some samurai practicing their swordsmanship. From a balcony, the conversations had ceased for the day, and he was posted to keep an eye on the courtyard to protect Hokage. He liked being part of the Anbu. He belonged there. None of the others cared who he was. For the first time in his life, he felt like he really belonged and became a shinobi without going to the academy. He had always been afraid to go there, and the other children would make fun of him every time Suji had taken him to the park in the past. Whenever Naruto was alone, the other children would tease him and insult him. Eventually Hiruzen found out and they stopped going out during conventional times. But he had already decided that the boys were bad, except for the Hyuga girl Anat. She had been very nice, however, she still made him feel a little uncomfortable with all her insecurities. It was nothing against her, in fact he felt bad for her, but in people like her his empathy sometimes it could overwhelm, it could cause a physical reaction to make him sick. He had wandered around the village and had experienced thousands of emotions, and he discovered that if he didn't pay attention, he could easily overwhelm. Kurama helped a lot, he was always there to talk when it was too much for him. Kurama always apologized for doing that. Empathy was so strong, and he always thanked the Biju for the incredible gift. Naruto saw Kurama as his best friend and felt very sorry for him. Every time they talked they could feel the other Kurama's emotions. His best friend just wanted to be free. It was something that Naruto couldn't give him without committing suicide. He had reflected on it once, but Kurama's reaction had been severe. "I have dedicated a lot of time to you, boy, don't waste my time. You're going to ruin me." Naruto felt the truth. Kurama was afraid of losing Naruto, and he was really stuck with him for even thinking about killing himself. That meant that Kurama cared about him. It was like when Kakashi got really sad and guilty when he saw Naruto. It meant that he loved him. Naruto couldn't feel love or friendship like he could feel hate, anger, pain or guilt. He had to learn each time he experienced them for himself. Sometimes it was difficult to understand them. It was easier to think of love as an absence of hate. People were full of bad emotions, and every time someone felt a positive emotion, it was like a hole that Naruto couldn't see. He could feel the edges of these holes, he knew they were there, he was just blind to them. However, he didn't blame his empathy. He didn't need to know when people were happy or loved him. That wouldn't protect him like knowing when they were lying. However, Kuram, he had a long conversation with him years ago when he assumed that love was just the absence of hate. Naruto still didn't understand what love really was, but it got warm in his chest when he was with any of his precious people. No, you should focus on your mission instead of getting lost in your memories. You're not even 6 years old, you're too young to remember. Naruto laughed softly as he looked around, more attentive to his duty. "I know you can feel bored watching us in service." To Kurama also, "I don't perceive anyone with the intention of harming Gijio from spying on him. I think we'll be fine, yet you shouldn't become complacent. They could be waiting just out of your reach with a long-range jutsu. Naruto-kun, I'm sure you take the protection of lockage very seriously." Jiji Kurama. Naruto could feel his friend's annoyance. "I know how much this means to you, boy, that's what matters to me." Naruto assumed it was love and affection that coursed through him at Kurama's words and made him feel warm and safe. "I know." Kakashi hummed slightly while looking at the reports of the current operations that the Sundaime had ordered before his departure. Things had looked bad in the months following the key attack, but things had calmed down more or less since then. However, for some reason that just put it to the most nervous Sundaime, Kakashi was sure that the Anbu had not received so many spy missions since the last Shinobi War. The ROT team was the spearhead of many of these operations, but with the inclusion of the Konoha agent in their ranks, they began to take different missions. Usually only 2 members of the team were sent. Rohel and Yamato are the current operatives that were deployed. Their last report had just been delivered by a crow. Kakashi had been sure that they would have been the pair to go investigate Kumo, but instead they had been tasked with investigating Iwa. Kakashi had some guesses as to why, but he was content not knowing for sure either way. Rather than worrying about the 2 members of the Ro team, his thoughts focused on the reports he had received from Jiraiya. The Toad Hermit had been out of the village for years and had never even met Naruto. He always asked about the boy, but Sarutobi always gave vague details and hinted that if Jiraiya wanted to know more, he should return. The hermit always responded with more questions, and sometimes that really frustrated Hokage Kakashi. Understood Salmon's position. It was the same means that he was entrapped after Minato's death. He now knew what a mistake it had been, but he wasn't in a position to try and tell him or the spymaster himself. But if Team Ro was on a mission and ran into him, that could work whether the old hermit wanted it or not. That was all in the future, however. For now he had other matters to attend to, like keeping a closer eye on the police Uchiha and finding someone to infiltrate ROT. There was an incident where it appeared that a member of the Uchiha police had framed a merchant for murder. Apparently the Uchiha member had massive debts and tried to bury them next to the man he owed them to. Uchiha police had denied his actions and arrested him when it came to light, but remained tight-lipped about the details of the case and refused to issue an apology on behalf of the force if it was allowed to get out of control. Well, the Uchiha were not known for keeping a cool head when it came to the ROT issue. It seemed like the Hokage didn't take kindly to their Anbu commander being the target of an assassination attempt from within the village. Honestly, Kakashi wasn't too happy about it either, but when he opened the last Ichicha that had been included in Jiraiya's last report, he found that he could deal with it for now. If this last book made it all worth it. Naruto stood still next to his Hokage. As the negotiations entered their fourth day on the Raikage, he had been stubborn on all fronts. It seemed as if each day he covered only one aspect of the treaty. He had not removed his mask, except in the sanctity of the Hokage's private suite. There was something interesting today in the shape of the Raikage's new bodyguard. It was a young man who carried an interesting amount of swords, and Naruto could feel emotions within him that were very similar to those Naruto himself had often felt, and he felt emotions of something else, something deep inside the man. The Raikage had brought a Jinchuriki, the Jinchuriki of the Eight Tails, or Yuki, as Kurama had informed him after the scene he had caused on the first day. He had been ordered to be discreet. Dairy seemed to be more perceptive than Iron feared that the connection would be made between Minato Namikaze and his son Naruto, waited until he was asked to break before walking silently towards the much larger man. As he approached the Jinchuriki, the older man paused in his yura from his notebook. He seemed to be mumbling some sort of rhyme to himself. Kurama and Naruto had had many arguments in the asked about the other Jinchuriki and the Biju. Kurama's brothers. Naruto had promised that he would try to find some way to save them. He ignored the guilt Kurama harbored for creating the situation in which Naruto would take on such a monumental task. The Biju were scattered all over the world, and as a shinobi, he didn't know when or if he would ever meet them. They were usually well hidden by their respective villages. So it was important that he took advantage of this opportunity. He walked towards Killer Bee because that was the name he had perceived through A's emotions, and raised a fist towards him. The shinobi on both sides watched as B hesitated before extending a fist and pressing it lightly against the hand offered by the Konoha agent. Naruto's eyes opened, and he marveled at seeing the eight tails before him. The Biju were huge and impressive. He would have been scared if he hadn't been so close to Kurama since the age of 2. That didn't mean he wasn't respectful. He bowed slightly to Yuki. Killer Bee while Kurama laughed behind him. "It's nice to meet you, Killer Bee-san." Yuki-san. The ox giant octopus scoffed and ignored him to look at Kurama. "You say my name to Amano Kurama without my permission. I see that your arrogance has not been tempered by time. Save your breath, Yuki. I can't lie to Naruto-kun. We are too linked, and I have given him a gift." Naruto silently absorbed the waves of regret, anger and pain that boiled simmering deep within. Yuki was different from Kurama. Kurama was passion. When angry it burned intensely and overwhelmingly. Yuki was more restrained. It was cold anger, analytical and patient. Naruto observed as Yuki lowered her face towards him. Most would consider it rude to read another human's mind. Naruto bowed once more. "I apologize, Yuin, but I wasn't reading your mind." "Then you're not a Yamanaka. I'm glad I don't have to hit you. You're the keys. Jinchuriki better be proud to know me." Killer Bee. Oh, Naruto laughed when the pair of Yuki and Killer Bee began to argue with each other. He could feel the anger of both of them towards the other, but it was a feeling born of friendship and connection. They really liked each other, just like Naruto and Kurama. "It's a pleasure to meet you, Bison. My name is Naruto. I know we are not true allies yet, but we are brothers. We are not Jinchuriki. We have to stay united. I think I want to save the Biju, Bison. I want them to be free and safe from Shinobi B." And Yuki blinked and stayed in shock at the young man's frankness. And Kurama sighed. However, Naruto did not hesitate. He had to show that he would back up his words. He knew the risks he was taking. His Hokage would not understand and could potentially put him in danger. But he had to take advantage of this opportunity. When Killer Bee smiled widely, Naruto didn't even have to use his empathy to understand that he had found a soulmate. "How old are you?" Daring Sanova this time. Bee was able to dodge the tentacle that was aiming to slap him on the head. "He's a child. Go watch your language." As the two continued, the smile from Naruto just grew, although it took a bittersweet tone. "Okay, Bean. I know you can't do much to help me. I can't do much either right now. Just if you see Yui-san or any other Jinchuriki, you could try to contact them. I'll do the same." Man a lot older leaned down and ruffled Naruto's hair. He was very affectionate, and Naruto found that he liked the attention. He liked the feelings of being. They were comforting, soft. His negative emotions were dulled. He was a good person, of course. "Naruto, I will keep this secret." Naruto smiled as he mindscape fading. He blinked at B the second after their fists collided. Stoic behind the mask, the Kumo ninja watched the interaction narrow in confusion. He smiled at what had happened and at the emotions he felt in those watching him. No one had any idea what had happened. That was okay. It would probably never work too much, but he had to try to unite the Jinchuriki. It made him feel good that he could finally put a face to it, to the name of one of his 8 brothers through fate. If there was one thing Naruto learned to treasure, it was a positive emotion. Naruto smiled as he walked back to the village proper. The land of iron had been cold. He was not used to that climate, being more used to it, to the warmth of Konohagakure. It was still a great experience, and he loved seeing Lockage in action. The Raikage had been a scary man, but the old man had handled him easily enough. Being able to use his gifts to serve his village had also been everything what he had always wanted. The Sundaime had been quite pleased with his efforts, although he also pointed out that he needed to work Naruto and Boar were also very pleased with his service, even going so far as to say that Weasel Senpai would be proud and happy that he was able to overcome his superiors' expectations. Not feeling any disappointment or regret from them was a blessing. He followed the Sundaime back to the tower. Hokage Boar and Kada disappeared towards the Anbu headquarters to report to Kakashi Naruto had managed to discern quite a bit of information along negotiations, and they would add it to their files. For future reference, Naruto would normally have gone with them if he had been a normal Anbu agent. He had a different base assigned to them, which is why he walked calmly through the busiest district of the village with their leader. Was the easiest way to use his power to control the population in order to determine any new developments that might have occurred while the Hokage was away. Probably wouldn't pick up any hidden shinobi news, but it was wise to cast a net and see what Naruto could catch. Most of the villagers were fine and happy, although he was bombarded with more individual problems. Despised lovers, angry family members, greedy businessmen and annoying children were the loudest signals he received. There were many holes and gaps than he could fill, so most of the villagers they were happy. However, as he passed by more people, an undercurrent of fear began to become more and more evident among all the civilians. Some scandal had happened, and also recently when Uchiha patrol passed by, the feelings increased and Naruto felt in the Uchiha's feelings of indignation, wounded pride and injustice could be seen mocking those they had sworn to serve, and the fires of distrust were slowly kindling in the hearts of the villagers. This was not good. He and the Hokage slowly made their way towards the Hokage tower. And from the outside Naruto seemed fine. Inside worry took over his heart and Kurama stayed silent as he tried to deal with the fact that something was very wrong with the Uchiha police. He needed to talk to Itachi. Itachi watched as the envoy of Kuno was approaching Hakir's village. He and Yamato had ventured deep into Iwa and had only encountered an Iwa patrol once. Fortunately, their disguises had seen them through inspection and had withstood enemy scrutiny. His orders had been to intercept information from Kumo's delegation and make a copy of it. If Kumo and Iwa started talking behind the scenes, the Hokage wanted to know what was being put on the table. He couldn't just trust Kumo to work with them. And was doing everything he could to force the alliance to stay. Itachi appreciated the strategy. He was very political, and of the two, it would only work against Aono, who was too clever to try to outwit the fence's Sider, who had faced Mater Uchiha. He would be intimidated by political maneuvering. Itachi found in the political arena a much better alternative than the battlefield. He had experienced combat during the Third Shinobi War. The thought of his brother Naruto facing those difficulties made his heart grow cold. They were the reason. Anbu had just arrived when his father spoke to him about how he should try to become the Hokage. It was time for Anya to wear the hat and take up the mantle of village leader. Tensions with her clan and the rest of the village had risen after the Kyubi attack, and her father's arrogance and pride were not helping matters. However, things were heating up recently with some scandals with the Uchiha police force, and Itachi was starting to worry about his clan's overreaction. The tensions still weren't too high, though it would only be a matter of time before things would escalate. Hopefully the problems could be resolved peacefully. With the help of Naruto, he was sure that things would not get too out of control. The boys' gift would be incredibly useful in maintaining peace and security. The last thing Itachi wanted was for his clan to become a danger to his village. Will of fire burned deep within him, and he did not want to see it extinguished by the pride of his clan or his father. Wrapped in his thoughts, he almost missed that Yamato appeared at his side. Commodore J. Taichu, there is an Iwa patrol heading towards us. We should leave. Itachi nodded and jumped off the cliff behind them. It was time to go home. Sarutobi was smoking his pipe while Konoha was behind him. Karuomura and Danzo stood in front of him. They were meeting about the summit and also exchanging comments on the direction of the latest policies of the town. Was an old and familiar game between him and Danzo, and it gave a sense of normality to his. Naruto seemed very anxious, and that was a big red flag. The boy's ability made him an emotional barometer, and it seemed something was brewing inside the village itself. As the meeting progressed, Konoha continued looking at Danzo. Eventually, Danzo caught his attention and returned his gaze. Sarutobi dismissed his advisors and was surprised when the young Uzumaki approached Danzo. "Advisor, Shimura-san. Can I talk to you?" Rot leader paused for a second, looking towards Lockage before nodding. Naruto turned and bowed before walking with his old friend and rival. It didn't bode well. He wasn't happy. 7-year-old Naruto Uzumaki was sitting in his own apartment, practicing it. Seal had moved from the Sarutobi compound a year ago, after resentment from the civilian sector began to rise. Tension had been building in Konoha for years, and with the escalating distrust between the town and the Uchiha, a select few had stepped in. Become very vocal about their dislike for the demon brat. Not that anyone has ever said that in public, that is, but when Naruto realized that his adoptive family had been suffering for their loyalty to him, he moved out on his own accord and had tried to dissay it, and even Amma had tried to convince him to stay. It wasn't said throughout the village, but it was widely known that the Saruto clan was Fiercely protective of the Jinchuriki and he of them, even those who looked down on Naruto wouldn't speak ill of the Sarutobi in his face. The villagers had learned that lesson a long time ago. He was an anomaly in the village. Rumors of his strange behavior had circulated years ago, and now Naruto had learned to act in a more socially acceptable manner. Naruto was seen quite frequently during the day throughout the town, going for a walk, buying groceries, things like that. Little did anyone know of the true intention of their public companies being rejected was the perfect cover for a spy who analyzed the emotions of everyone he encountered. Naruto had recovered invaluable data for the cashier, and the whole town was under scrutiny, and none of them knew well that wasn't entirely true. He had to be careful not to scrutinize any Yamanaka too deeply. Inoichi had burst into Hokage's office a few months ago, warning him that a shinobi had infiltrated the village and was investigating people's minds. It was embarrassing to have been caught by him and the Hokage in a shinobi village. Nothing generated more distrust than being caught spying on your own subjects. Fortunately for Inoichi had caught up and he had made up a story about some new counter-espionage training, which was fine, but every now and then a Yamanaka would try to pinpoint his location, and he would have to evade them for a handful of hours. The last one had been quite persistent and almost chased him for an entire day. Apparently the training was doing wonders with Yamanaka's abilities, but it was still annoying for Naruto. While Naruto walked during the day, the agent Konoha appeared at night. Thanks to the tensions between the Uchiha and the Hokage, Hyasul had been appointed as mediators between the two parties. Itachi, spy for the council, and Naruto would accompany him to the Uchiha compound and read what he could of the emotions of the meetings. Things had gotten progressively worse. The Uchiha were entertaining thoughts of rebellion. Of all the plans they could have come up with, they had to decide on the most. Suicide. Kurama era, of the opinion that Uchiha was the only choice that would make Uchiha the worst. His opinions on Uchiha had not changed much over the years. However, he had come to accept Itachi into Naruto's life. Naruto's training had also intensified. The 7 years he deserved his status as a Hanbu agent. That being said, this was still a long way from Keikyo's level. Itachi had been raised in the models established during the second and third Great Shinobi Wars. Kakashi and Tachi had even put him on simulated missions similar to those they had performed on their own tours of duty. Naruto rarely disappoints. His performance at the Cannabis Bridge exercise had made Kakashi's guilt and pain lessen until Kakashi was unnoticed for weeks. Kurama said that meant Kakashi had been proud. The Hokage, who had given Naruto his final sealing mission, had apparently reached a stopping point in their training, at least for a while. The Hokage insisted that Naruto not be pushed too hard, that his progress was outstanding, but he wanted his young warrior he would take some time to reflect and perfect his techniques. Naruto understood the reasoning. His body had just begun to grow, and his taijutsu would change as his body grew. His chakra would also do so, and only constant control exercises would maintain the levels of control at which he had grown. He had gotten used to it, therefore the Hokage had taken advantage of this time to advance his learning in new areas and paths. Sealing was the first of his new subjects and also the hardest. Naruto enjoyed it a lot. It was relaxing and felt natural. He knew that his parents had been sealing prodigies, and practicing the art made him feel closer to them. That alone was enough for him to become obsessed with the art. After just a week of instruction, he had also spent more time at Hokage's side as Agent Konoha, learning from observing everything. Mission assignments, council meetings, advisor meetings, the paperwork. He handled the village and had even dedicated himself to transcribing correspondence. Private Hokage, the young shinobi, did everything he could to make his leader and grandfather figure proud, made his own pride felt. Warm and strong, it was quite an addictive emotion. Naruto looked up to see Itachi sitting on his windowsill, tense and emotionally harassed. He didn't usually see his mentor like this and immediately stood up. Itachi-sensei, what, get ready, we have to go now, get your mask. Naruto's body went into autopilot as it had been trained as he grabbed the stack of explosive notes he had just finished creating and grabbed the mask that was on his hip. It was a cold professionalism that washed over him as he continued without words. The example of his superior went out the window and crossed the town. They left the town, they passed the wall and headed towards the river to the east. He didn't know if it was another simulated or real mission, but either way it didn't matter. He would do what they had to do there, and for half an hour before Itachi suddenly stopped. Naruto stopped next to him and waited in silence for his mentor's words. The morning sun was just beginning to penetrate through the upper branches of the trees, but he did not feel comfort for the light. Something was terribly wrong. My friend Shizu is in trouble. I think Rod is after him. I'm sorry to ask for your help, but I can't trust anyone else if there are fights. I don't want you to get involved, but take Shisui and go. Understand? Naruto suppressed his instinctive refusal. He buried his demand to fight alongside his master, his brother, and nodded. If he wanted to help with anything, he had to follow the rules. He had promised that he would never lie to Itachi again. He would keep that promise. Itachi turned and left again when they approached. Of course, Itachi motioned for Naruto to step aside and he obeyed. It was evident that a fight had recently broken out here. The atmosphere clearly showed signs of intense jutsu compensation. Burn marks and cuts on the trees that looked like chakra marks. The nature of the wind Shizu and Danzo himself, that was not a good sign. There were other additional combatant markers, but that made sense. Danzo never traveled alone. Slowly, he made his way along the bottom of the gorge closer to the river. He could sense Itachi above talking to someone more. It could only be Shisui. He couldn't hear them, but his empathy was enough for him to understand the essence of what was happening. Danzo had believed that Shisui using his Sharingan to stop the blow was a waste. Danzo had stolen something of great value, one of the eyes of Shisui. Naruto couldn't believe that a dojutsu could be so coveted before remembering Madara's stories, along with the rumors that a Sharingan could control the Biju, a rumor that Kurama had reluctantly verified. In fact, the Kyubi attack was orchestrated by an Uchiha but not one who was in the Shisui village. Continued, and Naruto felt his heart fall for Itachi. The blow would not stop. Was the conflict involved was imminent. Now he felt Itachi's bottomless pain grow as Shisui turned away from him and urged him to kill him. Naruto wasn't fast enough. He couldn't move or do anything before the part of Itachi that Naruto always admired. The part that was selfless and served the village before everything and anything. He urged him forward until Shisui was unconscious and falling into the gorge. Naruto jumped off the wall and caught the body before it could land on the rocks below. He quickly carried the body to Itachi. When he saw his brother, his older brother who had always protected him, saw sadness in his eyes, sadness that he had only felt deep in Uchiha, and as his eyes slowly changed from the strange way they had been, he saw Itachi crying for the first time. Who knew him? The Uchiha quickly walked away from Naruto and stood up. Take care of the body. Kano-kun deserves to be found by his family. I will inform Hokage. He left before Naruto could say anything, before he could try to comfort him, before he could tell him about the spark of life that was still inside Shisui's chest. Uchiha felt conflicted. It would be a lie to save Shisui. He had the right to risk everything to save this man. It was selfish if he only debated it because of what it would mean for Itachi, not because above all, Shizuchiya was a leaf shinobi. Plus he had been ordered to take care of the body. He would do everything in his power to make it happen. Before Kurama could finish his question, a slow trickle of the Kirby's chakra left his hands and entered his body. The dying man's body raw and inefficient without Naruto to guide him, but he still had to learn medical ninjutsu. He alone couldn't save Shisui's life, but he knew someone who could. Kabuto was hard at work, filing the paperwork of all the patients he had seen that morning, when a faint smell wafted from the hallway. One of the first things she had gained when working under Orochimaru were crafts and rituals that could enhance the senses. A person relied on. Miss Orman had lately become quite familiar with food. Apparently it was for he as a brown-haired girl rapped her knuckle on the open door of his office and greeted him. Hello Kabuton, I have your order of my Orman. He smiled and thanked her, as if he had ordered it himself and had paid for the meal, while she was walking away quickly grabbing a styrofoam bowl and leaving her work as it was. She had been summoned. Her new leader finally had a use for him. Kabuto had provided weekly reports to the young shinobi, but she wondered when he would first be called to serve beyond. As soon as he headed to a nearby park that had a play structure with dozens of little children screaming and playing around it. The children were some of the best camouflage. His innocence tended to bleed into the surroundings that they frequented. No one noticed when he passed by a statue and didn't appear on the other side. After all, the secret entrances didn't always have to be conspicuous. The walk down the hallway wasn't very long. It used to be covered in dust, but after Naruto showed interest in using the hideout, they renewed it. Orochimaru had dozens of bases spread across Konoha before he fled, and the masses only knew about a few. He knew most of them. Kabuto knew them all. Naruto had been excited to learn of the 3 bases that were still. They had not been found, even by the Akji. They were quite small. But privacy is something that could never be priced high enough, especially within a shinobi village. When he entered, he expected to see his master. He had not anticipated a naked and bleeding body and from the tables, surgical instruments prepared. Naruto-sama, you didn't have to give me a gift. He enjoyed the annoyance that his joke seemed to inspire in the young shinobi. Kabuto-kun, this is Uchiha Shisui. I need you to save him please. Kabuto walked towards the fallen Uchiha and looked at him. There were questions on his tongue, but the body would answer some of them. He saw common lacerations with finely channeled wind chakra, internal bleeding, bruises that were common with broken ribs, 2 eyes missing. I must confess, Naruto-sama, there is not much left of a body. It is important that know that you want me to simply preserve his life to gain information or save him completely. The way the boy's eyes darkened with anger, sent a shiver through his back. Knew it before the boy opened his mouth. Realizing it, Naruto paused and then sighed. Why are you making fun of me? It's not nice, Sui. He's a true shinobi of the leaf. I won't let him die. The boy had found a great opportunity. Apparently Kabuto had already been informed of the situation with the Uchiha. Shisui had been entrusted with the task of spying on Itachi, but he had defected to the village just like the Uchiha prodigy. Even if his life was saved at this moment, his life in the light of Konoha was over. The Uchiha would never accept him, and Danzo wouldn't let him live. Even Lockage would be hard-pressed to trust him. He had gotten in too deep. Kabuto washed his hands and started his work. I'll take care of here, Naruto-sama, I will notify you when the operation is complete. The boy nodded and hugged him from behind. Thank you, Kabuto-kun, thank you. Kabuto watched the young Uzumaki leave, and at that moment, he discovered that his loyalty had been cemented. Any doubts he had about serving the boy had vanished into ashes, and in its place, an immovable loyalty, the will of fire rekindled and burning as strong as the sun in that moment. He wished that the boy could have felt the emotion that had inspired him. As the moment passed, he set out to save the life of Oniya Shizu. Uchiha did not know it yet, but he owed his life to young Naruto Uzumaki. It was a fact. If the boy had not been there, Uchiha's body would have appeared down the river dead a long time ago. Kabuto would make sure to see that payday alone would not be enough. To serve the boy, they would need more soldiers for whatever cause he pursued. Naruto Kakashi waited silently as the Anbu squad leaders gave their reports. The tension that had been brewing in the village after the Kyubi incident had never been worse. Fights broke out among the civilians and the Uchiha police force, and there were casualties on both sides. The other clan saw the signs and had ostracized the Uchiha and further fanned the flames of tensions. More Hyuga were being requested for jobs from Uchiha's longtime favorite clients. The Uchiha had not been invited to Daimur's palace for a wedding for Daimur's cousin in a long time, and the civil council had approved business practices that put an end to Uchiha's business. The entire town was turning against them. The Uchiha were not the only threat to the Uchiha. The village at the time. Kakashi knew that periods of civil unrest were the perfect time for saboteur and espionage. You had been working tirelessly to mitigate any outside influence in their current state of crisis. Kumagakure had increased correspondence with Iwagakure since the treaty, and reports claimed that Kurigakure was slowly degrading into a civil war due to the blood purge instilled by Yonda M. Mizukage. Relations with Sunagakure had slowed and cooled when Dame Yuan suddenly began sending more jobs to Konoha. The big five nations were slowly reaching a very dangerous point. If the situation in Konoha did not stabilize soon, he would not be surprised if a fourth great shinobi war began. He would do everything he could to minimize that possibility. The Uchiha needed to be settled. Unfortunately, the Hokage was slowly losing hope of a peaceful resolution. Rumors spread that Shisui Uchiha had disappeared. Apparently, the Uchiha elders had tasked him with notifying Itachi, and now believed that the prodigy was a spy. Although they were not wrong, it ruined any chance the Hokage had of using Itachi peacefully. The agent Kono had been quite helpful in discovering that intelligence. He was also very helpful in identifying the force that had provided more evidence of Shisui's death in the wake of the elder Uchiha. Danzo had become more active than he had been in almost a decade. Uchiha, Danzo, Kumagakure, Iwagakure, Kurigakure, Sunagakure. The town had to be aware of all possible threats. Even those who had kept quiet, like Orochimaru, the Konoha agent, had somehow discovered some of Snake Sanin's spies, and although the Hokage had attributed it to his empathy, Kakashi suspected there was more to it than that. However, he had no problem allowing his younger brother his secrets. He had more than earned the right to keep it. Naruto had exceeded all his expectations, and yet he was worried anyway. Naruto was the future of Konoha, a very promising candidate for the title of Hokage. His skill as a shinobi was being put to wonderful use. It was his social skills that worried Kakashi. He had noticed in conversations that Naruto was slowly beginning to focus more on the negative aspects of people he didn't know. Kakashi blamed I gave empathy. It made it difficult for the boy to see the good in people, in all people, but he couldn't be blamed for it. How could you believe in something when everything you saw was the complete opposite? Well, the worries of the village plagued his mind, so did the worries a young Uzumaki. What would happen if Naruto ever lost faith in the townspeople? If he decided that the people of Konoha were too twisted and cruel, that they didn't deserve his protection? May be a stretch, but it was important to identify the worst case scenarios in his line of work. If he was being honest with himself, the worst case scenario for Konoha would see him side with Naruto against them. Because if the boy ever really decided he was better off without the village, then how could Kakashi deny his logic? How could the rule breakers abandon him? They were trash. Those who abandoned their friends were worse than trash. But Naruto was family. Kakashi had turned his back on his family. Once his father didn't have it in him to make that mistake again. Hopefully he could avoid that possibility and find some way to nurture Naruto's humanity. Of course, that would have to be after Kakashi took care of the power-hungry ninja villages who would see their village burn. He would see them all beaten and bloodied. It wasn't in Izuka, but it was an attack. The attacks of yesteryear were known for his determination to protect his clan, his family. Kakashi would remind all the elemental nations who exactly the attacks were, and he had to do it. Naruto was in the safe house, watching Kabuto take care of the sleeping Shisui. The Uchiha was at peace, thanks to the sedative. Yes, if it weren't for that, he would have already woken up. Naruto had asked Kabuto to keep him locked up a little longer to plan what to do with him. He had just returned with some food for the two of them and had started eating while thinking, but Kun, how long will it take? Rehab. The doctor shrugged and cleaned his glasses. It's hard to say, Naruto-sama. His injuries were quite extensive and the loss of his eyes will delay any progress in combat for a fairly considerable amount of time. The psychological damage, well, I don't know how bad. Naruto nodded as he ate his sandwich. What should we do with it? The gray-haired spy turned and looked at him. That's a trick question. What do you want? What are you working for? I want to be the cashier. Naruto pouted while Kabuto laughed. What do I do? Believe it. That's not it. Enough for you two. It's only part of what you want. I can tell you want more than a hat and a figurehead position. Naruto blinked. The answer had been so honest. It made him think about what he wanted and he remembered his meeting with B. What he said about the Jinchuriki. I want to save the Biju. Naruto, you don't have to. Ignoring Kurama. Naruto's eyes hardened and he nodded towards Kabuto. I want to save the Biju. Naruto couldn't help but be impressed by the smile that appeared on Kabuto's face. The man wasn't afraid, not at all, and Naruto knew the weight of what he had just declared. Now that is a worthy goal. You will need influence outside of Konoha to achieve it. You will need agents and allies both inside and outside the village. If you are discovered you will be labeled a traitor and to lie. The Hokage had thought long and hard about it. The shinobi system as a whole was responsible for the treatment of the Biju and would have to be uprooted and stem. It was a disgusting balance of financial and martial domination and only generated hatred and bloodshed. If it weren't for those close to him would have believed that every human being was implicit in his continuing evil within. Every man, woman and could not even cloud his senses at times. His upbringing led him to believe that such a change would require monumental action. A great catalyst moving slowly would allow approaches more pacifists. But he only had one life to do what three great shinobi wars could not achieve: peace. He would be the one to guide the world towards its next great step towards true peace, united under one flag, one people, one paradise for all being sentience, where Biju and humans could live side by side. Becoming a box was the first logical step. Well, you will still have to respond to the damage. I don't know where you're trying to take me, and I understand that's something we can talk about in the future. Naruto smiled and handed him an AC Kabuto sandwich. For now let's just eat and then we can decide again on Uchiha's fate. Blind man is the only Uchiha good boy. A blind man. Naruto let out a mental snort as he shook his head. Are you forgetting about Itachi? Kurama. Itachi sighed as Naruto once again failed to hit him with his kunai. You should be doing better than this, Naruto-kun. Your training may have been suspended, but he clearly doesn't like it. You're giving this fight your full attention. Naruto jade to breathe as he sat where he had been. Sorry. Itachi-senpai closed his eyes and lay down on the ground. A cool breeze blew through the trees, rustling the leaves for a while. That was the only one sound. Then Itachi sat next to him. Naruto-kun, I think you have something you want to talk about. It's been worrying you all day. I don't want to lose you. Itachi looked at his young protege and smiled softly. You know I can't promise that you'll never lose me. We are shinobi. Naruto-kun, I already know. But with the Uchiha eye alone. Before he could say anything else, Itachi decided to stop him by running his hand through the boy's hair. You are younger than me. When I first joined the Anbu you remind me of myself in many ways, but I don't think I can ever come close to how noble and honorable you are. I want you to promise me that you will leave the Uchiha clan to me. I know what a promise means to you. I need you to do this for me. He wasn't surprised when the boy fell silent and turned away. He refused to meet his eyes. His own smile widened in response. We can't promise things we know we can't do. I know you have your mind set on helping, but Agent Konoha can't help me when the time comes. Itachi saw the boy's eyes. They opened in fear when he finally felt the guilt that Itachi had hidden deep within himself. He sat down and slammed his fist into Itachi's chest. No, you can't. I won't let you. I'll stop you. It has to be done. Naruto-kun, it's okay. I've taught you everything I can. It's up to you now to grow strong on your own initiative. No, 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 you can't. You just can't just leave me. Itachi had seen Naruto cry many times, but he believed this was the first time he had made the boy cry. The Uzumaki clung to him and hugged him tightly. I'll be lost without you. He pulled him closer and rested his chin on his head. I know it's scary, but you won't be alone. Now you're strong. You have everything you need to be a great shinobi. I believe in, and I need you to trust me. I must do this. Save my brother. Can you take care of him for me when I'm gone? Can you take care of Sasuke? The blonde-haired boy looked at him with tears streaming down his face and nodded slowly. You have to promise that you will come back one day. You have to promise that you will try. The boy's fingers began to tear at his clothes in desperation. And even though he knew he shouldn't do it, he felt that the words were coming out of his mouth before he could stop them. I promise, Naruto, I promise I'll try. You did what? Yusin growled softly at his advisors as they sat in front of him. Amura and Karu couldn't help the tension they experienced from his outburst, but Danzo, he seemed bewildered. I ordered the go-ahead for the operation. Itachi will Fulfill his Vura's Lenin and eradicate the Uchiha in a single night quickly and painlessly and without risk of collateral damage without civilian losses. We will lose the reputation of the Uchiha clan, but it is imperative that we can push. That was not your decision, Danzo. I am the cashier, and I had let the situation get out of control. Danzo looked back at him with the same anger. Your drive and strength have been rekindled in recent years, but your heart is still too soft and gone their way, and the Uchiha are stubborn fool. You would watch our enemies destroy us, because you can't bear to make the difficult decision. Finding peace is the difficult decision. Danzo, you are taking the easy way. The destruction of an entire clan is unprecedented. I will not be the Hokage who ordered the death of a clan founder. Danzo leaned back. You will not be remembered as such. Either anyone else would have been confused by the words of, but Hiruzen knew his old friend well enough to immediately understand what he meant. How do you dare? Even he couldn't stop his muscles from tensing at the killing intent. They aimed at each other. He slid a hand forward and an Anbu guard left the room. To dissuade the surrounding shinobi from believing that the Hokage was being attacked, he took a moment to take a breath and sat back down with sad eyes. This was the ugly side of leading a town. He had done his best to lead honorably and fairly, to fight for peace and transparency. He had kept Danzo close, even ignoring his actions in the shadows sometimes, if only out of respect for the bond the two had. It was a mistake. This was just another case where his inaction would haunt him, mocking him for his mistakes, condemning a boy who loves his family to not only kill his entire clan, but to take on the mantle of a dishonest terrorist, disavow his actions, label him a traitor. I ask a shinobi to do his duty for the village he loves above all else. Hiruzen could not see any sign of regret in his old friend's eyes. He saw a tense calm and nervousness. Hiruzen, he was then very aware that Naruto was not his side, had gotten used to the perspicacious. It had been noticed that it wasn't necessary for the boy to attend every meeting, but this was the first time in a long time that he wasn't there for a meeting with Danzo. A quick glance showed that Amura and Core were also there. Nervous not of a fight but of discovery, Hiruzen felt his heart stop and turned to the windows in panic, looking desperately over his village as the sun slowly set. It was so peaceful, so calm. Yes, Sarutobi must be done tonight. Sasuke stopped in front of the gates to the compound. Uchiha confused. Something was wrong. The gates were left slightly open and the compound was silent. The Uchiha were not the most exuberant of people, and even Sasuke knew that recently things had been strange within their clan, but this was not right. Something he was walking badly and entered the complex and gasped when the smell of blood filled his nose. His eyes filled with tears when he saw bodies lying in the street. Everything became a blur when he tripped over the nearest body and turned it over to reveal one of them. His neighbor's. The old man's neck had been cut to the bone, and he recoiled when one of the neck tendons came off the dead man's neck and fell onto his hand. Sasuke fell back and tried to catch his breath. Before stopping, he looked down the street towards his house, and he saw the lights flashing. Inside he ran. Sasuke arrived home and heard sobbing. Slowly he climbed the stairs. The sounds from his parents' room made his skin grow cold, and his chest tightened. The air. He evaded his attempts to regain his senses. Breath until he opened the door and saw his brother standing next to his bleeding parents, his sword ready to execute his mother. Itachi looked and fixed his gaze on his Sasuke, could only look in horror at his brother's twisted Sharingan that was spilling tears of blood. His brother is expressionless as his Sharingan, his wrong evil Sharingan, twisted and turned, and suddenly he found himself in a world of negative light. The shadows were bright white, and what would be light was dark black. He could still see everything, and he could only sob as he watched his brother massacre his entire clan. Odd way you could hope to kill me. Aim no Nan. Sasuke was interrupted when Itachi stabbed his chest with his sword. So you will still be the helpless child who watched his parents suddenly die. The world he was focused again, and Sasuke watched as his surroundings slowly cleared. He heard his mother yell at him to look away. He watched as his father tried to use a jutsu before being slammed into the ground. He watched his brother move in for the kill. He watched as a strange Anbu shorter than him burst through the window and hit his brother. Itachi languidly stepped back and readied his sword. Then the Hokage realized my plan. Of course I would send you Konoha. You are the only one who would have a chance to stop me. Itachi Uchiha, you are accused of betrayal, murder, and crimes against a founding clan of Konoha. Surrender. Sasuke longed for his brother to drop his sword so that he would stop this return to being the brother he loved, who taught him how to use his shuriken kunai. He was proud of him when his father was disappointed, returned to become sewer, and not this monster. His brother cried more tears of blood as he ran towards the lone Anbu who tried to stop him. He wanted this madness to end. He wanted his brother back. Naruto felt nothing as he countered Itachi's sword with his kunai no. He allowed himself to feel the emotions that were straining his training and willpower. His anger at being forced to fight the man he saw and loved as an older brother was channeled into his punches, and in truth it was not Itachi he was fighting, but rather Itachi. The world. His love for the Uchiha kept his heart in a tight fist and clenched painfully, even as he coldly aimed his own murderous intent at him. His loneliness screamed deafeningly as he continually felt the deep depression. Itachi sank deeper into each time Lo sent painful blows to his arms as their swords connected, and it was the only thing Naruto could do to hit harder and faster the pain. It was the only thing punishing him at that moment. This was the greatest test the universe could have devised for him. Against him there was no scenario in which Naruto wouldn't lose something of incredible value. He was very lucky to have the mental maturity to channel any hopelessness or desperation into the fight buried his heart and became the weapon for which was trained. He somersaulted through the air, grabbing Sasuke by the neck and dragging him out of reach as a fireball hit the ground and Sasuke screamed. As the heat exploded and burned both of them, Naruto was unfazed by the pain, as he was too busy deflecting the knives his mentor was sending toward Sasuke with terrifying precision. Kurama Naruto mentally yelled at his closest ally. The fox quickly flooded Naruto's body with a tail of chakra, and Naruto moved forward, even as he counted in his head. Itachi dodged his burst of blows with liquid grace. Before his red eyes glowed as their eyes looked at each other, the genjutsu he had been trapped in was broken almost instantly by Kurama, although that instant of his chakra fluctuating was all Itachi needed. The move and throw Naruto against the side of the building. Naruto coughed and slowly broke free as he watched Itachi move towards his bleeding mother. The clan house was slowly burning down, and Sasuke stood shaking between his older brother and his beaten and broken parents. Naruto growled as he felt his limbs being flooded with Kurama's chakra once again. He had no hope of defeating Itachi. All he could do was waste time. He knew as he rushed towards Adam that even with a single tail of Bijir chakra deal to stop Itachi was like trying to move a mountain with a single earth dragon jutsu, an effort in futility. Yet he was the only one between the extinction of the Uchiha clan, and Itachi barely managed to get in front of Sasuke and kick him. Forcing Itachi to taking a step back, he pushed towards Adam, kicking and punching, trying to maintain his momentum with everything he had. He was forced to rely on his enhanced healing powers as Itachi inflicted wound after wound. Unable to fight defensively, he could only minimize the damage and leave the smallest openings possible. Itachi slashed his arm once more and Naruto gritted his teeth. Itachi lunged forward in an attempt to reverse the momentum, and Naruto backed away before throwing a handful of seals into the air. Itachi only had a moment before he noticed. Explosives and the lightning seals ignited the force of the explosion, sent them both backwards, and damaged the structural integrity of the building. Naruto threw Kuna and Shuriken, as he had been taught, as efficiently as he could, at the most likely routes his opponent would try to take to get there. He heard the sound of metal clashing to the left and turned to look at his enemy before feeling the jolt of his chakra fluctuating to dispel the genjutsu. He couldn't even think as his body jerked to the side to dodge his attack. Blind spot that felt like it was coming into his bones. He didn't move fast enough to dodge the blast of fire that hit where he had been standing less than a second ago, but he forced his burning, smoking body to move. He could feel his skin cracking and falling from the force with which he turned to face Itachi, only to discover that 3 different copies of his sensei were approaching him. He roared and ran to meet them head-on, exchanging blows and dispelling one. Before being thrown by he gasped and fell on his back. His breath was knocked from his lungs. Then he saw 2 kunai go through his hands and stuck into the floorboards. He felt the blades cut right between his bones, and his muscles shook as the blade tore tendons and muscles. He still screamed, and his vision went white with pain. He could feel his body trying to heal around the wounds, and the burn of his cells unable to regenerate was worse than the initial pain itself. The tears were streaming down his face when even then he felt the absolute despair around him. Sasuke's fear of his own brother, Mikoto's fear of waking up from seeing his eldest son kill his youngest son, and Itachi's absolute despair at the pain he had inflicted on Naruto and what was about to happen. To face his brother, Sasuke closed his eyes and screamed when Itachi swung his sword at his defenseless mother. At the last moment, Higaku threw himself in front of his wife in a last act of love and sacrifice. The patriarch Uchiha whispered something to his eldest son, but Naruto couldn't hear it. All the negative feelings and pain became too much for him. He roared once more and tore his hands forward, breaking it from his palms, and ran towards Itachi. The blood pouring from his hands and the force of his running kept the flesh apart. Separated that he was only lengthening the regeneration period. His healing was powerful, but even he had limits. Fortunately, it seemed that the movement had caught even Itachi off balance, and before he could walk away, his dying father Ndo had grabbed him tightly. Naruto crashed into Itachi's side and threw him away from his family. The fire had gotten out of control, and the ceiling began to collapse. Naruto kept his senses alert as the smoke clouded his vision. He could hear Sasuke crying and shaking to his father behind him as his mother struggled to carry him to safety. Beyond the smoke, he saw shapes moving and prepared his stance. His hands had come back together, but there was no skin, just those and muscles moving in the clawed stance of the fist-stem monkey. The shapes stopped before they seemed to change and disappear. He stood still, and suddenly they came back. He jumped into action, jumping through the smoke and slashed at the nearest figure, only to stop at the last second when he met mask to mask with Konoha Bore. Stand down. Naruto took a step back and silently checked the identity of the newcomer. He nodded when he was satisfied that they were not imposters and looked at the Survivors of Itachi's family need help, you two, boy your hands. Naruto jumped out of the building before he was able to hear the last of the order, and he headed to the nearby roof. His hand slowly grew back into his skin. The nerves burned as if they had been dipped in acid. The pain swirled. Blomqvist from the village and Uchiha's trauma he could feel. Itachi left the village, then left. There were a few seconds of peace before Naruto realized he had been crying. The tears had run down his mask and made paths through the blood and grime. He felt Kat behind him. Looking at him in silence, he closed his eyes and forced himself to stop crying, but the tears didn't stop Konoha. His eyes opened at his voice, and he stopped channeling the chakra towards his empathy. As his rank decreased, he discovered that the tears also stopped. That didn't happen. It meant that his heart was less broken. Come on, Kat, I felt intruders trying to get a Sharingan. It seems that there are still some conspirators within the village. Yusin, free us. This makes no sense. Sarutobi did not move from the window. Minutes after realizing the plot that had been hatched under their noses, reports had come in that the Uchiha clan had been almost completely sacrificial. It was quite impressive in a truly horrible way. It had been too clean. Not only was the clan compound attacked, but also the Uchiha police headquarters. Itachi was skillful. But he couldn't have done it alone. He commanded silence. The 4 village elders had fought during the 3 shinobi wars, and this presence would have given them pause. Even in their prime, a boy slowly opened the door with tears dripping down his Anbu mask, silently walked past Karmara, and left a handful of bloody and splintered masks on the table in front of Danzo. The two looked at each other in silence, and it was then when the Hokage turned around. Only then did he break his silence. As I became Hokage, Danzo allowed you to form Rod in an attempt to cover my defects, my weakness, my inability to put the village before my conscience. I have turned a blind eye to your movements, to the crimes you have committed against the village itself. No more. Rod is done. Danzo clenched his teeth, but before he could respond, the empty stare Agent Konoha stopped him. The boy was still shedding tears, and Danzo would have been disgusted by the pathetic display of emotion if it hadn't disturbed him in some way. 15. That's how many underground bunkers you have. You have scrolls hidden around the village that contain supplies and classified documents in 47 locations. You have agents within every major clan, including the Sarutobi. You have illegal dealings with every major criminal syndicate. You are guilty of treason. Dozens of times you ordered agents to steal your Sharingan to go along with the one you stole from Shisu Uchiha. You take orphans, and you pair them while you train them. You force them to kill their partner for graduation training. You have worked with Anzo Olamander, and you are still in contact with Orochimaru from Sannin. You deny something. Danzo moved his eyes calmly to look at his rival. Long-term and friend, once I did what I did for Konoha. You still need me, Yusin. We don't need Rod. I won't deny it yet, no, but you have become too bitter, jaded and stubborn. You have put your own interests before the interests of the village. Don't try to argue. The Karu and Amura remained silent while Danzo looked between the Hokage and his protege. This had not been a scenario for Ra, the one who was prepared. Still, your pupil has been well trained. Sarutobi, I am impressed. The Konoha agent did not respond. The tears were still slowly falling down his mask. Danzo will resign as advisor, and as leader of Rod, you will place Konoha as the new director under my complete authority. Konoha will be examined for his loyalty. He will rekey his seals to remain active under himself. You will help him in this transition. You can warn him if he approaches you, but you will remain under constant observation. If you violate any of these stipulations, you will be immediately executed for treason. I understand. Danzo looked between the two and stopped. Karmara's surprise. He nodded once. I understand. I don't regret my actions, but I don't see anything wrong with preparing my own replacement. If this is what the Hokage demands, I will fulfill these conditions. It is clear that you were the best option for the position. He looked at the boy, and he nodded. It seems that I am under your care, Konoha. The boy did not say anything. Yen gave a dry chuckle and looked at Danzo. Your orders made Itachi turn rebel. I do not know when you will be forgiven for that. Danzo shrugged his shoulders and stood up. I have no interest in forgiveness. I only want the best for the village. Hiruzen turned to the two advisors as Konoha escorted Danzo out of the office. I think it's time the three of us have a talk about where exactly you fall in the village hierarchy. Reminder of who you should and shouldn't keep secrets from. Sai stood up as the rest of the route gathered in the main bunker 9. Bunker 9 was created to be an emergency meeting point where the village's BB would be relocated in case of a successful invasion. Had not been used except 3 times in the last 5 years. He and Shin had just been training when another agent appeared next to their instructor. And their session ended abruptly. They quickly headed to the designated meeting place and saw that the entirety of Rod had been summoned. When everyone entered, he stepped out of the shadows. Next to him, there was a figure that was around Sai's age, with an unusual mask. Sai knew that the shinobi was not part of Rod, which made this whole situation unusual in herself. The day has come when things will Change Rot's leadership will be transferred to Konoha with immediate effect. 7 different Rot agents surrounded the 2 separating Danzo from the people, with the 6 of them focused on observing the boy while checking Danzo by jutsu or other non-verbal indications of forced coercion. After a few seconds, the agent controlling Danzo stepped back and knelt in the direction of Konoha. Immediately all the Rot ninjas knelt and lowered their heads in the direction of Konoha. Sai did not know what would happen to from that moment on, but this was important. His new leader stepped forward, his mask covered in blood and dirt. There were tear tracks on the lower half that mixed the blood and dust, and then he nodded. Continue, stop all graduation exercises until further notice. I want a list of all current operatives and operations fired when they were fired. Sane couldn't help but think about how similar his new leader was to Konoha at Danzo. When they both gave orders, no protocols were established to transfer leadership to someone other than Danzo. The same Danzo. He probably didn't expect this to happen. He was cooperating, and that meant he thought it was the best option. Right now maybe everything was okay. You're not okay, Naruto. I think you need to tone down the training. It was just his position as Anbu commander and his position as the Naruto's older brother what made the stubborn boy stop his tastings and fall to the ground, maybe blessed with unholy stamina, but even you have limits. This wasn't the first time he had seen the boy train until his limbs were shaking, but he wasn't happy to see him again. The last time it happened was when Naruto got into a fight with the Kikurama over something that had to do with the blind Uchiha. He was taking Itachi's disappearance very badly. He sat next to the 7-year-old boy and supported his hand on the boy's head. They sat in silence and just watched the clouds go by. I miss him. Kakashi didn't need empathy to hear the pain that dripped from Naruto's words. I know we will find him, and then we will find out why he did what he did. I'm sure he had a reason. Naruto, I want to talk to you about your hands. The boy tensed, but didn't move as Kakashi slowly took his hands and examined them. Naruto had jagged scars in the middle of his palms. Naruto, why are they still visible? Your healing should have taken care of them by now. The boy turned his head and avoided looking into his eyes. I asked him to give them to me. I wanted to remember that night. I will heal them when he returns. Kakashi wanted to tell him that Itachi could never return after what he had done to him. It was hopeless that things would go back to normal. Itachi's best hope was imprisonment. He knew that Naruto already felt what he wanted to say inside of him, and that was enough. Naruto curled up next to him and sobbed a little. I'll let you know if we find him. Something about him. If we find him, I'll let you talk to him. I won't keep you in the dark. He shouldn't let his emotions overwhelm his judgment, but it was worth it for the silent whispered thank you that left the boy's lips. The Row team needs a new captain. Could you know that was his weasel position? And no, I'm strong enough for the missions. I couldn't save Uchiha. I need to get stronger. I want to learn jutsu now. Considering I'm known for copying over 1,000 jutsu, I'm sure I have some to teach you. That are you interested? Aran, I agree. I think it's time to get back on the training path. Thanks Nan. When do you think my training can start again? I'll talk to the Hokage. I'll see if you and the R team can get a mission too. What's up? I'm being reassigned. Naruto wiped his eyes and sobbed. I will become Captain Anbu. Kakashi narrowed his eyes. What, is there no squad that needs a captain besides Arcad is taking over? I only answer to you and Elok. You have no squad. What purpose will you serve? Naruto looked over other side. I can't really say. Oki wants it off the record. However, he needed a higher clearance. That's why rank is just a formality. Naruto, I don't like this. Are you sure you're not getting too into your head? I have to do this nice. And the boy gave him a big hug, and he couldn't help but smile softly. Take care of yourself, Naruto-kun. You still have a family that loves you here. I know waking up in a hospital room is an unpleasant experience. Waking up in a hospital room after not having expected to return to waking up is a completely different experience. Shisui heard the beep of a machine that monitors his vital signs and reflexively tensed. He could tell there was another person in the room moving a few feet away. Shisui didn't know where he was. All he knew was that the fire had to go out. It won't burn the trees. The voice spoke from his side, and Shisui stopped. That was a phrase that had been used in the last Shinobi War. It was used to identify medical ninjas with their wounded or disoriented comrades. He stood still for a while. A few seconds, almost waiting for a kunai to cut his throat before he felt the horrible sensation of a medical jutsu calming his chest. Where am I? You are in an underground bunker hidden in the town. We had to keep you in the shadows during your recovery. We, your savior, and I, Agent Konoha, brought you in when you were on the verge of death and ordered me to save you. Shisui felt himself relax a little. Whoever these people were, they clearly weren't Rot. Shisui realized that Agent Konoha was Anbu's designation under the command of Itachi. Agent Konoha? No, that's not an Anbu. Why not? I'm in the hospital. There were concerns that with the escalation of the situation you would be captured or kidnapped from a hospital room, or worse, imprisoned or killed for participation in the coup. Uchiha, you know, I thought that only the Hokage and the Konoha advisors kept me informed. In any case, the current situation is worse for you. After the Uchiha massacre, it was rumored in the upper levels that Itachi could have had help. Shisui felt the darkness tightening around him. He became unbearably Cold and his voice sounded weakly from his suddenly weak body massacre of Uchiha. Then Itachi murdered more than 90% of the Uchiha clan, yes. And if you suddenly appeared now they would never let you leave the complex again in the best of cases. No, your future is in another path. What are you talking about? My path? My clan is dead. My best friend is sub-executioner. I have given everything to the village. What more does it want? There was silence as the medical ninja slowly untangled a bandage on his arm and applied a new one. Before answering, Konoha saved your life. The village may have expelled you, but there is still work to do. Konoha-sama wants to save Itachi. I have a feeling you may have a similar wish. That's why Shisui gritted his teeth and growled, I have no eyes, now I'm almost useless. You're not the one. First blind shinobi, and you won't be the last. You sacrificed a lot for peace, but you have more to give whether you know it or not. Your family is gone, and you can't return to town, but you still believe in the will of fire. It's not like that you have the chance to stand up. He'll take advantage of the opportunity to fight again. We'll see. I want to talk to Konoha. The doctor laughed. Of course, that's to be expected considering how he saved your life. He's eager to meet you. You know, Itachi. Apparently he spoke very highly of you and he's a little eager to find you. As someone who also believes in you that his senpai can be saved, Shisui felt his heart inadvertently ache for the boy. It seems that the Uchiha were not the only victims tonight. He knew how close Itachi was to his protege. They were practically family brothers in everything. But blood. Shisui felt guilty. Maybe he could have tried to use his left eye to stop the blow he was so overcome by fear of. Anzo that he had lost hope. He had given in to fear. He felt ashamed, getting hit and broken so much in spirit and in mind. Shisui has never felt so hopeless in his entire life. I want to fix what I have done. I want to make up for my mistakes. He will let me do that as much as you want and more, as long as you give him your loyalty. You will discover that it is impossible to lie to him. What if you have ulterior motives? You will find that any chance of redemption you may have had will be diminished, stripped of you. Shisui nodded and tried to sit up only to groan in pain. He heard the doctor laugh again and sit up. Don't be too anxious. Now your wounds will need to heal. Before that you can do something. When I will talk to Konoha, he will come to check on your condition soon. I will rest a little while. You will be busy in the next few weeks. Very well, thank you. Itachi looked towards the town of Konohagakure from the treetops in silent contemplation. He did not react when the figure Madara appeared at his side. His ancestor wore a spiral mask and a large robe, the red flash visible behind the eye of the mask, assured that he was a true Uchiha. You promised me the eradication of the Uchiha clan, however I heard that some of them survived the night I was detained by the Konoha agent. My young disciple is quite skilled. Madara laughed, and Itachi wanted to attack him just because of how cruel he sounded. He made no move and instead looked towards his current ally. Well, regardless, a deal is a deal. Ichisen, you are still waiting. Join Akatsuki to protect you. Yes, with the village on my heels. I will need it. Very true, you will be loyal. However, I wonder. He said nothing as the deranged man chuckled and began jumping through the treetops. You will meet your new family in Megcure. You will arrive in 5 days. Pain will introduce you to your new companion, Juso Viwa. Itachi took one last look at the village before leaving in a hurry. It was not the hunter Ning that he was worried would catch him, but Naruto. If the boy caught up with him now and begged him to stay, he didn't know if he could refuse. Naruto sat in the Hokage's office in front of the Hokage Danzo next to him. He had missives that he had received from Rod agents and his own private source. So Yagak is looking to ally with Kirikumo. Danzo nodded yes. Sarutobi Inoki is making it increasingly clear that he is displeased with this treaty that you have forced Kumo to participate in. He has made no progress in tempting Kiri to his side. It seems that the Yagura boy is content to remain neutral while he orchestrates the genocide of the Keigen of his own nation. But there has been more communication between Inoki and well, that surely it can't be good. What steps are we taking in his effort? He looked at the unmasked Naruto. The Root agents have discovered that one of the Iwajin Churikas has left the village and traveled through the land of the land. Sarutobi frowned. Your brow. Are you hinting at murder? Naruto-kun. No. Hokage-sama wished to try to convince him to defect. Naruto sat next to Yuzin at the training ground. If they had come here many times to train, it was the training ground where the salmon of the entire village had also been trained. Really felt like his place. Naruto knew that if he was upset and he needed to talk to someone, if he just waited here, eventually his Jiji would walk down the street and sit next to him. The Hokage smiled when he caught Naruto's eye. Are you ready to begin? Naruto-kun. Yes. Jiji. His guardian handed him a square of chakra paper, which Naruto took with reverence. He knew this was the next milestone in his career. Shinobi channel made chakra in him. There was a moment of silence while the teacher and the student waited to see the results. The two were surprised when the paper was torn in half loudly and the two halves were slowly soaked. Wow, two natures of chakra, wind and water, a perfect combination of your parents. Naruto-kun. Naruto smiled as he looked at the remains of the paper and nodded. Kurama told me that because of what the chakra did, it would be easy for me to use on any element, but he said that my affinities would still be the easiest for me to learn. Certainly so. That's where we'll start. Well, after I see your progress with the Genin Triad you have been practicing Naruto. Gulp. Go well. I'm having problems with Abunin. It wasn't often that Naruto was having trouble with something, and he didn't like to admit that he couldn't do something. He was very grateful that Sarutobi just raised an eyebrow and said show me. Naruto closed his eyes and concentrated. He made the hand seals and channeled the chakra, and 75 clones that looked half dead appeared around him. He blushed when the Hokage laughed and ruffled his hair. I think he might know what the problem is. Naruto-kun, you simply have too much chakra and your control is not yet at the level of a box that can be easily remedied. Well, I was planning to teach you this technique anyway, but I think it's better to do it now before moving on to the elemental jutsu. Oh, what technique, sensei? It's called Kajbunin, the shadow clone technique. Naruto saw how a clone appeared next to Hiruzen in a small cloud of smoke. It takes a large amount of chakra to make, one is divided between the user and the clone. The most impressive part of the jutsu is that all the memories the clone experiences are sent back to the caster after its destruction. Naruto felt his eyes widen. At that, the implications were amazing. If he could make 2 clones he could have 3 days of study and one that would greatly improve his training. That's amazing. Jiji, please, how do I do it? What are the seals? The Hokage gave him another smile. Naruto knew that deep down the Sundaime was a teacher, an academic at heart. Naruto didn't mind pleasing him with his enthusiasm for learning. He had the opportunity to learn from the best and he always made sure not to waste it. It's pretty simple, Naruto-kun, just a ram seal like that. Naruto's hand entered in the position and channeled chakra. How many do you think I can do, Jiji? Probably a couple. Naruto is very tiring. He was interrupted when the clearing was covered with a monumental cloud of smoke. Naruto blinked in confusion as the smoke began to dissipate. Jiji, it didn't make much smoke when you did it. I think that I did something wrong. Naruto turned and realized that his teacher was gaping around him without words he didn't understand until he felt them seeing themselves in a mirror for the first time. It was disconcerting to see your reflection how the world sees you. It is an unusual phenomenon, feeling the emotions of yourself perfectly upbeat and surrounding you emanating from over 300 replicas is amazing. Naruto-kun, we need to talk about your future training regimen. I have decided that it may need to be sped up. Sai was surprised when he was called to meet with his new leader Konoha C. He had taken over the headquarters with a perfect transition. He had investigated all the agents in 3 days and had removed 5 of them. Those 5, surprisingly, had not been neutralized but rather reintegrated into the village as civilians. An interesting change entered the leader's room. And he saw Konoha's true face for the first time. The boy seemed to be as old as Sai himself. It was quite surprising. Most children are not that independent or mature unless they were in rot. Sai stepped forward and greeted calmly. What is it? Your name is Sai? Konoha nodded and looked at him with interest. I have a long-term mission for you. I want you to join the Shinobi Academy and observe the heirs of the clan, mainly a certain Sasuke Uchiha. Sai bowed his head when he received his orders and he knelt. Let your will be done. Leader Sama. Sai stood up and walked out. He had to find out how to make friends with children. He didn't want to disappoint his leader Danzo or not. It wouldn't reflect well if a rot agent failed in his mission. He went to the dining room and found his brother eating with pleasure. Shin had always been more expressive than Sai. His brother looked up in the middle of a bite and he had the decency to swallow before starting to speak. Hey, what was the meeting about? I've been assigned a new long-term mission. I will join the Shinobi Academy and observe the clan heirs. I will be stuck with children. It might be good for you, Sai. You are a child. He looked at his brother and did not notice that he did not flinch at the display of emotion. The emotional conditioning had been erased from his training. However, he saw his brother smiling at him and realized he was still expressing his displeasure. His face slipped back to the neutral state he had been trained to assume, and then his brother chose to frown. Naruto frowned as he watched the young ninja leave his new office and sighed. The office was quite empty. It wasn't surprising. But he had taken some photos that the Sundaime had given him and put them on his desk. The photo of Itachi eating at Ichiraku was there. Safe in his top drawer. Wouldn't it be good to openly appreciate a missing ninja of Rango? That one also still bothered him to look at. Naruto stood up and opened a secret door behind his chair. Danzo had turned his paranoia into a weapon and had dakinas of secret passages that only he knew about previously. It had been easy enough for Naruto to realize his existence one-on-one with someone would inevitably reveal his darkest secrets. He slowly descended the spiral staircase and past a few closed doors. He was heading towards one of his own darkest secrets. At this moment he approached the door and channeled his chakra into the handle to release the lock seal. It glowed green and pushed it open. When the lock made a slight click, Naruto was convinced that there was something genetic about the seals, and the seals of Uzumaki Kurama could not highlight any genom that indicated such a relationship, but Naruto only needed to think of the few dozen seals he had mastered to be sure of his belief. The art of sealing was done in levels or stages, and in addition, there were levels for each individual seal. Masters got the most bang for his buck fine-tuning existing seals, making them more reliable. Efficient and lethal. It was very rare for completely new seals to come out in mass production. It would usually take a few generations of a prototype seal to be perfected by the creator or his students before it began to be used by the village, and from there stolen by spies and fallen shinobi. Naruto had no time for such traditions. He had designed his own locking seal that was connected to the chakra signatures and used them everywhere where no one else. Maba was sure that Danzo knew he now had his own locks, but he would probably keep them to himself. Just because he was no longer leading Rod didn't mean he wasn't a strong player in the town's political theater game. Since his retirement, Danzo had been much more active talking to the different clans. It would take time to figure out what he was doing, but Naruto was determined not to be outdone by the cunning warmonger. He opened the door and entered Kabuto's newest laboratory. Kabuto didn't look up from his tubes rehearsal. Naruto didn't expect him to do it. The experiments Danzo had been performing were disgusting, but they fascinated Naruto's friend anyway. The young doctor hadn't left the chamber for more than an hour a day. I can't say I'm glad to be back in the middle of Rod, but this is just too good to let go to waste. He's been I know Kabuto-kun. Naruto walked over and sat at the desk. I read all the research before giving it to you. I didn't understand most of it, and what I did know I liked it. I don't know if it's a good idea to continue with these experiments. Naruto could feel Kabuto's reluctance to agree. Kabuto was of a morally ambiguous nature. He also felt his apprehension to raise his concerns. You can disagree, Kabuto-kun. I won't be angry. Kabuto, he smiled and turned to look at him. Naruto-kun, your enemies won't play nice. We shouldn't either. These experiments are not pleasant, but there are ways to carry them out in a much more humane and compassionate way. They could mean success. You need to use all the tools in your arsenal if you want to have the best chance of success. I know you're right. I just don't like it very much. However, I'll trust your judgment for now. Thank you for coming here. I know you're worried that Danzo might attack us. You're very brave. Kabuto laughed and Naruto pouted. But I knew there was nothing I could do to stop him. Kabuto would still have fun if Naruto ever tried to comfort him or something like that. What's our next move, Naruto-kun? We have broken our command. Suddenly a lot more routes are open to us. Don't get excited. I don't trust anyone here or Danzo too much. If anyone could find a way to trick my empathy, it would be him. I have agents gathering as much information on the Jinchuriki as they can, and I convinced the Sundai to let me send agents to convince Rossi the Jinchuriki of the 4 lines of deserting. But what a good thing I didn't tell him that I myself would go out to talk to Rossi. Kabuto paused in his writing and turned to Naruto with a serious face. That's a terrible idea. If something were to happen to you, I know, but I have to doing it. He wouldn't trust anyone else. This is something I have to do myself. Kabuto frowned and Naruto grimaced as he got angry. Kabuto's anger was like a snake coiled tight and poisonous. Kabuto was a dangerous man, and he was almost as emotional as an Uchiha. It just took more than most for him to lose his cool. Who are you taking with you? Root agents? Yes, but I'm not going like Konoha. Kabuto blinked, and his surprise dulled his going a little. Naruto sighed a little. He hated bothering those he that was close. Are you going to go like Naruto Uzumaki? How is that going to work? Naruto grimaced and looked away as he idly traced a seal inside your manga. Well, they'll have the Huning exams tomorrow, and I'm going to sneak in and try them. Then they'll have to make me a jounin. Kabuto groaned, and Naruto grimaced again. The only thing worse than Kabuto's anger was his anxiety, and he was rising sharply. Right now you haven't given me much time. Naruto-kun, make some shadow clones. We're going to have a few hours of studying before you jump into something you're not prepared for. Shika-kun. Nara watched as the nominees for the Hing exam, they sat one by one. The Jounin exam was a promotion option for Chunin to Kibetsu Hin, who felt they were ready for advancement but had not been promoted on their Hokage's own initiative. It was primarily for the use of those who needed to prove their capacity, such as the Jounin exam was much more secretive than the ostentatious and public Chunin exams as such. It also had an incredibly smaller pool of examinees. There were only about a dozen applicants, but the nature of the exam divided them into cells of 4. The group I was supervising contained Chunin Sanko Mitarashi Karina and Yui Sato and Cab to Kibetsu Jounin AHE. The Jounin exams only come once every 2 years, and for good reason. They were incredibly grueling, and if offered every 6 months, they could be more harmful rather than beneficial to the village's strength. Followed the same formula for the Chunin exams, but was much less lenient. There was a 300-question exam for the first part of the Jounin exam. Each examinee received a specialized packet the day before the exam that had 70 out of the 300 questions. Each examinee was given different questions in the time leading up to the exam. They were expected to decipher the answers that had been provided to them, and they would have to use their skills to compile the other answers. Of course, this left 20 questions that had not been provided to no examinee, and to pass the exam you could only fail 10 questions. Followed the same formula for the Chunin exams, but it was much less lenient. There was a 300-question exam for the first part of the Hin exam. Each examinee received a specialized package the day before to the exam, which had 70 questions out of 300. Each examinee was given different questions in the time leading up to the exam. They were expected to decipher the answers that had been provided to them, and they would have to use their skills to compile the other answers of course. This left 20 questions that had not been provided to any examinee, and to pass the exam, you could only fail 10 questions. Followed the same formula for the Chunin exams, but it was much less lenient. There was a 300 question exam for the first part of the Jouni exam. Each examinee received a specialized package the day before the exam, which had 70 questions out of the 300. Each examinee was given different questions in the time leading up to the exam. They were expected to decipher the answers that had been provided to them, and would have to use their skills to compile the other answers of course. This left 20 questions that had not been provided to any examinee, and to pass the exam you could only fail 10 questions. Each examinee received a specialized packet the day before the exam that had 70 questions out of the 300. Each examinee was given different questions in the time before. They were expected to decipher the answers that had been provided to them, and they would have to use their skills to compile the other answers of course. This left 20 questions that had not been provided to any examinee, and to pass the exam, they could only fail 10 questions. Each examinee received a specialized packet the day before the exam, which had 70 questions out of the 300. Each examinee was given different questions in the time leading up to the exam. They were expected to decipher the answers that had been provided to them, and would have to use their skills to compile the other answers of course. This left 20 questions that had not been provided to any examinee, and to pass the exam, you could only fail 10 questions. The first exam only lasted an hour. Shikaku thought this was the easiest test of all, but many they blamed this part of the exam for why it took them so long to be promoted. This year's group of students entered without saying a word and sat down at their desks. They sat up and prepared to observe them more closely. Each examinee began his work in silence. Exam. This was not the first time A8 had taken the Jounin exam 2 years ago. He had been promoted to Tokov Betsu Jounin because of how well he did. His swordsmanship and stealth had been exemplary, but his jutsu and ninjutsu had been quite poor. I was also fighting against a chronic illness that he had been progressively suffering from. Is not the best material for Jin, but his will and ambition were slowly compensating for him. Hana Mitarashi, Karina and Yu were too young, tuning with something to prove. Most of the town knew Hank Mitarashi, even him. It was hard to believe that she didn't know of her sensei Orochimaru's true nature, but she fueled her resentment and anger into sarcasm, disrespect and an impulse to make anyone who doubted her literally eat crow. In the case of a very loud civilian, drunk Anko was determined to rank up as fast as she could. Next to her was Kurenai. Kurenai was an esteemed genjutsu user who had quickly gained fame throughout the village for her skill with the art. With the loss of most of the Uchiha village had been pushing for genjutsu users to rise in rank to teach the next generation. That was enough, besides being one of Anko's only friends, for her to take the exam. Lastly, there was Sato and fit, a 6-year-old tuning. It was quite surprising to see him push for advancement so late in his tuning career. He had been an instructor at the academy and seemed content to stay there, but he submitted his application on time and got in. Shikaku doubted that anyone in this group would pass the entire exam. They were all quite skilled. Most of them just lacked the necessary experience they still had to gain, but they would get a taste of what it means to be a hin, and hopefully that would inspire them to continue. They were about 15 minutes into the exam when Shikaku noticed something strange. Sato was acting unusual. Each shinobi had a dossier, a file that included previous exams, mission statistics, confirmed deaths, personal history, and behavioral missives. Sato was not behaving as his file had led Shikaku to expect. It was possible that the file didn't know all the secrets of a shinobi, but the behavior shouldn't be so out of place. It was noted that Saito was an academic, but he was also supposed to be anxious. He almost failed his first tuning exam due to his nerves. However, of the 4, Sato was the most sensible, and he was flying through the exam that it could almost be ruled out, assuming he had just studied his questions well and other general areas, except he was just looking at his paper and wasn't cheating. The other 3 were being clever, but Shikaku could more or less determine how they were managing. It was likely that Yui and mimed if they had exchanged answers previously. A8 was taking notes of what the other 2 were writing in their margins, and it seemed that Anko had sent a snake before the start of the exam, and it was coiled around a beam over Sato and A8. While all this was happening, Sato was sitting writing. His eyes didn't leave his page, and he was almost done with his test. After another 5 minutes, Sato stopped writing and put down his pencil. The other 3 test takers stopped and looked up as he turned his papers over and sat up straight on his seat. Shikaku didn't blame them, but still took note of it. It seemed that Sato's belief in his answers was unsettling them. If it wasn't that, then they hadn't been as quick to secure Sato's answers as they had hoped to have been. There were still 40 minutes left. After, however, this would be a good lesson for them if they failed, because they had made an assumption about the performance of one of their opponents. Then it would be as good a metaphor as any for underestimating an opponent on the field. Any chance they had before was now severely damaged. Diminished, it was imperative to get the 70 questions that the other examinees had and bet on the 20 that no one knew, even if they got half of Sato's answers. There were 55 answers left. Terrible odds for this level of exam. The questions were not easy. Shikaku had taken care of that. Sato was sitting still, calmly looking ahead. Shikaku didn't know how, but this wasn't Sato. Of course he didn't make any external signal to alert the other three. If a shinobi snuck into the Hin exams, then he had the ability to take them. There wasn't any rule prohibiting new Chunin or even Geinin from honestly participating in the exam. Was simply too dangerous. However, whoever this shinobi was doing quite well. That being said, what they also did really depended on the results of their exam. Anyway, it would be interesting to see how this plays out. Time passed incredibly slowly for the two kunoichi as A8 finished her exam with 15 minutes to spare. Mitarashi barely had enough time to put down her pencil before the timer ran out or time report to the Hokage Tower for the second part of the exam. The four of them stood up and walked out. He waited until the door closed before walking over and grabbing Sato's exam. He scanned it and chuckled. Perfect score. Whoever it was out. This shinobi was good. Shikaku got up and headed to the Hokage Tower. He usually returned home after finishing his work, but this was proving to be interesting for once. Anko walked next to Karina and behind Sato and A8. The test, there was no she had come out like her or Karina and they had planned, and she was upset. She remembered Sato. He had been something of a bully when she joined the academy. He had been jealous that Orochimaru had chosen her as his apprentice. Of course, after his sensei's defection, Sato smugly ridiculed her and questioned her own loyalty. She had told herself that it was just because he was an inferior shinobi and would not ascend to anything higher than an academy instructor. That was what helped her overcome his bullying and the rumors he spread about her inferiority. Then he came in and fucked not only her, but also Karina and Yate in that exam. Well, it really pissed her off. There was no way Sato of all people could have finished the exam so quickly and approved. So just I was trying to sabotage the follow one more time. You need to calm down, Anko, she growled and rolled her eyes at Kurenai. Prim Serena Ice Queen Kurenai, her best friend. You know, he not only fucked me back there, you also stuck the short end of the stick there. He scarred us there. It doesn't matter that we do it too now. There is no way I have enough questions to prove, so that reflects badly on us as hopeful young people. Don't give me that we would be fine if he hadn't. It's not just his fault, Anko. We should have done better to get her answers while she was vulnerable, and we didn't. Anko gritted her teeth and looked away. She hated every time Kurenai was right, which she often was. I'm going to give her a piece of my mind, Kurenai sighed, but she sped up before her friend could try to stop her. She quickly passed by Yate, who gave her an amused smile, and caught up with Sato, who was walking emotionlessly down the street. Hey Sato, what the hell was that back there? Sato looked at her, and it was almost like he didn't know who she was. Idiot, I was pretending like they had never met. Something like that. I apologize, my Tar-Sison. I didn't realize that ending so quickly would prevent your test. Nonsense, Sato. And really, my Tar-Sison, do you think being polite is going to work now, after calling me Zora's Piente all these years? Oh no. But I mean, we're both Konoha shinobi, right? Maybe we could just start over on a new sheet. Anko would have laughed at her audacity if she wasn't so upset. Go ahead and fit in. Why the hell do you think I'd start over again after all that you've done? Sato actually seemed to grimace. Or was it a joke? Before nodding his head. I apologize for my behavior, my Thalasis. I didn't treat you like a fellow shinobi, and that's embarrassing of me. I promise to try better. Keep an open mind in the future after this exam. I will do my best to stay out of your way as best as I can and not cause you any more problems. Anko couldn't process what Sato was saying. She had known him for years, and this was a complete reversal than she had been expecting. She didn't know how to respond directly, so she settled for looking at him and pushed harshly. If this is another prank and it fits, then I'm going to hit you so hard it will make the last one look like a prank training session. She didn't wait a response. He turned around and walked agitatedly towards Kurenai. What happened? He apologized. Kurenai blinked in shock, and Anko was relieved that she wasn't the only one who didn't expect that from Sato. The instructor may have been a decent teacher, but he wasn't a very good person. He had almost been arrested by Uchiha for trying to start a mutiny before the Uchiha massacre happened. He didn't have many friends. Maybe he's trying to make a new start with this exam. Anko, I don't think he's Sato, and Cade called me Meyer-Sison. Something is going on here, and I intend to find out what. Anko kept her eyes on Sato as they approached the Hokage Tower, the most defended buildings within the town for several reasons. In addition to being the symbolic source of strength for the town, it also housed most of the confidential documents, the prohibited jutsu and the lists of shinobi. It was also the office of the Hokage himself. In addition to all that, there were cells in the sub-levels of the tower that could house prisoners of interest to the people. Today they house more than 18 captured spies, most of whom belonged to Orochimaru, truth be told, had already passed through you and were now going to be the young aspirant second test. The aspirants would have an hour to break the prisoners and find out what information they had already provided. The spies into the village, the toughest shinobi, had been selected from the halls of you, those who would see helping a low-rank shinobi of the leaf as an insult, those who would actually make a good test. The examinees had 1 hour, and if they didn't have success, they would fail. Of course they would go on to the next exam, but then they would find out if they passed or failed to become hin they had. To pass all 3 by a respectable margin, scraping through 2 exams wouldn't be enough. Sarutobi had come to see how the exam was going. Hin watched as all the examinees came in and settled in from their observation window. They would be kept under observation and they would be released one at a time to break their prisoners. Yuzin was taken out of his observation when Shiken Nara stood next to him. "Hokage-sama, I have something to report." "Oh, go ahead." Nason Shikaku bowed his head slightly and handed him a folder. The results of the first exam. As he took them, he couldn't help but notice the interest in the Nara's eyes. That meant that this mystery was important. He looked at the results and raised an eyebrow. Of the 3 groups, there were 3 scores perfect. It seems that our Chunin are more skilled than we thought. These 3 candidates achieved perfect scores in an almost identical way. Very unusual. What suspicions, he observed as the veteran Jounin sighed and looked at the report. "I suspect an undercover agent who has not been given a rank. Jounin officer wants to claim what he thinks he deserves." It was not an unheard of situation in the history of the village. Similar scenarios had happened. There were almost a dozen cases of that same phenomenon this time. However, it made Hiruzen nervous. He immediately thought of someone he hoped his pupil was not planning anything that he had not discussed with his tutor. The boy was already deeper in the life of a shinobi than he had wanted for his age, but he would respect the boy's decisions if this were Naruto. Then he would give him an unbiased evaluation and objective of his exams. He only hoped that the boy would be able to handle the responsibility he was putting on his shoulders. His stomach sank even more when Ibiki entered the room with a frown. "Hokage-sama, this Sato and Kabe has to be in disguise. What happened?" He came in the room. He asked his target a single question that was not even answered and he left. When interrogating him, he provided the requested information. "I think the Sato stole the information beforehand." "Or yes." And Vicky, the veteran interrogator, coughed lightly into his hand and looked towards his Kage. "Is the shinobi you have randomly testing?" The Yamanaka Shikaku looked up sharply at that, observing the Sundaime carefully. Even he didn't know much about Agent Konoha Shikaku had 3 possible candidates for the identity of the terrifying censor and was interested in discovering the true identity from Toshinobi. Yuzin couldn't contain the sigh that left his lips. "My thoughts exactly. And Vicky, I wonder how the rest of the examinees will fare." The final part of the Jounin exam was scheduled to take place at one of the Jounin training camps. These they were much harder to find and access than normal training grounds and minimized any stray civilians or unlucky genin stumbling upon an active training ground. Anko marched furiously past dinner and to training ground 22, a large valley on the outskirts of the north of the village territory. Ahead of them once again was Sato and Kabe. Thanks to their training with Orochimaru, as well as their own natural inclinations, Anko was confident of having the best performance in the interrogation exam. She knew that Kurenai was also damn good with her twisted genjutsu, but Hanko's style required less time and less effort, a little more messy but extremely efficient. So Hanko took it a little personally when she came out and saw that 3 others had completed their interrogations. Before her, one of them was Ikeib. She had the nerve to nod her head when she arrived, as if they were actually starting over. She almost tripped when Karina pushed her and her friend almost glared at her and rolled her eyes with a huff. She tried her best to calm down and relax. He began to make a mental list of all his hidden seals and weapons. Everyone knew what the 3rd exam would be. An all-out fight was unspoken among those who would group up in their teams of 4 against the other 2, but Anko was eager to give him a lick or two. Then Fitz in the Alakura saw him tense a little and look at her unconsciously. She looked away as soon as she realized they had made eye contact, and Anko's stomach sank. She knew that Sato and Kabe were not the sensing type. Those who were gifted with the ability to feel chakra in his environment were the most adept at sensing killing intent. Thinking about how ways she could stab him non-lethally, it wasn't necessarily killing intent, but it still remained a type of sensor could distinguish passing impulses of premeditated fantasies of mutilation. Whoever was walking in front of them was not the master who couldn't sense her if he was 6 inches behind him. Not only that, but he had now just alienated anyone who could have remained disguised as another shinobi throughout the whole thing. The exam, the imposter knew that he still had the intention of ambushing him, and the shinobi were a paranoid group. He would not be able to convince them that his intentions had changed. With a silent growl, he began to indicate to Karina and that his original plans would have to change. Unfortunately, they would have to leave AA to defend themselves, since Sato's impostor would assume that the 3 of them were on board to eliminate him. He tried to ignore Karina's glare, and as they quickly exchanged signed messages, whoever this infiltrator was, Anko was going to have some harsh words with them about how really they had managed to screw up his Jounin exam. They would definitely be buying him some dango at least. Naruto quickly surveyed the battlefield. They had been led to training ground 22. It was one of the 5 places Kabuto had predicted would be He would use it based on the information that a handful of Rod's agents had provided to Naruto. It was one of the smaller training grounds and would force the examinees to remain locked up during combat. He squirmed as the aggression around him strengthened the negative emotions he felt. These shinobis allowed the overwhelm were almost astonishing. It was taking all of his training up to this point not to react visibly to each and every violent thought. Kurama was proud of him, he believed, but he remained silent so as not to distract him. His senses were going crazy, but that was well, it was giving him time to get used to them because when the fight started, it would only get worse. They were all lined up and Kakashi appeared before everyone. Everyone stood firmer as a sign of attention. Kakashi had only gained a more mythical status after he disappeared from the public eye. Naruto felt Kakashi's eye bathe in him and he swallowed hard. He knew both he and Jiji knew he was in the exam. He gritted his teeth and held his head. Sato's head was held high. He would make them proud. He would prove that he couldn't be anything but a Junin. He could help the people. He would help the people. Examined. Everyone has an hour to express their experience in combat. Here are the rules: no killing, no jutsu, forbidden, no abandoning the arena. The wind whistled through the valley while everyone took a breath to calm down. Begin the battle. Or in the space of a second the groups had already separated, 3 groups all facing each other. Of course that lasted only a moment before everything changed. Anko and Kurenai jumped away from Hayate and Naruto, forming 4 groups. It was then that Naruto took advantage of that moment of surprise from the other 2 groups and A8 to release his other 2 shadow clones on the other 2 groups and replaced himself with a nearby rock when a volley of shuriken passed through where his body had been a breath before. Things went from aggressive to vicious. Most of it could be left at Naruto's feet, but the 2 kunoichi had not helped. Tensions rose when the other 2 groups realized that their cells of 4 had been reduced to cells of 3 and the kunoichi's retreat incriminated as also involved. If the 3 absent shinobi reappeared along with the kunoichi, that would make a cell of 5 applicants against 2 cells of 3 and alone Yate. 1 cell went after Ano and Kurenai while the other launched itself towards A8 was smart. Eliminate the threats visible and keep your eyes open for ambushes or traps. Naruto normally would have capitalized on his paranoia and stayed hidden until the other 2 cells weakened each other before breaking in normally, but he wanted to leave his mark. He wanted to be noticed. He wanted to be remembered. He had to avoid rolling his eyes as Kurama laughed in the back of his mind. Naruto dropped suing and clasped his hands. Kaj Buin Sin no Jutsu. 20 clones spawned at his sides and jumped towards Adante silently. They rushed forward to face the members of both cells as they stayed behind waiting for ambushes. Ironically, they were the easiest targets. Naruto closed his eyes and relaxed for a second while the shadow clones created a relay of empathy. It was a side effect of the jutsu that had never been observable before. Each clone had their empathy. The more clones he had at a time, the faster his empathy was processed and turned into reflexes. The first time he used the jutsu it had left him with a huge headache, but with training he had minimized it. His clones fell on the 11 shinobi with efficiency, which he had learned from his days in Anbu. Each cell he had to deal with a new cell of 5 men, felt his confusion when a boat of children invaded the battlefield and felt it turn to panic when his clones immediately incapacitated 2 ninjas, 1 Abiram and the other Nara. Only a few shinobi had noticed him and his clones and those 2 had been the most dangerous to him. If Nara had been a little faster she could possibly have gotten the rest of the examinees to join in the fakes. As it was, his clones were slowly being pushed on the defensive when the 3 cells of 2 men and A8 began to thin out the herd. The shadow clones were meant for reconnaissance. 1 good hit was all it took to take them out. The blades they flew through the air and blood was spilled as the groups were driven together. His clones worked together perfectly and began to react before his enemies could physically react. He watched him passively as 1 hapless Chunin was beaten by 5 clones who managed to isolate him before continuing. After 2 clones kicked his knees with axes and destroyed them, his screams were silenced by a dispassionate kick to the head. These were allies after all. Quite brutal. Naruto-kun, are you sure this is the path you want to travel? Look at all the pain. What causes who you are supposed to protect? I have to follow the rules of this world. If I want to change it, it doesn't justify my actions, Kuram-kun, but I have to do what I can. This is what I was trained to do, and it will allow me to help the fastest Biju. I ever had the intention to dominate your life with this purpose that you jealously fight for. I just wanted to show you the truth of this life. Knowing the truth and not acting on it is like evil infects the air to breathe. That apathy, I can feel the hatred that resides within everyone. We know how cruel inaction really is. This is my choice, Kurama. Millions have ignored your pain and that of your brothers. If I am going to be the soul that will make a difference, I have to act with every ounce of my being. You are my family. This is what family does for others, what you have already done for me. Behind you. Naruto pushed his head to the side, dodging the kuna, and that would have torn the chunk of his ear off and fallen from the tree branch in which he had been hiding. In front of him was A8 with Anko and Sina, and on each side a child. What the hell are they thinking now? No, Anko, don't underestimate. Naruto jumped towards Adante, and once again he took advantage of the fact that someone underestimated him. A8 went to take a hit and Naruto flowed smoothly under his sword. Like he was an amateur, A8 lost his grip on his sword as Naruto slashed his wrists and broke his grip. He immediately spun and kicked the sword. The chakra-infused strike sent him out of bounds. Anko immediately pushed A8 away back, and the three got into taijutsu stances. Naruto identified them as snake-style willow stance and village-style stance. Honi took his position and heard them gasp as the Uchiha Interceptor's stance instilled fear and disbelief in them. His blue eyes looked at them coldly, mocking them with their lack of dojutsu. All the tuning fools hoping to get a promotion tried to learn Interceptor taijutsu and use it to take advantage of their infamy. When the clan was still getting stronger, the Hinya would actually teach the stance to any Chunin or Jounin dumb enough to ask the Uchiha, then he would laugh if someone tried to use it in combat, especially if it was an ace for an exam. You couldn't use the stance without the Sharingan. Naruto and Itachi had discovered that you could actually use the interceptor without the Sharingan. You just needed some other form of prediction to replace it. A8 showed a smug smile and ran towards it. Dante Anko followed closely behind him. Those two did not have the hesitation that Kurenai felt was his first mistake. A8's willow stance was based on flexibility, just like the Anko's snake style, and the interceptor responded with strong grabs and shoves that caused them to lose their balance with rapid, debilitating blows that hit when they couldn't react. Kurenai entered the fray in an effort to defend his allies. Naruto could easily predict their attacks just by their movements. Taijutsu was definitely not his strong suit. He blinked as Kurama broke a genjutsu and realized it had almost opened for a final blow from Anko. The promising genjutsu missed. Soft Kano was deadly. That level of illusion approached the level of Itachi himself. Anko screamed when Naruto deflected her blow and quickly broke his wrist. He jumped up and towards the tree branches while Aichi was trying to hit him blindly. She broke my wrist, I'm going to kill him. Anko no Mitarashi's anger and frustration that had been bubbling up this whole time overcame her better senses and forced her to jump immediately after him. She found herself face to face with three clones that were attacking her. They attacked as soon as she was within reach. She dodged and hit, destroying one. The second stepped back a bit as the third managed to latch onto her waist. Instead of trying to regain her balance, the clone pushed against a branch and launched them into the air and over the cliff. Screamed as the third clone descended on them with a brutal donkey kick that folded her in half and sent them flying towards the stones below. Naruto watched anxiously as Heiei regrouped with Kurenai. The genjutsu specialist could be a thorn in the side. Her side, she was the one most likely to eliminate him from the rest of the Jounin. It seemed like she didn't like how he had treated her friend, and she was getting angry. She was scary. No wonder Asuma was so in love with her. That being said, her clones were starting to slow down a bit. That wouldn't work. Kajbunin no Jutsu. The two Jin cursed and jumped back when 50 clones suddenly appeared and swarmed the battlefield. The original somewhere between them. Who the hell is this guy? Karina snorted in exasperation. A8, he is Hokage's pupil, the Uzumaki. How do you know that? Karina opened her mouth to respond and then closed it, trying not to blush. She still didn't feel comfortable with how close she had become to Asuma. Her teammate became a friend. Well, her attention was brought back to the present when Yates pushed her backwards out of the way of Akuna, who would have severed her hand at the wrist. He was constantly retreating on the defensive. Naruto was pressing the offensive with ruthless zeal. He had practiced with Asuma long enough to spy on the telltale signs of wind chakra. The boy wasn't extending it as far as Asuma's trench knives, but his Tsukunai might not have been made of the right metal. It was still lethal and couldn't be blocked directly. That was the important thing she had spied. As her clones had reduced the competition in the other cells at the end of this exam, there would be many injured shinobi. Some of the others were still up and fighting a final group of 3 ninjas against a horde of 30 clones. It was absurd. She knew rank clone ninjutsu B. She could make a single clone she had believed to be incredibly powerful, and one of her most unexpected assets she had actually planned to show off in these exams, weaving a combination of genjutsus at the same time. Therefore she was incredibly intimidated by the number of clones she was generating. The boy in front of her were strong. Naruto was a small army of his own. She jumped on a clone and kicked him towards another ganger doppel. She was suddenly knocked down. A body crashed into her and almost put a kunai on her before realizing that it was Heiei's bleeding body. He could feel the clones taking position around him and he readied his kunai. He was about to jump to face them when a huge cloud of smoke erupted beneath a nearby cliff. A bruised and bleeding Anko appeared standing on the ground. Head of a huge green snake. He watched as the clones seemed to respond as one with a start. He realized that somehow whatever one observed the others would also do. His heart fell. Anko dissipated as many clones as you could, tried to make his way through the clones towards Anko. She slashed 2 before a third grabbed her. She swung her knife on her arm and was shocked when blood flew from the wound. Real Naruto wasted no time disarming her and swung his own kunai at her chest. She replaced herself at the last second with her fallen weapon, another feat she had anticipated showing off to the examinees. She swooped in and disarmed Naruto, as well as all the seals he had in his bag. She watched him frown as he put away the stack of seals. I'm sorry, Naruto-kun. Asuma may have told me that you Have taken after his father in many ways, such as hiding an arsenal of weapons. Your abilities have been impressive, but you must be careful. And Sato, now Samanko's curse deep down, gave Karina a little hope that her invocation could have eliminated the 30 clones at once. It seems that they were the last 3 ninjas standing. The 2 helpless and the boy who in no way I had the intention of entering the exam whether I succeeded or failed. I was sure that the story of this test would go around the town. Asuma always spoke very highly of you, Karina. I think he has feelings for you. The young man looked her in the eyes with a focus that wavered on the disturbing. You should tell him your fears about getting into a relationship at this stage of your career and your unresolved feelings for me. Tarsaisan Kurani's eyes widened in shock at the secret she had never told out loud, only to see Naruto's hands glowing with sickly green chakra and run towards her. He engaged in taijutsu, and she tried to avoid his fists as best she could, but inevitably one made contact. She felt a stabbing pain in her leg as she collapsed beneath her. The blow left no blemishes or tears, but she still felt her muscles stop responding. Chikura Nesu chakra scalpels. I still don't have the control to use them for their intended purpose, but with them I am never unarmed. After this first alert the medical ninjas, this shouldn't take much longer. 3 more blows followed, and Kurenai couldn't escape, her limbs lying useless on the ground. She had never felt so helpless, all at the hands of a child who wasn't even 10 years old. I'm sorry for scaring you so much, Kurenai-san. I promise I won't tell anyone your secrets. I alone were too scary. Your genjutsu skills are amazing. Ichikan would have been impressed. He couldn't help but stare as the boy turned around and put his hands together. Only one opponent was standing. He realized that against his own warnings to his teammates. Before, he underestimated his abilities at all times. Kajinjutsu, and when 200 more clones appeared around the summoning of the giant serpent, Kurenai realized that he had not stopped underestimating him. End of the chapter. If you liked it, subscribe and activate the bell. A breeze blew idly as Naruto looked at the summoned lie beneath his feet. He regretted not focusing more clones on her from the beginning. She was reckless, powerful and cunning. She was a student of a Sannin. Naruto had many discussions about the Sannin with the Sundai, their strengths and weaknesses. Kabuto was especially distrustful of Orochimaru. Tsunade was a Senju Jiraiya, was her father's sensei. Anko would have learned directly from the mouth of one of the best. She could feel his anger like a bonfire. He had enraged that was almost as bad as good. The summons rushed towards Adante and eliminated 20 clones at a time. The remaining army wasted no time and ran towards the imposing snake. The clones grouped themselves into squads and acted as one. They divided into squads of long range, medium range, short range, and sensors. He would have to thank Anko for such a challenge, and the Sundai for preparing him for it. The Sannin were known as such for a single feat, fighting salamanders. Anzo to a stop through their teamwork and summoning. Hiruzen had admitted without his summons that his students would have fallen like so many others to the power of the salamander. His use of summons was so integral to his styles that his nicknames were the Sannin Toad, the Sannin Slug, and the Sannin Serpent. The summons changed the game, and the summoners were fiercely protected resources from their villages. Naruto had been taught how to deal with them. In fact, he had taught himself the best way to fight a summon was to banish it. Where the snake came from was an armored giant, but Hanko didn't. Naruto sacrificed dozens of clones just to have a single squad on the snake's back. Anko wasted no time in engaging them. She fluidly dodged their chakra scalpels with terrifying speed. Each time she moved forward to attack, a hail of kuna and shuriken intercepted her. She had to stay alert and prevent her from synchronizing with her summoning. It breaks her rhythm and breaks her synergy. The snake roared beneath her entire squads, falling to her thrusts. Anko stopped the clones, only to hear the rustle of paper as she threw back. Her eyes widened when she saw the edge of a seal, and her heart froze as the esoteric markings flashed and ran up her leg with a burst of smoke. Her summon disappeared beneath her. Naruto watched as the Chunin looked at the 120 clones that surrounded her. Her breathing was irregular, and her anger slowly grew. Beyond normal aggression, hatred was overcoming her. She was consumed by it. Naruto felt gagging at how strong he was. Give up, Anko, healthy, otherwise I won't be marked. Take it off. Naruto was paralyzed as he watched Anko charge at the nearest clone. His hatred reached its peak, and then he screamed in agony and collapsed to the ground, clutching his neck, his hands. The scream sounded like some buried memory or a forgotten dream, and Naruto felt great sadness emanate from Kurama as she began to sob and writhe. He snapped out of his trance and ran to her side. He was there in a moment and his clones quickly joined him. He removed the summoning interruption seal when she didn't calm down and continued to scream in pain. Naruto closed his eyes and allowed his enhanced senses to envelop Anko. He could feel every darkness within her. He understood her and knew her on such a deep level. It felt bad, too easy. All his little quirks, all his bitterness and regret, pity, fear, hate. He eventually located the source of the trauma. He pulled the jacket off his shoulder and saw the throbbing, shifting seal on his neck. His emotions were a hurricane of blind hatred and rage, but through the tempest was able to discern its origin. Orochimaru, a cursed seal, so Kabuto had taught her about them. Naruto knew she had one, but he didn't think she would be so reactive. Anko was struggling violently on the ground, her blood was stained on the ground. Her clones tried to hold her steady. She opened her brush and ink and tried to clear his mind. Never before had he used his empathy so closely with someone in so much pain, and it was hard to stay calm. He wet his and moved to start, then hesitated. The exam is still happening. I'm supposed to act like a jounin. She is not a leaf Kunoichi right now. She is my enemy. If I help her, that will affect Naruto. Come listen to me now. Naruto's hand stopped when his best friend's words spoke so passionately from within him. I have no love for most of the human race. The hatred I have for them will last for centuries to come. But look at her, girl. She is truly suffering. You can stop it. You can ease her pain. Be a force of compassion. As my father wished that my brothers and I would be. Do not compare what you gain with inaction with what is correct. Yes, thank you. With a calm mind, Naruto quickly began to write down the seals that he had casually discussed with Kabuto in all his conversations and plans. Removing this seal, it hadn't been a priority, but as he worked to undo it, he realized that there should have been fact. Orochimaru's sins were not his to pay, nor even Kabuto to repent, but it was wrong to leave him alone in this world, and Naruto was pretty sure that he was the only one in the village who could have fixed it. That's why Hanko suffered, and that was his fault. Would begin by amplifying the strength of the original containment seal. He had to adjust to her spasms as his clones held her down. She had just lost her senses from the pain and had been reduced to shuddering on the ground. He activated the additional containment and she pulled loudly, and her body he stopped. She so softly before her breathing evened out. When she lost consciousness, she relaxed and his clones moved her to a more comfortable position and rested her head on his lap to better work on the seal. Naruto would have considered stopping him there, but the Kurama's words and his own guilt had made it impossible. He was removing this cursed seal no matter the cost. He began to create the required sealing array when he realized that Sundai, Kakashi and a few others were suddenly behind him. It seemed that the exam had finished. Is enough, Naruto-kun. Naruto didn't hesitate when Kakashi rested a hand on his shoulder, but continued with his work. Naruto resisted the urge to scold his older brother for touching him while he was drawing an unfinished seal. I'm helping her. I'm getting that seal off her back. Was placed by Chimaru from San Antunan. That hoarse voice could only be a Biki. Naruto had only encountered him as the Konoha agent, so he didn't expect him to realize that he wasn't a real shinobi, but he was almost disappointed that the torture leader interrogation wouldn't have realized who he really was. Oh, not only did he have a soft spot for his little protege, it seemed like he had sponsored and encouraged Hanko for this exam and was wary of the repercussions of Naruto's actions against Orochimaru's work. His respect for the man grew up. That's why I'm not a chunin, and I know if this was the work of Totsan and I wouldn't dare, but I should be able to handle this. Naruto felt his disbelief. Even Hyuzen's, but smiled when Kakashi slowly let go of them and took a step back when the Hokage spoke. Was not for Naruto's benefit. Let's see what he has in store. Naruto felt pride flow through him and his smile grew wider when he began to write. This would be his truth raw test, not only as a sealer, but also as a jounin. Began by taking 5 minutes to observe the seal, time he would never have had in the field. The seal was evil, and anyway, a work of art. Took advantage of the negative emotion of the user and had other purposes. It was violent. Twisted Naruto's disdain for Orochimaru grew, and thoughts of what exactly he would like to do to the snake summoner were only met with a pleasant growl from Kurama. Listening to stories, it was one thing to feel Kabuto's fear and Hyuin's regret, it was another thing. This was almost too much. As the seconds passed, he became more and more frustrated. The seal mechanisms were all wrong. It was just an upgrade seal that housed something. It was more like his own dead repurposal than anything else. Kurama realized. She realized what she was missing before she could piece it together and was growling in pure shock and disgust. Her soul, he has implanted his soul inside her, Orochimaru's soul, or a fragment of it inside another person without her consent. Disgusting, degrading, an act born from the shinobi world. His mind was filled with possibilities. The soul had to be erased to remove the mark that he knew if he expelled it, it would perish, it would form a weak body, or attach itself to another host. Another Orochimaru would threaten anyone in the village, everyone except him. It housed the nine-tailed fox. Its seal could contain the shadow of the Sannin. No matter how twisted it may be, it is the only path we can take right now. I will handle it from within. Naruto-kun, I am proud of you. Naruto's eyes narrowed as he worked. There was no specific seal for this. The transfer of a soul from a host to a seal. Jinchuriki would have to improvise. That was his favorite part of sealing. Be careful. You almost killed us the last time you improvised. I got it, big baby. Yes, 5 minutes of dissecting a seal. It was a long time, taking 30 minutes to remove a series of seals. It was a lifetime. When he completed the last brushstroke, he took a deep breath that he didn't know he needed and allowed his senses to expand to their usual strength and range. He realized that most of the OS had been removed from the field and only a medical ninja remained hovering over a worried and stubborn Kurenai. It seemed that Hanko had more people who really cared about her than she realized. She closed her brush again and sighed. Someone must have kept Hano slept while working. A subtle genjutsu from Kakashi that wouldn't have interfered with his sealing was his best guess. I must admit Naruto-kun had never seen a seal like this. Naruto chuckled sheepishly at the unasked question. Honestly Gigi, I just figured it out. In Ventabiki's concern and distrust pissed like the sun took a step and opened his mouth but was frozen in place by a quick glance from Huan. The old Kage sighed and did his best to review his students' work. Well, I must confess it seems like it will work. You intend to reseal it within the Yondai seal. He could have nodded, but he had already made up his mind not to lie to his guardian again, and not when the well-being of one of his shinobi was at stake. There is a fragment of Orochimaru inside the seal. That's what transferred me. Is the only way. Any other box would have denied Naruto. Not only was he not a true master of the seal, he was still not a true shinobi, and he was a Jinchuriki. Any chance of damaging one of the most powerful weapons in a village was a terrible idea. Naruto knew this. Kurama had taught him so much, but Huan Sarutobi just smiled with faith in his student and nodded his head. Do it. The seal activated and Naruto watched as a dark and sickly purple chakra began to flow from the neck. Anko's burning towards her stomach was similar to a condensed negative emotion. When he entered her chakra network, she gritted her teeth in pain and rested her forehead on Anko's. Kurama's chakra quickly overcame the bee intrusion and decomposed it, preventing it from fusing inside the seal. This will take time Naruto-kun, but I will strive to reduce his chakra so that his influence does not work at your whim. However, be careful. This will only end when you have completely absorbed every last trace of his chakra. I understand. Thank you. He sighed in relief when the process was completed and she was very happy at the fact that Anko's neck was not marked by the snake mark. She looked at those who were watching silently and smiled as tears fell down her face. I saved her. Torin and Fu worked quite well together. The benefits of Yamanaka's jutsus with Labum's special technique had been a great blessing to Danzo in the past. After Konoha took over, he sent them to the field. After evaluating their loyalty, they both understood of course they had been Danzo's personal bodyguards. Of all the root agents, they were the most likely to still resemble the Warhawk's loyalty. The fact that Konoha was even younger than Torin said a lot about his ability and skill as a shinobi. He even seemed to have the respect of Danzo. However, by making use of his abilities, he did more for the benefit of Konoha than removing them as Konoha had done with more insubordinate agents. That said, even the emotionless pair had some apprehension about their current mission. Locate Rossi Jinchuriki of the Yam in the middle of the Earth country. To get so far to the farmlands of Iowa had not been easy, and yet they had managed it. They had posed as young rice merchants, and so far it had worked wonders. The Torin bugs had spread out incredibly to find any trace of their enemy and had found his trail only to realize that he had found them. Trun and Fu worked quite well together, and that was the only thing that kept them alive as they fled from the angry Jinchuriki. Trun cursed as Fu knocked him out of the way of a drop of lava. You've sent the message to HQ, of course. How I look was cut off as the ground erupted around him and magma blocked his escape. Rossi's form slowly walked towards them. The lava. It was dripping from his body now. Why don't you guys sit still for a moment and tell me who sent you and what do you want? Trun gritted his teeth as Fu sighed. Defeated. Fu sat up and used his training to look emotionless. Trun wasn't as experienced as him. I wasn't. He had stopped all emotional conditioning. He was forced to contain his terror with every ounce of self-control he had. Our master sent us to find you. He wishes to speak with you too. Rosie snorted and crossed his arms. The older shinobi had red hair and an unamused expression on his face. He wasn't wearing the traditional attire of a shinobi. His armor was more consistent with the attire of the warling Plan's era than anything else. Yon Big Chance no to Son Goku. Trun almost bit his tongue when he realized that he and Zuu were held in the air by their necks, almost pressed against the lava wall. Trun couldn't help but marvel at the display of power, the control over the lava to not burn them, even from that distance. It was terrifying. The man was a monster. How does he know we don't know that name? But he would like to talk to you. He said that he and Kurama had something that would give you a favor and a deal. Fu spoke much better than Torin, because if it had been him who had opened his mouth, he was pretty sure he would have. Torin was sorry, not having been benched. Konoha, she was crazy. Danzo wouldn't have thrown away her assets so blatantly. They were going to die here because the kid had overestimated his hand and Rossi was going to call his bluff. And well, 1 week, that's all I'm going to give him. Trun and Funo waited to thank the kind Jinchuriki therein. Naruto stood at attention next to Karina and in the Hokage office they had bandaged her and repaired her tendons. Naruto had apologized and Kakashi had scolded him for using that technique against his fellow shinobi, but Karina had ignored the pervert's warnings and hugged him. She kindly smiled at him and praised him for the fight. She was pretty cool. He liked being around her. He could feel her nervousness while they were there and he almost envied her. He knew what it had been the verdict of the exam the moment he felt his Jiji's presence behind him on the field. That still didn't calm his own nerves when the Hokage of Konohagakure stood up and smiled at them. That was quite a sight, Kurenai. I wish to congratulate you and the Hay8's performance. Unfortunately, due to the first exam UNA8 will not be promoted to fully participate in this exam. Naruto made him ka, sensing her disappointment and embarrassment. She had desperately wanted to move through the ranks. Well, if the old man would hurry up. And not if he left her hanging, she wouldn't feel so bad. He realized that her annoyance must have been evident in her height when the old man chuckled and showed her a certificate. But your promotion to Toka Betsu Jounin is more than deserved. Kurenai smiled widely, and a little she cried, thank you Akama. And what about Anko Ch-sen? After much choice, she has also been promoted to Toka Jounin. You can tell her the news if you wish. If it was possible. Her smile only grew wider, and she bowed deeply. Thank you Akama Uzumaki. Naruto. Her smile disappeared, and an irrational nervousness invaded him once again. He knew he was going to be promoted J incomplete. It was impossible to surprise him, however he feared the answer anyway. Congratulations and proud to your sensei, hereby you are Mbrado Jounin of with. Back you have earned it. That is impossible to deny. Naruto cried. The tears threatened to overflow when his role model, the closest thing to a father, praised him, and the hidden message underneath that only he would be able to understand. Itachi would be so proud of you, son. He had to wait until Kurenai left to tell Anko the news, as the Anbu were suddenly dismissed before he could run forward and hug the man who had completely blessed his life. Thank you Gigi, I love you. I love you too. Love Naruto-kun. You have made us very proud. In that moment, he felt truly happy and focused. He was on the right path, and the path forward was clear to him. Now he was a tried and true shinobi of the leaf. It was time to get serious. Anko opened his eyes after making sure Kurenai was the only one in the room. She was in a hospital room. Apparently waking up after combat was always terrifying. Uncertainty and disorientation were dangerous. That's why recovering patients were left alone whenever it was possible. Kurenai must have been very worried about staying. Hey, how did the promotion go? She smiled as Kurenai smiled exasperatedly. You know Anko, it's good to see that your optimism is still strong. Anko smiled at her best and only friend. Yeah, well, I noticed from your face if you didn't get promoted, you would be a piece of. At this moment they both laughed and Kurenai slithered towards Adante and took his hand. You know, you really did your best in the end. I didn't know you could summon such a big snake. It's not about the size, Karina and Chan, but thanks for appreciating his thickness. He laughed out loud when Karina and hit her lightly. I'm serious Anko, you deserve to be promoted. I did it J incomplete. Yes, and he didn't play Betsu for both of us. Hanko smiled, but he didn't have his usual edge. He felt hollow. Half a step. She knew she could have given a better performance if that boy's memories of their fight came back to her immediately, and she moaned. Me complained J incomplete owes me something. Ango, regardless of when I put my hands on him. Anko, her friend's worried tone made her looking at her. Something in Karina's voice, and it was wrong. It was hard to tell if it was good or bad. Yes, what is good? Yes, Naruto-kun was promoted to J incomplete, but Naruto-kun, that kid is the reason we didn't pass the first Anko. At the end of the fight between the two of you, your seal acted, and then his blood ran cold and he gritted his teeth. Who saw him tried to kill me? No Anko. He took it away. The room was dominated by silence, and then Anko took away Kurenai's hand. Don't fuck with me with that Anko. It's gone now, and they said it was permanent. I tried to take it off. I cut the skin it was on. It was underneath. It can't be removed. But her friend was crying now, and she handed her a small mirror. Look, her hands were shaking when she grabbed the mirror. I didn't know it scared her more when she lifted it up to her neck, realizing that Kurenai was playing a cruel joke on her, or she was gone. All she saw was her pristine empty neck. Hers was free, and she had been unconscious for what would have been one of the moments happiest in his life. Where is he? Where do I find him? Or I will hit him, or I will kiss him, and I will do it now. So stop looking at me like that and tell me where I can find Naruto Uzumaki immediately. They better have given him Jounin for this. He didn't even notice who had started to cry before. Kurenai laughed and started crying harder when her friend hugged her. She realized that it was a sunny day outside. She had forgotten how bright the sun could be. It had been a long time since she had noticed it. The sky was so blue he didn't know whether to laugh or cry, so he sat there in his best friend's arms. He did both. Naruto trained like no other ninja before him. Every day he made 200 clones and sent them to predetermined study areas. Hikurama and the Hokage had talked quite in depth about the limits of his schedule and how much he should or should not push himself. Naruto could easily make 1000 clones a day, but to get the maximum effect, Kurama and Sarutobi had forced him to stick with 200 clones a day, who each trained for 6 hours, 100 hours of memories a day, plus their own memories piled on top. About a year and a half of training in 2 days. Now, in all fairness, in some areas, it was not the same. Muscle memory was almost completely lost in translation, so he himself wielded his taijutsu almost every day. Most of his clones focused on chakra control. Ninjutsu Konoha's libraries had been flooded with clones of Naruto endowed, and due to the frequency with which they were in, they had begun a recent social trend of increasing the popularity of reading. The town as a whole had become more literate, and book sales had started to skyrocket of course. Some clones were missing, the Yamanaka were getting upset. Naruto couldn't turn off his empathy, that was by design of course, but Kurama even admitted that it might have been a good idea to silence him from time to time. The Minwalker clan had heard about one of their own, who had the unfortunate pleasure of being in Naruto's Jounin exam, and they were out to catch him, and he was still steadfastly protecting his identity. But there were 200 shadow clones in the village every day most of the time. They were at Lokage's personal training camp, but the Yamanaka had begun to realize that the libraries were full of empaths, so they realized that they were shadow clones, and well, if a clone was cornered, he was exploited. The Yamanaka were proud, and apparently they were somewhat offended that the Hokage had a shinobi who could defeat his own ninjutsus. They felt threatened. Naruto completely understood how they were reacting. It was just annoying that he had to constantly be on guard for them. He had grown enormously. Kabuto placed him in the mid-range without any of Kurama's chakra. He was 7 years old and already a little assassin. Naruto was proud of how far he had come, especially for having been an Anbu before he finally felt that he had earned his position in the village. Now he just had to make a name for himself. He was currently working on his taijutsu when he felt the sudden surge of memories of a clone on the outskirts. Someone was coming. His clones immediately began to dissipate in clouds of smoke, and he put on his silliest smile and turned around when the intruder came to his senses, only to realize she realized who Anador was, so she was still somewhat bandaged, but she limped towards him quite determinedly. Her emotions were a whirlwind, and Naruto felt himself freeze when she walked towards him. She knelt down and looked him in the eyes. Naruto, she leaned towards Adante and looked at him. He hugged. Thank you. She hugged him tightly, and he didn't know what to do. Slowly he hugged her back, but he didn't know how to react. How you did it. She pulled away and looked him in the eyes. Her brown eyes were watery and red from crying. How did I do what? She frowned. He frowned, and his eyes scanned him for clues. It seems like he had learned a lot under Iviki. You know what I'm asking? How did you get it off? He sighed and looked away awkwardly. I can't tell you how he knew what to do, but I like to seal. That's enough. He was scared, confused, and frustrated. If he didn't have her empathy, he hadn't detected even a bit of her inner confusion in the soft smile he was giving her. Yeah, boy, that's good, thank you, I can't wait to see what you have. Sorry. She laughed and shook him. Bear like Itachi used to do. You can't do a miracle for me and then run away, boy. Someone has to teach you how to enjoy being a jounin, and I've decided to take care of you. He almost grimaced. Well, doesn't that seem strange to you? I mean, shouldn't you be your senpai? He paled when he realized what he had done, when he saw her snake smile, and she put an arm over his shoulders and pulled him tightly to her side. Oh, the little boy already wants a hot eye to be Suie. That's how it is, and I'm not too young to think about having a girlfriend. Damn straight guy. I know I'm sexy, but we have more important things to worry about, like you helping me and Kurin get our next Joun exam. You know how to get inside information. You made a joke about that last one. You owe us, boy, and I'll make sure you pay. He groaned as she picked him up and began walking with him toward the town. He hadn't realized what he had invited into her orderly life. He was walking like chaos, and it looked like he had decided he liked her now, but I'm busy. No, he sang childishly. I know how many shadow clones you can make. You might be busy. He paled once again. She knew there would be no denying her now. Just get used to it, Naruto-kun. Now we are going to be best friends. We are part of Konoha. It's time to celebrate. The agent Konoha stood in front of the last messenger. Kabuto was at his side as his personal bodyguard. He trusted no one in Rod and was Naruto's last line of defense against betrayal. He wore a snake mask and was called Snake People at Naruto's request. A little on the nose, Kabuto was worried that Danzo already knew his identity and was just waiting for his moment. Master Kono to Sama, we have heard news from Tarunu. They have located our Ross and have delivered his message. He expects it in 3 days. Thank you. Goodbye. The messenger, he nodded and disappeared from sight, and Naruto sighed and dropped into his seat. Rosie didn't give us much time. Apparently it's a trap. If you arrive, you will be worn out and exhausted from the triple Onel. Or do you know, right? Yes, however you are still adamant about this. I have to talk to him, especially if he is really going to give me a chance. Take a squad with you, it wouldn't delay me. I will meet Futaro and they will be my guard. How will Naruto Uzumaki Arawa justify on his own? Naruto, he smiled, and Kabuto's blood boiled. He always smiled. So when I thought I had done something smart, Kakashi let me know that Iwa and Kumo will have another summit. It's the perfect time to go to Iwa. Kabuto knew that the only way he could convince Naruto that he was not playing with his friendship to beg him not to do it. He stood in front of him and put his hands on the boy's shoulders. He looked into his eyes. Naruto, that was when a snake came out of the shadows and climbed up to him. They both looked down. It was white with red eyes and in its jaws there was a note. At that moment, the roles were reversed. Naruto's hands hooked into hers as she walked away. You don't have to leave, Kabuto. Hun, you're not ready yet, please. The irony of the situation was almost too much for him as he smiled helplessly. He had to go. They both had to leave each other when it was the worst thing he could do. We have to do this, Naruto-kun. It's okay, I'll be back if you do. You promise? The boy's eyes hardened as his words from when they first met came back. You can't break a promise to him and I promise you that I won't break any of mine, it's a promise Naruto-kun, a promise for life. Kabuto was watching that night as Naruto left the village, the copycat Kakashi had accompanied him to the village gates. To see him off Kabuto knew that someone would have done it, someone who could move freely in the village that was not restricted to the shadows, someone who lived in the light of the world stood still when Kakashi looked at him. The Anbu commander couldn't tell who was masked and in the shadows of the rooftops, but he closed his eye as he smiled and nodded, it seemed like he didn't care who was. Kabuto knew why he was there and was grateful. Well, at least it seemed like Kakashi didn't mind breaking the rules. If it was for Naruto's sake, Kabuto, he wondered how far the boy's attack would go. He didn't realize he was still thinking about Naruto until he was halfway to Son. He was worried and there was nothing he could do. He had forgotten how difficult it was to take care of the Shisui people. He cursed as he once again burned his hand serving tea. The rehabilitation was a slow process, but one that had been pursued with fervor, had been known as Shunin no Shisui o Shisui of the body. Flicker Shunin was one of the peaks of in precision, a title like that, it required dexterity and precision in the control of one's own body. How low I had reached where boiling tea was served with my hand resting and without taking the cup completely. I was in a cabin on the outskirts of the town. A safe house. All the windows were boarded up, although they were not. He cared a lot. He was constantly in the dark, that was the worst part, always living in pure blackness. The colors of his memories were so vivid he didn't even know what color his clothes were. The Uchiha were not made for blindness, it would drive the weakest of them. Mad Shizu Uchiha was not weak, that's what he told himself. Kabilo complained as was customary for an Uchiha, but he was constantly working on his rehabilitation. Konoha-sama had been quite useful in that sense. It had provided him with several alternatives that would allow him to be back in shape. In shape to fight a genjutsu to place himself also that would allow him to see sound. If his opponents realized how he was seeing, then they could use loud noises against him. Good, but not perfect, a chakra technique that included sending pulses of chakra to his environment to get an echolocation. Expensive and not very subtle. No, he hadn't found the right fit, but he was constantly working to try to find something that worked. He gave up early and it cost him his clan and his eyes. He had promised not to give up ever again. He didn't. I would fail. He cursed when he accidentally knocked his teacup off the table and it broke on the floor. Black cape with red clouds, nail polish and wide hats with bells and ribbons, not very subtle, but when you only had the best of the best wearing them. Itachi guessed that he thought so. He had paired up with Viwa, who was some kind of jester, a loudmouth, the wearer of the Kubikirabacho over executioner's blade. The idiot was using him in the middle of the town. Itachi was just waiting to be noticed so he could escape himself, not to sabotage any of the organization's missions, but if his partner wanted out of idiocy he wouldn't stop him. He almost wished Naruto was around here to see if Via was looking to start a fight in the village he had deserted from. He blinked. And he had to take a second to catch his breath. That had been the first time in a few months that he had allowed himself to think about his brother. He had dedicated himself to the job Madara gave him, and he was content to bide his time until Sasuke was strong enough to avenge the Uchiha clan. When his attention returned to the present, it was Awa smiling widely at a figure walking down the street towards them, the Yondaime Mizukage. The Guru Karatachi Shiriki del Sandy. Good Itachi-san, it seems that we can see if we are strong enough to face a Jinchuriki. As the leader says, come, we are leaving. Itachi did not wait and cast a quick genjutsu to hide his escape. He knew he could not fool the Kage for a long time, but he had no intention of fighting in the very center of Kiri. It would not be better to fight among the trees even if it was full of fog. He would not die here, yet Naruto would be devastated. He was not happy. He was a simple man of simple pleasures. Sitting in front of he was the Sandai Tsuchikage Inoki of both scales, were discussing the current political climate and the finer points of the alliance with no Kumo, had thought they would have similar ideas on how to proceed against the threat of Kohen, but Inoki seemed perfectly fine with scheduling the summit. After the summit they had been reus for more than a year. With no results he decided that it didn't matter which nation he was talking to with Oiwa, any Sundaime was a pain in his ass. I think we should call the meeting here. Raj Dono, we have already covered enough for now. Your accommodation as you like it. Yes, Skik Dono, the room is fine. When will we meet next time? I hope to finish our conversations and decide on some course of action. I am tired of waiting. Very well, next time we talk, we will finalize our plans. Very well. He got up from his seat and left the camera with Derry at his side. What news? Derry, his right hand, sensed his frustrations and went straight to the important details. We believe that Iwa is going to go ahead with the plan to attack Konoha. They are gathering a force of over 100. It seems that Inoki was unable to deter the daimyo of inaction. They will commit and help us in our plans. Inoki, it is smart. If he wanted to fully commit, I would send 10 times more shinobi. He was ready. He and I will be the focal point of the Kumo task force, with the Iwa Jinchuriki as his main asset. Yes, but well, I have some information. Whose validity I cannot determine. Oh yes, it comes from one of our men who had been imprisoned in Konoha until this moment. A detainee had a feeling that he would not like what he was going to say. And what message does he bring from the Konoha prisons? That he is going to lose one of his Jinchuriki. He grunted and hit a nearby wall. He became Aiko's Yell and Daru, and they were met with the terrified screams of a young couple on their honeymoon. Daru stayed behind to placate the couple, and the hotel staff, shocked and angry, and burst into his room barking at his shinobi. He had to verify this information. Sia could not bring his full power to this invasion. Then it would be Kumo who would suffer the biggest losses. It seems that the side and reach of the old monkey, they were far away. He still remembered the threats made against his own Jinchuriki. If Konoha was going to start taking back the tailed beasts, then the rest of the 5 great nations and the lesser villages would rise up and protest. If they took the 4 tails, then these plans would have to be scrapped. However, it wouldn't mean the end, it just meant he would have to be smarter. Naruto walked towards the clearing and felt the magma cooking below. He hadn't stopped running for almost 3 days, and his guards were exhausted from the journey. He was madly happy for their stamina, Uzumaki and Kurama's influence, or else he would never have been able to achieve it. It led him to a section of the forest that had been leveled and replaced by a layer of obsidian floor. Standing in front of him was Rossi. It couldn't be anyone else. If he felt the end, well, the clear as day. Good morning, thank you for knowing me. I am Naruto Uzumaki, Jinchuriki of Kurama. The 9-tailed fox. Naruto felt the peak of Rossi's distrust, but he walked towards Adam anyway. 2 titans were kept separated from their villages in a meeting that was a betrayal at best. I'm Rossi, but I guess you know whatever you have to say, save it. Goku and I have thought things through, and before we say more we want to see where you two are. Naruto gulped when Rossi's body was suddenly invaded by a vicious red chakra, and 2 tails grew from his back. The AI Jinchuriki smiled a bloody smile and spoke with a voice that could only be described as demonic. Well, come on boy, let's see the strength of the Jinchuriki. And the 9 tails. The lava began to shoot out of the ground, and Naruto screamed as he dodged a heavy goal that was intended to separate his head from his body. I thought you said that would be willing to talk. The damn monkey was always a little unpredictable. He's the type to talk with his fists. How was he supposed to know that he wanted his ship to fight a child? Come back. Naruto jumped back when Rossi opened his mouth and fired a lava flow towards him. This was not going as planned. I wish Kabuto was having a better time than him. Tell me, Kabuto, what do you know about Sacer and the Red Sands? Katsuki. Kabuto smiled and tried to contain his panic. He could do this. He could lie to Orochimaru and get away with nothing. Oh gods, he was going to die today. It wasn't even time for lunch. He still dodged Rossi's punch, but found little satisfaction in doing so. The ground beneath his feet was rising in temperature, and he could feel the turbulent lava beneath him. Naruto tried ignoring him, while Rosie pressed her assault. The 4-tailed Jinchuriki was in a layer of Yumi's chakra. Engaging in hand-to-hand combat against him was out of the question. Threat to his opponent. Naruto knew about 24 elemental or offensive ninjutsu, but none of them were strong enough to take on Rossi. He had spent most of his time building his foundation and mastering simpler ninjutsu against a normal shinobi. Naruto would have had hundreds of options at his fingertips. In the face of this threat, a furious Jinchuriki in command of a weapon as offensive as magma itself, there was only one option open to him. In how many tails can you force me? Kurama. Immediately 3. But it will be incredibly painful and dangerous. None of us will be in control. Naruto. Slowly more tails will appear until Rossi is dead, and then who knows how long it will take for your rage to dissipate. I don't see how we have such a choice in the matter. I can't touch it, and it doesn't look like it's going to stop anytime soon. If I were to start with 2, there is a chance he will maintain control in the 3rd tail. It will be a bet you can lose. Naruto. Do it. Naruto's palm rose to catch Rossi's punch. A light red film of chakra bubbled from his hand and marked his body. 2 tails sprouted behind him, and he could feel his bloodlust increase. The power of the Kyubi no Kitsune washed over him, and it was hard not to smile. Rosie didn't hide his own animalistic smile and chuckled. The monkey says he's glad you decided to show your power. We were getting bored just making you dodge, boy. This is not my power, Roshin, but I appreciate you giving us Kureami the chance to show your power. Naruto tightened his grip as he twisted and turned, knocking Rossi into the ground behind him. His foot lashed out against his enemy's neck, but only found land on his descent. Rossi was fast, and when the two collided, the wind tore the obsidian beneath their feet. Cracks began to form, and the air heated up as the magma below was slowly revealed. Naruto did not. He paid attention to her as hot tears fell down his cheeks. His empathy increased every time he used Kurama's chakra, and as he fraudy bonded with Rosie in a way he had only done with a few others. Yusen Kakashi Kabuto Hanko Itachi. Rossi was the next person who Naruto felt he understood. Rossi was proud, cynical, cautious, tired of the shinobi system. He respected strength and also had a strong sense of justice. The veteran of the Rogue village had no hatred in his heart for Konoha. For him, he was testing him. That being said, if Naruto didn't comply with his expectations, so the Jinchuriki was not afraid to kill him. Naruto was not safe, but his situation was not hopeless either. It was a battle of expectations. Jinchuriki had not faced each other like this since the last great shinobi war. Naruto Struggled to keep his taijutsu style in the middle of the swirling desire to hit him. It was a constant war between his instincts and Rossi, a battle on two fronts. Rossi seemed to have it easier. Rosie wasn't giving him room to step back to breathe. Naruto was struggling. The power was amazing, but uncontrolled. He could feel more of it seeping into him. Through his seal, a burning sensation emanating from his navel that was quickly becoming a dangerous distraction, his senses fighting for his attention. The sounds began to fade, his attention focused on the fight, and his vision began to tunnel with increasing intensity. Harder to pay attention to his surroundings. His vision was beginning to blur red. The red was consuming. You looked at it was hot, very hot, hot everywhere, hot inside him. Fire, blood, blood, iron. He tasted blood and iron screaming. He heard screams, screams outside, and screams inside. He was screaming and roaring. He saw his enemy, the monkey and man, in front of him. He heard a voice screaming inside his head. Two voices, his voices, but he didn't care. He fought harder than he was. He didn't care if the red hot rock touched him. It would simply wash away from his chakra, his power. The stone melted from the heat and their battle dragged on. Because of the liquid stone, he was also hurt. His enemy was strong and fast, but the more angry he got, the stronger the monkey became, and the man began to defend himself, to retreat. Halves did not have a partner to strengthen them, not animals, only men with more days of shiny metal. They waved their arms, and as he roared and swung to destroy them, he heard a third voice, one that he had almost forgotten from his memories. Why does a shinobi fight? Naruto, the village. Itachi Sense Kakure, the village hidden in the leaves. The leaf symbol, the symbol on their heads. They were Konoha ninjas. He was Konoha nin. His claws stopped gripping their throats and released them. He didn't flinch. Although he could smell their fear, his hands had marked his necks with his corrosive chakra. No enemies, friends, and so he began to remember. Though he was Agent Konoha, the Kyubi Jinchuriki, Naruto Uzumaki shinobi of the leaf, roared and felt the wind sending a gale to the clouds above. He could feel the cloak around him as he was struggling to control himself. Very well, boy, move on. I thought we almost lost you there. It was the hardest thing he had ever done. Even now the urge to lose himself in so much power and let it flow through him resonated with him. Just let go seemed to whisper let go. He forced himself to stay still and finally felt the cloak dissipate. Jadon and looked at Torin and Zuu. They were standing still, motionless, loyal apparently. How are you both okay, sir? We apologize. We thought we could help you. He was surprised to realize that they thought they would be punished more for intervening. They did not realize that they were the only reason why he had not been lost. He was lost in hatred, precisely what he was trying to fight calmly. I will find some way to reward them both when we return. Excellent job. He saw the surprise on their faces of both and would have smiled if he didn't feel so guilty. That's the way it was. He turned around so he could look at Rossi. The older man was standing there without a chakra cloak with his arms crossed. I passed your test, Roshan. The first boy speaks. Naruto almost groaned after that. He was exhausted and just wishing he could lie down, sleep and cry. It seemed like Elan wanted him to have exhausted himself when he let out his rant to get the upper hand. Well, Naruto would give him that comfort. Well, but him sitting up and sit down, he did. He squatted down on the hard stone beneath him. He grimaced as he was nearly burned. His struggle from just a few meters away had heated the stone for dozens of meters. Beyond what it seemed, his throat was tight along with everything else and burned from excessive exposure to Kurama's chakra. It seemed that the brief and sweet would have to be enough. I bet that's what Rossi wanted anyway. I want you to defect from Iwa. You can come to Konoha, but if you have any doubts about it, it'll be enough to leave on your own. I can offer you protection in one way or another. If you want, I want to gather all the Biju and their Jinchuriki together. The world has used them as pawns for too long. I would see us all united as a family and maybe reform the shinobi system. That's a crazy boy. It's impossible. No, it's not good. It's not impossible. Think about it. Before the Uzumaki myth, there had never been Jinchurikis. Before Konoha, there had been no villages. It is totally possible to make a change. It would simply be hard, Roshan, but if you fight for us, I will fight for you. I give you my word and I cannot take back my word. That is mine. Indo Rosie. He looked at him and Naruto gave him the courtesy of not expressing all his thoughts. Kabuto insisted that Naruto not do so when he had the chance to convince people without making them believe he could read minds. Apparently it had baffled Kabuto a little when they first met. Why? Now Iwa and Kumo are going to ally to fight against Konoha, so you want me to fight against my own village to protect yours? No, you don't have to join Konoha, and I wouldn't ask you to fight against your own village, but if the others join us they could fight against, just like I hope you never ask me to do it. Fight against Konoha. You are not a weapon. I are not people either, and the beings we carry deserve to be treated like people too. Don't you think I will be hunted? Inoki won't be so willing to let me escape, so I can protect you. Naruto Mantu. He silently made his eye contact. Rosie was a better fighter, much more in tune with Goku than Naruto's seal allowed him to be with Kurama. This was the hardest cell by far of this arrangement. I will show you. I have some matters to attend to here and Then you can come back with me, and I will show you some hiding places where they will never find you, where you don't have to be apart from either town. I will take care of you until there is a safe place for us, where we don't have to fight, please Roshan Rossi Rio. But he kept his seriousness, he didn't waver in the face of Rossi's skepticism. It would do no good to be shaken so easily, not when everything depended on convincing Rossi that leaving was the best option at this moment. I mean it, Roshan, do you know what will happen if you stay here, if you help in this campaign against Konoha open war? The Sun Daime, the god of shinobi, knows about the conversations between Iwa and Kumosuna, is our ally. You really want to be used as a weapon, again risking your life just to kill a shinobi for the sole reason that they are from another village? Fight until they kill you, and then have Son Goku just lock himself in someone else, someone who may not be as respectful or caring as you are with him. What business do you have here? He met Rossi's eyes head on. Only brutal honesty would work to ensure his friendship. I'm going to decimate Iwa's invasion force. Rossi raised an eyebrow and smiled. You're going to die? Do that, and what happened to not killing shinobi just because they're from another village? Huh, that was just a line. I won't die. I promise. I'm not as trained as a Jinchuriki, and as I am as a shinobi, and I don't want to do it, but if I can finish the fight with one round, then that has to count for something. It's hypocritical, boy. I really don't see any other way. I don't like Roshan. And I hope that by doing this I can stop any more fights. I hope I will anyway. Why are you trying so hard? What do you gain from this? I can make my friend Rosie Rio happy. And then he sighed deeply. Naruto could tell he was deeply conflicted. The Yambi Jinchuriki was a veteran from the last war shinobi had fought against Konoha. He killed Kohin shinobi, and if he had friends in Iwa, some of them probably died against Konoha, but Rosie was disillusioned with the life of the village. Inoki saw him and his fellow Jinchuriki Han Solo as active weapons. He was tired of it. Naruto understood how he felt. He also felt guilty that he was using his feelings to manipulate him in this way, but he received his gifts for a reason, to use them for this purpose, to stop the wars and protect the Biju. What would you do if the Jinchuriki would deny you if they opposed your goal? Naruto frowned. He could sense what Rossi wanted to know. It wouldn't be good to be optimistic. There was a good chance that any number of Jinchuriki felt more loyalty to their village than to each other or to the Biju. It was like that. Naruto, he could feel that he would never willingly betray the Raikage. He would have to be honest, then he would have to free the Biju from them. If they are determined to keep the Biju subjugated and imprisoned, I will kill them. He was not proud of it, and yet he could see Rossi's approval from everyone anyway. For the first time since they had spoken, it seemed that Rossi had a certain affection for Goku, more than he had imagined. Show me what you can do. Troon Boy and Fu stood on either side of him in silence, ready to leave. Very well, follow me. The four of them disappeared of the rocky field, and this is how the socio-economic design of the warring clans of the final era led to the formation of shinobi villages and inspired the first shinobi war, and how Tobirama's vision in Ju of the creation of jutsu and seals spearheaded the first Konoha War World Cup victory. The class was silent, and even the Irukam Mino structure was giving him a strange look. This usually happened every time he answered a question or gave a verbal report, and he could never understand why he always answered the question as completely as possible. Well, yes, but we won't talk about court village politics for a few months. Sai, you could have stuck to the basics of Nidame's background, but still good job. Some students laughed and Sai turned away, asked what Sense had said, and that was so funny. Thanks Iruka-sensei. That concludes my report on my hero shinobi Tobirama. And Jusa went to his seat. No one applauded. They were whispering quietly about the pale weirdo and talking about how annoying and desperate he was about to be a teacher's favorite, and the like. He had deduced a while ago that most of the students were uneasy about him, and instead of trying to emulate him, he was content that his report was designed in a deep cover briefing. Iruka gave him another superficial glance before looking at the whispering and nervous class. It seemed that no one wanted to compete with their report, as boring as they whispered it was. What about you, Inada? The girl squealed, and Sa was proud of how she suppressed the impulse to scoff. The Hyuga heir was the meekest person he had ever met, exactly what contrary to his goal. Sai slowly looked at Sasuke Uchiha, seemed to be reading his textbook. He was a model student and a promising shinobi. It seemed that Konoha-sama had just as good instincts as Danzo-sama when it came to selecting future recruits. Why else would he have placed Sai in such a deep cover, with the sole purpose of observing and protecting the Uchiha heir? If he was not the future tough head of the clan, then he would have been a perfect candidate to kidnap and initiate within Rod M. Mio. Shin Naruto Uzumaki. The class ran out breath, and Sai felt his concentration shatter. The words that came out of his mouth were so unexpected that he had to listen to the frantic whispers around him to confirm what he had said. Naruto Uzumaki. Inada Hyuga knew Naruto Uzumaki and idolized him. How come he didn't? It was a surprise that Khan was worthy of such praise, but no one should have known about him. At least not a student at Me Academy was saved frda a Kakamunning ninja, everyone was whispering frantically, except the Aricha Hinara, all the students knew about Naruto Uzumaki, the Sarutobi neighborhood, the weird one their parents warned them to avoid, some even knew his forbidden nickname, the demonic brat. None of the students knew what he had done to be so vilified, but they assumed it was justified. It seemed like none of them were willing to question opinions of her parents. The Hyuga struggled to continue, and Sai felt torn. Hinata continued with her report, crying in shame and frustration as her stuttering worsened, while her classmates laughed and mocked her. Eventually Iruka was forced to let her sit halfway from her report, since she couldn't even utter a word. She sat silently in her seat and hunched over. She sobbed silently. Sai saw her attitude and shyness as an enormous weakness, but she was loyal to Oizama. She adored him enough to defy the ridicule of her peers. If this had been a report on the origin of hand sealing, and she had gotten one sentence wrong, it would have been closed after the first comment, but she had stood there for over 20 minutes and only sat down when told to do so. That he did to most that wouldn't mean much, but from Hinata Hyuga that had been a statement, a line in the sand. No one else had witnessed or understood what had happened in that class today. But Sai was there. He saw an opportunity, a potential asset. Even if she didn't become a powerful shinobi, she was the heir to the Hyuga clan. That made her a powerful player, and potentially one that with Oizama could easily control and manipulate. She sat down to watch some more youth reports of famous shinobi, and the cool thing is that they were her jutsus. Before class ended, Yin-Nat remained in her seat while the others left. Sai stood up and walked towards her Hyugan. She flinched as if she had been hit and looked at him with red lavender eyes and a full face. Spot saw fear and apprehension on his face and knew that his next sentence would be important to the rest of their interaction. He had to show that he was different from the rest of the class. He had to make it clear that he wasn't like the others, that she could trust. He had to foster a relationship. He is also my hero. At first she didn't seem to react, she just stared at him. She didn't know what had prompted him to commit to her. This was completely outside the objectives of his mission. Perhaps it was his potential usefulness. Sane didn't dare to think it was, because with a singular shared interest, she now had more in common with him than with anyone else in the class. That fact had somehow overridden her disdain for his temperament. She continued to look at him, and he tried to smile. He felt a little forced, uncomfortable. But then she smiled softly as she sobbed. She started to cry again, and he was almost afraid he had made a mistake. Thank you, Seisan. But then her smile grew. The first time he had seen her really smile at someone else. Would you like to tell me more about how Uzumaki saved you? San Kakashi spent most of his time training or reviewing missions for Anbu. In another life, he would have preferred to stay as captain and simply run missions with a team. Ro would probably have been forced to resign to be Naruto sensei, and if Itachi had completed his genocide, he would probably also be Sasuke sensei. In all honesty, he was happy that things had gone the way they had. Being here for Naruto had made him feel normal as any high-level shinobi could be. It was grounding to be a role model for a child, to see them grow up loving them and receiving that love times 10. Kakashi had never thought about having children of his own, but now if he found the right person he wouldn't mind retiring and starting a family if he survived. Of course, if he didn't, all the secrets and techniques of the attack clan would be passed on to Naruto. That wouldn't even be that bad, nor would his father have liked Naruto. They had a lot in common. No, he didn't regret all the times he had taken Naruto to the park, the times they had eaten together at Ichiraku, teaching him, training with him, talking about his parents when Naruto was a little younger, and his empathy manifested itself as nightmares while he slept. He calmed the upset young man with stories about his father's intellect and his mother's power, of their love for each other, the village, and from him, he had eventually obtained his old copy of the Tale of the Absolutely Bold Shinobi, and Naruto had fallen in love. Kakashi, he knew Jiraiya would be very pleased when he learned that fact in the future. That being said, Naruto had started to become more independent. Taking the Jounin exams made that impossible to ignore. He had done better than Kakashi, and Kakashi was a few years older. When he became a Jounin, he was proud of Naruto. Every positive influence in his life came from his decision to get involved in the care and guidance of the boy. That was the exact reason why he diligently combed the village for 3 months to find the raid headquarters. Had become a kind of Danzo. Training was smart, and the last base that Kakashi had saved Tenzo from had been dismantled and relocated. It had not been easy to find the new headquarters. It had been even more difficult to hide his search from anyone else. Kakashi had wanted to find out where he was. Naruto had been on the run as Agent Konoha, and Team Rosie had been wondering where his former senpai disappeared to when he was out of commission. Of course, spending his time locating his younger brother's hangout was quite normal and understandable. Finding the base far below of the Hyuga complex was quite ingenious. As long as no stray jutsus or flashes of chakra were fired, rot was literally hidden right under the nose, or well, the eyes of the village. The new base was improved, the security was quite tight and well controlled, well staffed as well. It took a few hours to make any progress on the base. However, Kakashi was pretty sure he now knew what Naruto had been Doing recently sitting behind a desk that had pictures of the boy with those closest to him was all the proof Kakashi needed. Hiruzen he had found a replacement for Danzo in Rot. Apparently the old man had gone behind his back and allowed Naruto to not only become even more entrenched in the politics of the village, but to become the leader of the most dangerous organization. This is what Naruto he couldn't tell him what Yuen had been comfortable enough to leave in the dark. The Sundai seemed to think he could choose when and what to tell Kakashi about Naruto. Maybe the Hokage had forgotten who Kakashi was. He was the commander of the village. This kind of confidentiality. It was unprecedented. He was supposed to be the second most knowledgeable shinobi aside from the advisors. From the way things seemed to be going, it seemed like Naruto had gladly taken that place. He would remind Iris in his position. He couldn't do anything less when he was in game. Naruto's security finished inspecting the room and left a small scroll on the desk. It would be nice to let Naruto know that his security was not as it should be, and that he would also appreciate the ramen. When he had examined the security of the scroll, Itachi stared at Yugura Karatachi. The Yondai Mizukage was short, very short gray hair that fell down the middle of his face. He wielded a large spear with 2 hooks on the end, and a large flower attached to the largest hook. He had a pink scar under his left eye. He looked at the two with the air of a cashier, with the confidence that he could defeat them and come out alive. His only advantage was that maybe he didn't know who Itachi was. I saw now he was aware of how reckless he had been before, and he seemed to regret it. I never thought he would. Would you dare to show your face in the village? Juzo didn't necessarily want to have a mission. Ligura the Mizukage looked at the 2 lifeless bodies of Sun turning and sneered, your actions betray your death wish. Juzo, I am ready and prepared to face you. Yay, immediately get ready. Bu at gulp next to Itachi. Well, there you are going to surprise him with your genjutsu, I guess. The next moment asked quickly when suddenly the trees around him were flooded with a mist that carried the foreboding power of a Biju behind him. It was only thanks to his Sharingan that Itachi could see the red claws approaching his face. He jumped back, noticing that Bu had blocking the executioner's blade with his sword, now sporting a large wound that disconnected the upper third of the blade from the rest of his body. The swordsman cursed and dove behind a rock when a burst of chakra nearly tore his head from Itachi's body. He was in a hurry to help when the Jinchuriki appeared in front of him. 3 red tails emerged from a turtle shape, and he realized how in tune Yura was with his Biju. They were working in perfect tandem. I am one of the first Jinchu to have perfect control, my demon. You realize your madness now. Uchiha Itachi did not deign to respond as he dodged a rapid avalanche of attacks from the Yondai Mizukage's arms, legs and tails. Even his elongated jaws would seek to break Itachi's limbs in half. When they came to close Itachi, he frowned and quickly summoned a shadow clone. The instant it appeared, a large burst of fire erupted from his lips as the original Itachi was forced to block a blow from the crazed Kage. As Yugura was sent flying back, a movie coral began to grow and spread across his body. He could feel it growing from his clothes and his skin, where Yugura had landed his blow, and it was quickly taking over his entire body. Before he had a chance to think of any way to escape the living prison, Belo reached out and cut the growth with his huge sword. That's Yugura's coral fist technique. It's important not to let him hit you, very important. Viwa's head turned, and Itachi saw him. See what it made Itachi panic. Yugura, he was on all fours. Balls of black and white chakra manifesting in front of his mouth, condensed into a single ole, and then Yugura's jaws encompassed the massive chakra. We have to move. Wait. Yugura let the projectile fly, and with an inhuman scream, Viwa unsheathed her sword. On its way, the legendary sword encountered the chakra missile, and a powerful explosion resounded. Itachi could see how the projectile had been sent into the air, but when the smoke cleared, he saw Via nailed to a tree with his own sword, the hilt lying disconnected. In his hand, the blood flowed from both his stomach and his mouth, and Itachi knew at that moment that his partner was dead. His brain had not yet accepted it. Itachi took a step forward, and then Yugura landed in front of the two. Itachi panicked, because a second the thought of hurting Naruto and failing Sasukendo, his conditioning, and making him lose control for the slightest of moments. It was enough for his mag-ku to activate and the black flames of Amaterasu to be unleashed on his enemy. Ligura collapsed on the ground, the fire burned through his chakra cloak, and Itachi felt intense pity for him. An intense pain radiated from his eye, and he felt blood seeping down his face like tears. The chakra drain from that technique, it was quite considerable. I needed to work on it more. Music domino. Shinobi by bloody mist. I want to die here on this land. I've been for too long to be at peace. Itachi knelt down and placed the handle of Viva's sword in his hand. The swordsman smiled as his hand gripping the hilt. He closed his eyes and continued forward. Itachi waited a moment longer before silently rising from his position and proceeding to leave. The leader wouldn't be very happy either. He wasn't excited about losing Via. He had been quite tolerable as a companion. Maybe Madara would find some way to convince the Nia's 7 other giant swordsmen to join, as long as she wasn't paired with someone annoying or openly bloodthirsty. Muni quickly entered the room, checked to make sure she hadn't been followed, and stamped her foot 3 when confirmed that he hadn't grown up in the blood mist. Village it hadn't been easy, especially for someone with a kek, and Henkai having two didn't help at all. He could have run away when the bloodline fleas ended, but this was his home. This was the home of all Kairos shinobi. Regardless of what caste they belonged to, running was not an option. So instead he formed an insurrection cell. He gathered a group of other like-minded traitors. He was in the middle of planning a coup. He was going slow because if included the wrong person everyone would die, and any hope Kiri had of changing her current course would die with them. She had gathered into her trust those who would become the lieutenants and generals of her rebellion, organized a safe house to gather in any emergency. Losing a member of his group was one of those emergencies he had just received. Ao's message when he felt it turning outside his house. It had not been easy, but he had managed to lose them. His tension had only increased on his trip, and he was at a wrong signal to burn the building with his lava throw. Terumi-sama turned the kunai pointing directly at the jugular before registering Ao's voice. His right hand remained motionless like a stone, faithfully submissive, sure that the person he had sworn loyalty not to take him down by mistake. He wondered how calm he would have been if he had realized how close he was to killing him at that moment. Oh well, it didn't matter. The village was infiltrated earlier today, and one of our men didn't survive. It was one of the unturned Injigura sent after the infiltrators Joby and Itachi Uchiha, that is the one who defected from Konoha. The Kubikirabacho was recovered. In fact, lady for Andos, it seems that Yugura has decided that the next bearer should be Zabuza Mamachi. I am sure that he himself will report later, but there is more due to the nature of the infiltrators. Yugura himself came out of his tower. She couldn't help but gasp in shock. Yugura had not been seen inside the village for over 2 months. His paranoia made him believe that a group of traitors was willing to kill him. It had not been the most convenient. If Yugura had left the Kage tower, I would have seen it. Then you were right, you saw it. I did it. And yes, Yugura Karatachi is under a powerful genjutsu. He is under the control of another person. Mayase felt that her legs were falling out from under her. The ramifications of this were incredible. One thing was for a Jinchuriki to become a tyrant and go on a bloody rampage, but this someone out there was destroying their country, and they would pay. It's time to up our game. Mao summon. The rest of us have to make a plan on how to proceed. Of course my lady had something in mind, some ideas. Kurenai laughed while Sua smiled mischievously. They were on a terrace in one of the few gardens within the complex. Iritobi, he loved spending time with him, but he was always a little more expressive and open. When they were inside the clan compound she didn't care very often. It just gave him another reason to come and stay in the gardens. Imaru's nephew was laughing and playing with some monkeys summoned in a nearby field. They spent quite a few of their dates looking at the boy. It seemed that his usual playmate Naruto was not as available as before. It did not surprise her. The boy deserved to be made jounin, and once again her thoughts had strayed towards the blonde. Jinchuriki could see Asuma looking at her with a knowing glint in his eyes and sighed exaggeratedly. Seriously Asuma, you can't tell me anything about him? Oh, interesting, you've given up trying to trick me into revealing his secrets. Yes, I have. You're too smart, and you're quite unpleasant every time he tried. She smiled while he laughed sheepishly. Why do you want to know so much about him? Her mind returned to the Junin exam, what Naruto had told her in the moments before his defeat, her fears of getting too close to Zma. He told me something during the Jounin exam. He was surprised to see that her words seemed to resonate deeply within him. He sat up and looked at her with a very serious expression. Whatever she told you is real. You didn't raise a hand. While she opened her mouth. You have to tell me what it was. Obviously it's very personal. But did I ever tell you what made me stop being one of the 12 guardians of harm? She shook her head. That story had been the most searched after Naruto. It would make sense that they were connected to the stubbornness with which she danced on the topic. I returned after the destruction of the group, when only Chiriku and I had survived the coup. Kazuma was going to lead his reform, because I couldn't deal with my father. He was ruined in many ways, and the day I was going to return to the capital Naruto appeared. I had solo about 2.5 years. This was right after Dad adopted him, made him his ward. Of course I hadn't really met him at the time, but he looked at me and told me he knew why he was so angry. He was scared that I wouldn't make Daddy proud, that I wouldn't not be able to forgive myself. Asuma stopped to wipe away some tears, and Karina took his hand and silenced the boy. Just knew I could tell every bit of darkness floating in my head sighed and crying with me. It was the first time in a long time that I remember him hugging me. The three of us sat there for what seemed like the longest time, and when I started to calm down Naruto asked me to go. Read to him. I was supposed to go to the capital, we all knew, but he asked me to go with him, so I went with him and I stayed, and I don't regret it. He looked at her, and she was touched by the warmth in his eyes as he looked at her. Whatever the boy told you, you can tell me when you're ready, and whatever it is I know you're strong enough to handle it. Girl, I can't wait to see you when you do. She felt tears building in her own eyes and leaned forward to hug him. She desperately wanted to tell him the truth, but his voice just wouldn't come out, so she hugged him tight and held on. Soon she told him She would soon say that was a promise once she made to herself. The work papers were a skill acquired by Kabuto, and of which he was very proud. He had perfected simultaneous writing with both hands, but his specialty was in his memory eidetic. He had performed the operations necessary to make it, so Kabuto never forgot something he ever read, so spending a day doing all of Orochimaru's paperwork was one of the greatest intellectual thefts in living history. Of course, the information itself was harmless. You would have to have truly deep knowledge of Snack Sannin's protocols and keywords to read between the lines. Kabuto had been there at its creation. He had been a pioneer in Nine's village bureaucracy. San was Orochimaru's right-hand chief scientist. He was Snake Sannin's only weakness. One day he would act on Naruto-sama's orders and take Orochimaru to his grave one day. But not the day. Today he was gathering potential recruits for Naruto's route, at least the shinobi information of interest. What he wouldn't do to burn this place to the ground, but he was loyalist, and loyal shinobi only burned enemy bases when ordered or forced to do so. He was worried that Orochimaru had sniffed him out. He would have seen the change within him. He would have known that the will to fire had been rekindled. Kabuto had made peace that if he did, if they found out, he would eliminate the San and he wouldn't die trying. That's when the man smiled and asked what he knew about Tsuki. Admittedly, that wasn't much. Sasori had recently joined in the last few months at the same time that Itachi. Naruto wasn't happy about him. He was informed that Itachi was now part of a S-rank terrorist sect, yet there was no way to learn more about the organization, yet that was until Orochimaru revealed that he had been invited to join and planned to take advantage of this opportunity to obtain the Sharingan. He had left shortly after but had tasked Ob with reorganizing his scheduled research and preparing an appropriate vessel in case he was unable to acquire Itachi's body. Kabuto had set to work for both masters to move Orochimaru's plans toward Adamante. Forward to Naruto's. At this point they would both learn invaluable data from the investigation of this base. The study of the cursed seals would surely interest Naruto-sama. At the very least, it would be good to keep an eye on the snake's plans so as not to be caught off guard. There came a time when that Orochimaru finally realized that he had defected. It was his duty to do as much damage as he. But while getting his way up to that point, for Konoha, for Naruto-sama, Iwa and Kumo have decided to invade us. Kakashi, his Anbu commander, stood at attention in front of him, in front of his desk, so we didn't adhere to formality at this point. Hokage-sama sighed at the edge of Kakashi's voice. He knew exactly where this conversation would lead, and he very much wished he didn't have to go through this again. Kakashi attack was a perfect shinobi, except when he had to. Naruto had vehemently protested Naruto's promotion to an incomplete Hiruzen himself. He hadn't wanted to continue, but his hand had been forced. Naruto had done it in exemplary fashion. There was no way he could stop the boy after that public display of skill. The boy's abilities had been kept secret enough, but Hiruzen felt strongly that the day was approaching when the world would know that Naruto Uzumaki was not going to let things be like this. He was going to shake the world. Ranking and fighting for what he believed in his will was as contagious as that of the Shodaime. Kakashi, I'm sure you have a very important reason for this conversation, but I'm in the middle of managing some important documents regarding the trade routes with Naruto is the new ROT leader. No, Hiruzen regretted quitting smoking, as he was sure the smell of his favorite tobacco would have done something to eliminate the migraine building up on his forehead. Yes, although I'm sure I won't be happy with it's just a child, or Kahama is only 7 years old. Minato would be because of Minato's actions that things have gotten to where they are today. He watched Kakashi tense before his words. The attack was almost too loyal to those who had passed. Sometimes it was his biggest flaw. Naruto Uzumaki is not a normal child. I thought you would have made peace with that. Protecting him too much will not help him, and his growth will not help him. The child has the skill and knowledge of many years older than his age. The only thing stopping him at this point is his body, and that is not something we can fix. So yes, he is someone I can intrinsically trust to keep Rod on the right path, someone it is almost impossible to interrogate, someone who is the closest thing to the will of living fire that I have found. I have taught him to be a good and honorable man. I have taught him everything I wish my children had wanted to learn. He is my legacy, and someday he will be the cashier. You know it. To tell the truth, not only was he trained for the position, he was born for him. The only uncertainty is if he lives to see that day arrive. I want him to let Rot be a Jounin. No, I don't, but I do have him in charge of Rot. Means that he has to spend more time inside the village while he appeases his need to defend his home, so I will water that seed. I will walk with the boy so that he comes to me when he needs it. Trust the boy, Kakashi. Trust him to use what we Itachi we have taught him to keep him safe. Kakashi just looked at him before nodding stiffly and jumping out the window. Yusen groaned and called his guard back to their positions in his office. Send by Danzo. I need to talk to him. Naruto was with Rosie at the top from a Cliff overlooking the first wave of the Iowa army. The mountains of Iowa were rocky and very similar to those of Kumo. The camp was located in a valley protected by the foothills of the mountains. The power that was gathered seemed to have been counted in the 900, with the most drip every hour, 900 shinobi at least. The numbers were in favor. I have a plan Roshan, one that will largely only work once after. This my strategy probably can't be used for this effect, kid. I have no idea what are you talking about? Naruto nodded and looked towards the Iowa shinobi army that was gathering. My father once destroyed an Iowa battalion. It was at the Battle of Kanabi Bridge. He felt Rosie tense and looked at him. He felt fear and realization. A flash of hate before it seemed to disappear when the man exhaled. Of course you would be his son. I guess it's supposed to be a secret, huh? I'd appreciate it, Roshan. Let's see if I can live up to his legacy. With that, Naruto started running up the mountain. After they quickly climbing towards the top, he could feel Rosie resigned and guilty for what was about to happen. Honestly, Naruto feared what was coming. The large force of people beneath the valley radiated a larger group of negative emotions, but for Naruto that was his life, his daily problems, his grief, his fears at dawn. Most of everything would be gone by the small town. For the future, Naruto was resting on a rock outcropping just below the top of the mountain. He was well above the Iowa camp. It was his first time so high, and it was almost fascinating. He couldn't see individuals from this height, and his empathy couldn't distinguish anything more than a general collective of emotions, as if a great beast snoozing in the valley below. He closed his eyes and allowed his senses to expand. Kurama's chakra began to seep into his body. His features became more animalistic and he began to cry. Tears began to slowly fall down his face before he suddenly stood up. He would need more empathy for what he was about to do. Sure of his own boy, he absolutely took a step back and took a deep breath to calm himself before he shot forward, and over the edge of the cliff, he gave a breathy scream of excitement before taking control of himself and refocusing the purser Kurama's chakra, his momentum. And he flew high into the air, farther than he would have been able to jump on his own when gravity took hold of him and he began to fall. He felt his own doubt and fear twisting in the pit of his stomach. His intended path, it was dangerous with a huge chance of failure. He would have to fight harder than ever before he couldn't fail here. His plan was reckless on a multitude of levels. Itachi would have called him an arrogant fool. Kakashi would have reminded him that he didn't always have to do things alone. Uzun would have said that the risk was not worth the reward. However, Naruto knew in his heart that the three of them, if they had their abilities and were in their position, the three would do exactly what he was about to do. It was not said that the will of fire carried with it the propensity for martyrdom, only needed experience to know how much it was worth, and there is only one way to gain experience. His plan had a higher degree more successful than his mentors would make it seem. In the first place, his enemies did not suspect an attack, at least not from a person, and not from above. Of course, his sensors would have a barrier that would cover their heads as a precaution. But that would not do much good if they weren't already prepared. It wouldn't do much for them. If an entire army rained at once, it might just consume most of their chakra. Multiple shadow clones smoke covered the entire sky over the camp, was going when 2,000 clones appeared at once and descended on their unsuspecting prey. The sensors were suddenly overwhelmed with data. As where before there was nothing, there were suddenly 2,000 enemies falling on their heads launching jutsus. The Naruto first used a wind jutsu that slowed their fall safely and that repelled any of the projectiles that were thrown at them when they landed. The first objective of their mission was achieved, inciting panic among the forces, and the great emotional sensation of the camp quickly fell silent in a sea of fear. There had been no warning that such a large force was moving against them, and suddenly an entire army was attacking in the middle of their camp. Naruto didn't blame them. He was sure the nature of this attack would never have been encountered before. If they didn't join together, then it would be a massacre. It was up to him not to give them that chance. The Jounin reacted quickly and began to engage the enemy and tried to marshal a counterattack, but the army was mainly made up of Chunin and Genin, young ninjas from Iowa, who were not prepared for this ambush. The fight broke out, and every time a clone appeared, Naruto recovered the memories of the young ninja he had killed. Very quickly, he began to add up to dozens. That did not mean that his enemies were not capable. After landing, each clone here relied more on taijutsu to eliminate his opponents. The original Naruto did his best to stay away from any fights. Maybe he had a handful of jutsus left that he could throw. The fires devastated the stores. Naruto, all he did was act to create as much chaos as he could. If there were no enemies nearby, Naruto's clones were placing explosive tags and incendiary tags throughout the camp, taking out as many tents, weapon depots and medical tents as he could. Tears were streaming down his clones' faces, and at this point it was no longer just a side effect of Kurama's help. His heart was torn. But this is what a shinobi must do: defend his village at all costs. His clones acted together in unit, systematically facing any enemy that stood in their way. Naruto had read the Stories of war before here. Read the Samba reports. He had heard the Sundaime's first-hand accounts. If this force of shinobi had encountered the Kumagakure troop, then a war would break out with Konoha in the crosshairs. They couldn't be allowed to mobilize. This had to stop here. Now you are acting like the shinobi system wants you to act, Naruto. You are little more than a weapon. Now all this death was necessary. Yes, it has to be. It is too late to turn back now. His grip began to slip on his Kuma, and when all the blood seeped down the blade and soaked his hand, many different enemies, dead ninjas, dead people. Once you finish this, we will see if you think it was really necessary. Naruto could feel Kurama's disappointment, but he had no time to feel guilty. Now was not the time to doubt. It was like he said it really was too late. Naruto the original. He was heading to the outskirts of the camp in the middle of a group of 5 clones. They had set their seals and were stealing everything they could on their way to safety. He observed the destruction around him and saw some deaths from 2 perspectives. Different. The lives he saw the clones take were the most difficult because when those clones fell, his memories would stand out more and really blur the lines of his reality. He had killed before, but never this much, never to this degree, was reflected in fearful eyes when his sword bit the neck of a shinobi below him. He saw amputated arms and legs, heads that his wind chakra passed through so cleanly, soldiers screaming as they tried to contain the blood in their bodies, clutching their wounds as if it could dull the pain inflicted again, and begging for mercy as their teammates die before him. A young woman pleading for the trembling form of her lover as a group of his clones descended upon Andos, the young couple holding each other in his arms as their blood pooled over the earth. Naruto became acquainted with a multitude of responses that people have facing his imminent death: loyalty, fear, cowardice, pleading, denial, fury, despair. Now there are dozens of dead asking him why he was doing what he was doing. Who was he to them who deserved such slaughter? He saw himself everywhere. He looked with crimson eyes and hands soaked in blood, tears slowly falling down his face. He didn't see compassion on his own face. He didn't see Hades or resignation. He didn't know if that was worse. The continuous gaining of memories from the defeated clones was making Naruto quickly lose hope. It added to the purpose of his actions. The memories would be his forever, each one adding more and more to the fact that he had made a mistake. The shinobi reacted well after the initial surprise. His troops began to regroup the few sensors that remained, the few that he had not managed to kill in the initial combat. He was quickly gathering information for his commanders. Troops were being gathered, and the organization was recovering from the carnage. After all, it was only expected that no shinobi force of this caliber would succumb to a surprise attack. For a long time, Naruto's forces were combing the camps, but they would eventually realize that they only needed one good hit on each enemy, and the rate at which the clones were being exploited was rapidly increasing. Naruto had hoped that it would have taken a little longer for them to regroup, but there was nothing that could. What to do now? The Sundaime had taught him that the most important lesson in a pitched battle was to turn strengths into weaknesses and anticipate the enemy's movements with that in mind. Naruto grimaced and took out a signal seal, tied it to his tsukunai and threw it at him. As high as he could, he sailed through the air, and just when he reached the apex of his trajectory, the seal stopped. A blinding red light shone over the entire camp. There was a moment when all the clones stopped to capture the signal. The clones' greatest weakness, it was that it only took one good hit to stop them, which made taijutsu the most efficient way to dispel the enemies. There was an easy counterattack to this. The clones reached into their bags and began setting off explosive tags every time someone approached. The melee suddenly throughout the air. In camp, explosions, body parts and blood flew into the air as unsuspecting ninjas screamed in pain or died without a sound. The order that was quickly beginning to be restored was broken once again when the attack on the camp intensified even more as smoke clouded the skies. Water flooded the ground and the wind broke through the earthen walls that were raised in defense of the attack. Chaos prospered. Screams filled the air. Screams of defiance and pain. He alone went witness to every violent act that took place. The living memory of an entire army, the value of an army of blood in his hands, was too much. The weight was too much to bear. Naruto continued to fight while crying. According to his calculations, 15 minutes had passed and they were already lost. Hundreds of Vitas had lost 3 of his 5 guards and were almost to the edge of the camp when a scream was heard. He saw a girl maybe a few years older than him screaming as a large sphere of earth collapsed within herself, sobbing uncontrollably as one of her clones stood behind her and pointed a kunai at her neck. She felt her eyes widen, and before she realized what had happened, she was holding a kunai in the middle of a cloud of smoke. The girl looked at him with absolute confusion and despair. After he had blown up his own clone, her hair was singed at the edges, and she had cuts along her arms. Her pink eyes looked at him lost and overwhelmed. She was swirling with pain, shock and depression. She was completely defeated. By what couldn't he answer? The truth tasted like ashes on his tongue. Kuretsuchi. The group of 6 jounin approached him and his 2 guards. The girl didn't react. She just sobbed in silence. The man who led the jounins growled and prepared to attack. Naruto didn't know. She was surprised to feel that he was her father. There was a clear family resemblance there. Let her go. Naruto quickly dragged her inert form and held a kunai to her neck. Stop the jounin. They stopped their advance but did not lay down their weapons. Some damage occurs, all of Iwa's power will fall on you. Naruto tensed up and held back the urge to scream. I can't leave her. If I take her as Rin, that is the lever that could stop Iwa. Force her. Naruto, the kidnapping is beneath you. Is this really something? What would you consider? I have no choice. Kurama ignored Kurama's scoff and tightened his grip on Kuretsuchi as she began to realize what position she was really in. Come on please dad, don't let them take me. Naruto felt his father's heartbreak and the rage that slowly but surely grew inside him. His father would have felt so hateful if he had fallen into danger. The love was so powerful to create such I hate we could talk about this boy. Let her go and you can still get out of here alive. You are a terrible liar. You have already signaled to your forces that I am here. My true self. Naruto felt so much of the man. This revelation seemed to resonate something within the jin in front of him. He watched as the man smiled darkly. The Raikage mentioned a rather interesting shinobi that the Hokage seemed to have taken a great interest in, one who seemed to have some jutsu connected to information gathering. The books are not available yet, but there was an entry in the bingo book to you. Thank you for showing us your face. My face alone will not endanger me. Your threats mean little to me. Now clear the way or I will kill your legacy. Were mere moments when he finished speaking that he felt the decision to attack manifest itself. He crouched. Kuretsuchi fought in his arms as he ran past a burning tent. His two guards stayed behind to hold back the tide, but the group left and then made quick work of them. Naruto was finally able to knock out Kuretsuchi, but barely avoided a spear of earth sent to his head. Naruto bit back a curse as he got closer and closer to the edge of the camp, but he could feel the Katsuchi girl's father gaining ground behind him. The smoke made each breath burn. The blood from a wound on his face began to bleed in his eyes, and he realized that his regeneration was extremely exhausted. He was running dangerously low on chakra and could no longer use Kurama's without putting himself in danger. Maybe this whole idea hadn't been the best plan. I understand you. Naruto felt something hit his back and hit him against a tree. Kuretsuchi fell from his arms and groaned in pain when the impact hit his head and made him losing concentration. He could feel the intense hate emanating from the protective father, but his vision was getting worse by the second. You think you can come to our camp and just leave? I hate to tell you boy, but you were sent on a suicide mission. You would never come back from this. Your Hokage ordered you to die. Naruto, he heard a kunai being pulled out of a holster and he tried to lean forward and prepare a defense. He could feel the attack was going to be for his neck. He could do this. I'm not done yet. I'm not going to die. I'm not going to die. I refuse. But even when his arms went up to defend himself, Katsuchi simply changed course and kicked him in the chest. Naruto jade for air, but nothing came out. His lungs were screaming for something, but they were stuck. Naruto felt like he was suffocating, and just as his body adjusted and he was about to breathe, another kick stole his breath once again. You had your hands on my daughter. My daughter. Naruto groaned as a large fist hit his face. Naruto heard something break, but he couldn't even tell where the pain was coming from. He blinked and realized that he was lying on the ground with his body limp. I could see one of his arms, his left arm. His head was resting on the top of his left arm. His left hand was palm up covered in blood, but even through all that he could still see the scar that almost cut his hands in half. I can't die. I promised Itachi that he would be safe. I promised Kabuto. I promised Kurama that I would free the Biju. Kakashi Yusen's foot knocked him onto his back, and across his blurred vision, he saw the blade was ready to take his life. Kurama, I save your breath boy, it's not over yet. Naruto blinked in confusion and watched as Katsuchi's body froze. Then he stood up and sheathed his kunai. Kano-sama, let's evacuate. Naruto blinked once again. He then began to regain his senses and his vision began to clear. Yes, we are going to finish off this enemy. When Katsuchi, possessed by Zuu, pointed a kunai at his own throat, Trun appeared next to Naruto and began to assess him for injuries. He was still difficult for Naruto to concentrate, and yet when his body started to hurt more his mind became clearer. He had never felt so weak before. Don't stop him and take the girl. We have to meet Rossi and escape, but erase his mind. There are no memories of tonight. Fu. He nodded and began to carve a sealing array into Katsuchi's hand without hesitation. Trun slung Kuretsuchi over his shoulder and lifted Naruto into his arms. Let me help you like Sam. Naruto saw the handprint of his still red Jinchuriki cloak and raw in Torun's throat, and he felt an immense wave of guilt wash over him. Ija, thank you Ando's. Trun and Fu nodded. Trun ran out of the clearing and Katsuchi's body fell limp to the ground as the seal spread over his form, keeping him in a state of paralysis behind them. The Iwa camp was filled with the sounds of war while the rest of the clones continued with their mission. It would not end for a while now until the final clone was defeated, but Naruto and his allies were gone without a trace. A week later he found Iron sitting in his office with Danzo. Last year, it had been full of changes, the loss of Itachi and most of the Uchiha clan, Naruto's Rodi Jounin leadership exam. However, one of the most subtle changes had been Danzo himself. Yuzen couldn't pinpoint exactly what was so different in his behavior. Childhood friend, but it was actually starting to annoy him. You've been acting out lately, Danzo, for some reason in particular. His old friend chuckled. It's always so refreshing when you lose your temper. Oh, I'm sure it delights you. Yuzen frowned and bowed towards Adante. You have been silent since the Uchiha massacre. It seems that Naruto has taken control of Rot from you. No problem, that's too much for you to believe. I know better. Danzo simply smiled and nodded. I know it seems strange, Yusen, but the truth is that I don't have no inclination or motivation to take a step beyond what is currently assigned to me. Maybe that comes from the new fire that the boy has ignited within you. I admire your intuition, but I hope I can put it to rest. Also, this meeting was to discuss the massacre from Shadow. Lay to the propaganda department. I love their poetic names. I'll find out what you're hiding. Danzo sighed and dropped the topic. Yes, Shikaku decided that we should take possession of the attack as a preventive measure. The attack will surely make Inoki withdraw from any immediate plans that force abandon his plan and leave him trapped in this alliance. If we can somehow convince the Sekage to join us in this alliance, we have a chance to force Kumo to commit. I think you chose the wrong town to enter the treaty. Hiruzen stopped and raised one in question. I know you're not referring to Iwa, so Kurigakure are on the brink of civil war. It's almost certainly your own spies said the fighting would happen within a year, certainly, but with the events of the Shadow Valley massacre having gone how they have done, it has changed things. The boy almost died. Danzo from chakra exhaustion, no less. He is still not ready to be a one-man army. No, he is still not able to take on an entire army alone, but now he has more than enough power to be a powerful bargaining chip. It is of utmost importance that we keep its safety guaranteed. Danzo rolled his only visible eye and frowned for the first time in months. Sarutobi, there are ways to use the asset you have under your command, as well as mitigate the danger it poses. Faces Konoha. The town has accepted responsibility for the attack. The credit for the success of the mission must go to Koha the agent. His face did not have his mask, nor did he have an itate, no headband, no leaf symbol from now on. He must always go to the masked missions. This strategy won't last forever. As soon as a bingo book with his face is published, the whole town will know who he is. Spies will spread the word after that, so we have to spend time thinking about a card. Make one or train the boy up the point where it doesn't matter. Very well, I had something on my mind, something like that. How much the boy knows about sealing? It's hard to say. He hasn't had any formal training and our books only go up to the intermediate level. Danzo nodded. The sealing masters were few and far between. Yes, it was an art that the average shinobi still barely understood. Perhaps the time is approaching to guide him towards his legacy. I'm sure his parents left some sealing tomes. Yusen went to respond abruptly, but Danzo beat him to it. And yes, study without the presence of a teacher is dangerous, but we really don't have the luxury of time to wait for your lustful student to finally make a comeback. The boy needs to learn, and the perfect opportunity to gift it to him is approaching. Hiruzen looked towards the trees that were slowly beginning to change color at the arrival of the autumn. Yes, it's almost day. No, you don't remember anything. Kitsuchi stood still. He gave no sign of further weakness, no hint of disobedience. Standing before his Kage, who turned out to also be his father, he acted like a loyal shinobi and an obedient son, even if the interrogation and the reprimands were making him even more angry. I don't remember the attack, but my squad has pieced together a timeline that ends with me following the aggressor to the edge of the camp a long time ago. Herds of clones intercepted them behind me, and when the fight was over they discovered me incapacitated. Yes, well, we have both been through the interrogation. I am asking rhetorically, how the hell did you let them take your daughter? Don't look at me like that, boy. Your failure could very well cost you your life. He clenched his teeth, but remained silent. Inoki sighed. Inoki was not old and was growing older day by day. The last of his hair had turned white, and recently his back had begun to hurt every time he strained. Tsuchi Inoki had been preparing Kuritsuchi to become the next Tsuchikage. She was family, her legacy, her daughter. How we plan to proceed? Tsuchikage-sama, Inoki growled as he looked at the missives on his desk. Unfortunately, our options are severely limited. This engagement has begun terribly. The worst defeat we have suffered in almost 2 decades. 500 shinobi dead, 50 of which were honing. Without enemy casualties, now is not the time to act. Kitsuchi remained still and silent while his father got up from behind his desk and walked towards him calmly. Son, the sand I met. Tsuchikage sat next to him, and for the first time even before Kitsuchi, he broke down his walls and sighed. He showed his weakness and concern. If we want to guarantee his safety, we cannot attack, not with an army. I will send an envoy to meet with Sarutobi and obtain his demands. We will have to withdraw from the joint invasion with. Meanwhile, the Raikage will not be like that. What have I told you about wasting your breath saying things that don't need to be said? Of course he won't. I imagine he'll be very frustrated. The chance of us working together may be in jeopardy, but if we take our time, he may find some way to push them further towards our corner. Kitsuchi nodded, knowing that nothing his father said could come out of this room. I will gather a team They tried to extract. We also lost contact with Rossi, so I will call Anna in the village. It is very important that we see how change the balance after this victory of Konoha. We have compiled a drawing based on all the descriptions. Do something to bring back your memories." Kitsuchi took the drawing from his father's hand and looked at it. A young man with spiky hair, animal features and tears running down his face. Why the tears? Because all the witnesses of the attack commented that all the clones were crying the whole time. Is some kind of psychological game or a side effect of his ability. However, I am sure that he really was a Konoha shinobi. How can you tell? In addition to Konoha benefiting more from it, Sudahatsu, one of the veterans of the last war, began to notice similarities with the Interceptor Uchiha style. But he did not have any Sharingan, I know, and that is what worries me the most. It was about something more than just from having an invasion. This was a revelation. A single shinobi that can grow to fight armies. A shinobi of that caliber hasn't played on the field for years. Maybe Kuritsuchi can tell us more about our new enemy. If she recovers when she is recovered. Father, yes, of course, forgive me. You're fired. Who is B? Answer me now. Promise is a promise. Don't make me act lawless. I crumpled and threw his Itori out the window. Maui, his secretary, screamed as he demolished his office for the 5th time that week, and Derry pinched his neck. Bridge of the nose. That dwarf ruined our plans, and don't think that Sarutobi, that old monkey, is not going to capitalize on this. I wonder if he planned this. You are too paranoid, brother. Take it easy. See, this is an order. Who is Agent Konoha? Send me if he attacks. Otherwise he will break your back. Daru, he stood up, and a B. They stopped and looked at him. Then he is a Jinchuriki B. If you are the only one who can defeat him in battle. I never said that. Now the boy is just a cold killer. He looked at Derry, and then at B. That's what it is. You're being too friendly with the enemy. Just because he's a Jinchuriki C. Grow up. He's an enemy shinobi. Building that camaraderie with you. Wake up. He's a threat to our village. B. He crossed his arms and kept his mouth shut, and that just made outside eye. Couldn't believe that B was defending a foreign ninja who had just ruined his plans. Well, we have another Jinchuriki to use. See how you won't contribute. You are fired. Maggie, stop scolding and summon Yujido. I have a mission for Elamite. Terumi looked at the report in his hand and looked at Ao again. This Konoha issued this statement. Ao nodded seriously. A Teramyama, they have published their position on the Shadow Valley massacre. They sent an elite agent, Agent Konoha, to preemptively attack an invading force of Iwagakure, and his only agent succeeded. This could be what we needed. We need allies, manpower. If we had a shinobi of our side that could create an army, we could attack Yugura directly. We don't have the resources to last more than 2 more years now, or never. Do you really think a full attack at this stage is wise? If we have additional firepower, yes. If we let Yugura lead the way, the pace of this war could be prolonged for the next few years. The sooner we can stop the bloodshed, the stronger it will become. Kiryu nodded. I should go to Konohagakure myself. Don't bother, I will go myself. Informs Abusa to stop his attack. When he returns, we will attack as one, with or without the agent Konoha. As you order. Good luck, Terumi-sama. Kuritsuchi opened her eyes, and the first thing she did was take note of her surroundings. She had had dreams of the battle in recent days, and she knew for a fact that she had been induced to an unconscious state during his journey from the camp. He was in some kind of cabin. The outside windows showed trees from a forest that surrounded the building. That could have been a lot of places in the elemental nations, but he had a good idea of where he ended up. Welcome to Konohagakure, Kuritsuchi. I will be your guardian during your stay. He turned in a defensive position to find a young man with blindfold sitting at a small table. He had short black hair and some scars on his face protruded from under the cloth that covered his eyes. He was wearing the outfit of Elise Shinobi minus the headband. Who are you? He tried to access his chakra, but he realized that he couldn't analyze it. He couldn't even feel it. His eyes opened wide, and he started looking around at himself before seeing a mark black on the back of his left hand. That doesn't matter, you can call me Warden if you want. I'm just here to take care of you until my boss decides what to do with you. Your boss? You mean the blonde-haired boy with red eyes? The warden's head seemed to lean towards his side, and he looked at her. Red eyes, burning red eyes with slits in the middle, and he was crying. That's your boss? Oh, actually, I guess that would be an appropriate description of him. Yes, that's my boss. He took you as a king to negotiate better with your grandfather. He sealed your chakra so you couldn't run. He really thought that just because he didn't have chakra he wouldn't run. He had already determined 15 different escape routes out of the cabin alone. Warden smiled and took a sip of tea before speaking. Oh no, he knew you would run. He gave the nod. Coincidence that taking care of you and being ready to stop you actually sounded like a very good practice to get back in shape. I recently recovered from the loss of my sight, and I need some time before I am cleared for duty. Again, and without chakra near Chunin is a wonderful marker. Please don't go easy on me. Kuritsuchi didn't know how to react to that at first. Anger, frustration, hurt, pride. The thought that this blind Konin shinobi was talking to her, looking down at her, really made her blood boil low. I'm going to make you swallow those words, you moron. You're going to realize how overmatched you are by the end of the night. I guarantee it. Excellent, looks like this plan is working for both of us. After all, dinner is almost ready, and then we can begin. Naruto sat down with Rossi a few Miles from Shisui's cabin, the two hadn't talked much, especially while Fu was around. After sending the two to alert Hokage of their success, Naruto had left Kuretsuchi with Shizu to protect him. Then he had found a place for Rossi to camp for a while, until they could meet again to talk after a few days of sleepless nights. He had informed Hyuzen that he was going to patrol the Konoha perimeter, which led him to meet again with Rossi. They sat in a small camp. At the mouth of a cave, Rossi was more comfortable among the rocks than among the trees, and Naruto could understand that they had fallen into a kind of understanding. They were not friends by any means, but the Jinchuricus united. It was a first for the history books. Rosie Diddy cracked his knuckles and spoke. "Okay kid, I won't stay here much longer. I understand I can provide you with some places that are safe if you want." Asked Naruto. Rosie shrugged and took the offered ooze and flipped through them. He threw two into the fire, but held onto the rest. "Thanks, some of these are really promising. Of course I meant it when I said I would help you. I mean, you are also free to stay here. The patrols don't come here." Thanks, but I'm not comfortable hanging around here, especially if the girl manages to bumping into me. It's better for both of us if I stay quiet. I have a few places in mind. If I hear something though, I'll go check it out. Well, Naruto sighed and sank a little in disappointment. He understood and agreed that it was better for Rossi to be in movement, but being with another Jinchuriki was never before had he felt completely understood or connected. "Well, if you go on your own, I have information for you. If you ever see someone walking around with black cloaks and red clouds, get out of there. They are a group known as Akatsuki. I know about them. Inoki hired them from time to time as third-party mercenaries." Naruto frowned and actually growled at that idiot. There's no way he doesn't realize this is bad news. He probably doesn't care. "Kid, what's wrong with them? They're all rank S. Missing ninjas and their real goal is to reunite all the Biju." Rosie blinked and whistled. Okay, yeah, that's something to keep an eye on. I guess I'll really just keep my head down." Then he stood up and put away the papers Naruto gave him. "I had handed in before making a fist. Until next time. So child, right now you are going to go immediately. I thought you would go in the morning, and I had questions for you." Rosie squatted until they were at eye level and hit the fist of Naruto. "Look kid, not really. Well actually I don't enjoy people. You're kind of tolerable, and that's great, but I'm not one to sit around and talk around the bush. You understand me?" "Yes, I do understand. If it's about what you've done, no one can judge you guilty or innocent. That's something you have to figure out for yourself. It's you who has to live with it." He shrugged and stood up. "I'm a war veteran boy. My hands aren't clean either now. If it's about being a Jinchuriki, there's nothing I can tell you that you don't know. You're much more advanced than I was when I was your age. Just keep working hard. If I have something for you, I'll be back here, and if I find another one of us, I'll bring him with me." "Here, sounds good Roshan, good luck." "You too." Naruto with that went, and Naruto was left alone in the clearing. "Kurama, I made a mistake. I don't know boy, but if you did it, the only thing you can do now is do good to make up for it." "Yes, okay, thank you for not judging me, for being honest and fair, for being my best friend." "Nothing, and thank you too." Sigh. I didn't know how he had progressed to this point, but he had started having lunch with Anata Hyuga. It was an unforeseen event. It ate up the time it took him to write his mission reports, and yet she was practically a perfect dinner companion. He sat down there, she ate her food, and was happy. It was actually quite an arrangement. Well, she was also quite observant. He just had to ask her a few questions about her classmates, and she willingly began to describe them all in great detail. It seems that although she never talked much, it wasn't for lack of things to say. It seemed to Sai that once she felt comfortable with someone, she would open up. Of course, there were some things she was shy about, like receiving criticism about her abilities, but on topics like Naruto she was quite frank. Having grown up going through a lot of time with the other clan heirs, she was quite a valuable source of information to learn more about them. Sai's files on the clan heirs almost tripled in volume after the first 2 days of spending time with her. She was also not a bad shinobi, at least had great potential. She was a perfect spy among the students who would care about what HT Hyuga heard or saw. Shin was also quite excited that Sai had made a friend. Shin didn't seem to care too much about his strategic value, and he was more concerned with how he was giving Sai opportunities to make connections. But if that was what made Shin deal proud, then Sai was happy enough not to correct his misconceptions. Of course, that also meant he was too good to last, or so he was. What went through his mind when suddenly a group of students approached him. Yin leading the pack were Nino Yamanaka and the one. "Hello Hinata, how are you?" Ino smiled as she dropped down, obviously looking at Sai with measurement. However, he gave no signs of detection. Since Sakura sat down on the other side of the Hyuga. "It's been a while since you stopped eating with us. We were wondering what you and your friend talked about." "Tell me truth," he asked without even taking his head away from the nervous girl between her. "And no, we don't talk, we eat." The two girls did not respond at first, apparently surprised by the answer. He is right. We just eat our food and focus on the lessons. Haruka sense just went over a little lie. At least on his part, he had already memorized all the information. It was useful that Shun Inuman didn't have to teach the class, but taking the time to silently observe the rest of the class and his target while somehow establishing a relationship with the heiress, and it wasn't a bad way to spend lunch time. Okay, well, do you mind if we join together here? Then Ino looked between him and Janata when the shy girl looked at him for approval, and he nodded, as long as no one is too sad to look at his bento. Choji is stuck suddenly in Yuzuka and Akichi poked their heads over each of his shoulders, looking at his lunch, which was full of food. What Shin had prepared for him has everything he needs. We could try some. Sai frowned and brought his lunch closer to his chest. Past he had talked more today than ever before in a single day. Shin would certainly be proud of that. He could even give Sai a gifted lunch tomorrow. Anko dragged Karina and by the arm up the stairs to the top of the monument. Hokage finally discovered that Naruto she had returned to the village and it was her own mission to make him inform her of his absence. Kurenai was being dragged because she had been with Asuma every night for the last week and she needed to spend quality time with her friends, or at least that's what she thought. Anko, I had decided for her, at least slow down, we could go faster if you weren't dragging me. Anko, oh relax Snake-chan, you'll be fine. He didn't even have to look back to feel Karina's gaze and now leveling his path. Don't call me that. Someone is embarrassed of her disgusting pet name. Anko loved getting under Kurenai's skin. She prided herself on how easy it was. You promised not to talk about it. After I promised not to kill you for spying on me, and Suuma, I wasn't spying, I wanted some dango. The fact, just because you're on a date doesn't mean I can't go to my favorite restaurant. Tch whatever. Anko, you still haven't told me who we're looking for. Let's go. Kurenai, who do you think I'd like to talk to besides you? Kurenai took a moment to think. Naruto, bingo, and look, there it is. He pointed towards the Yondaime's head where he could see 2 feet hanging from the forehead of the statue. How did you know it would be here? She said to herself as she jumped through the air towards the stat, still holding on to Kurenai. Luck comes here to times and usually doesn't like company. Kurenai immediately pulled her arm back and looked at her scandalized. Well, if he doesn't like company, why do we? Hello Anko-chan, Karina and Chan, I'm going to interrupt. Oh you, hello Naruto-san, we're interrupting you. Hanko surrounded Karina and with her arms, she rested her head on her friend's shoulder and smiled. We wanted to talk Naruto, it's been too long. He smiled at them and it was wrong. They both separated immediately and sat on either side of him. It was normal practice not to push to a comrade if they maintained their composure, even if it was known that they had gone through a traumatic experience. But when they could not maintain that composure, that was when the search was ordered. In Konoha in particular, comrades were encouraged to investigate each other's mental well-being, and if that wasn't enough, he referred his teammate or friend for psychological treatment. It was to encourage teamwork and loyalty between the forces, and so far it had worked quite well. The 2 women sat silently on either side of Naruto, and they just sat there. As they moved, he seemed to shrink into himself, going as far as to pull his knees up to his chest. Anko was especially worried about him. They just sat there as the sun slowly started to set. You 2 know I'm the Jinchuriki of the Kiri. Truth. Anko stopped thinking for a second. She knew it, everyone knew it, everyone except the children. Brat demon Sarutobi stain monster. I think I became a monster. I know how the villagers feel about me. Even now I can still feel it. Even you 2 are guilty that you used to look down on. Anko took this time to really look at Naruto. Her blue eyes reflected the light of the setting sun, the wind blowing through her wild blonde hair. You're a brat, a child. She put her arm over his shoulder and she gently pushed him to rest against her side. I am the snake vixen, the traitor, the hopeless one. Of those names mean nothing, but the feelings behind them are real. Her voice was barely more than a whisper. People feel that way about me, and I did something in that last mission that would simply prove them right, child. People think that I am still like Orochimaru. Every time I summon a snake I use M-taijutsu, even if it is to improve the village. They see it as as another sign of my betrayal. They don't care. Kurenai walked over and started running her hand through Naruto's hair. He froze at her touch and froze, looking out at the village. Naruto, what Anko is trying to say is that no one knows you. We feel guilty because we didn't know you. It's horrible having to live with that burden, or that the struggles we have experienced. Ignorance is more powerful and more dangerous than any genjutsu I know. But you helped my dear friend when you didn't have to. You gave Anko the chance at a life without marks, a life free from the shackles of her past. Has done a lot for her. Now she smiles, and I can see how much she means it. Karina looked into her eyes over Naruto's head. Yanko felt her heart beating in her chest for the first time in years. Her eyes began to water no matter as much as she tried to stay calm. You really saved her. You saved her when no one else could or wanted to. That makes you one of my heroes. The boy began to tremble in silence, and they both realized that he had started to cry. He pressed his knees against his chest as much as possible he could, and they both leaned down and hugged him. Also, you saved Asuma. You have done a lot for the most valuable people in my life, and I have no idea how to thank you, and I just wanted him to help. We know it, Naruto-kun. We know you are a good person in a place that demands horrible and terrible things. We do it for each other. Anyone who tries to say otherwise, any shinobi who talks bad about you for fighting for the village, is a damn fool. Can you tell us what happened? Promise me that you won't. You will think I'm a monster. And he put his forehead against the side of his head and whispered in his ear, you could never make me hate you, boy. Now you're trapped with me, and with Kurenai I caused the Shadow Valley massacre. I'm Agent Konoha. Kurenai looked at Anko, knowing intrinsically that they weren't Authorize for that knowledge that they must go immediately and report this, refer Naruto to psychiatric counseling. They both felt him shrink even more into himself, and Anko sighed and spoke quietly, we won't go Naruto-kun, but you have to talk to Hokage-sama and get help. Is it okay, or is it okay? I'm sorry, I shouldn't have told you. That's okay, kid, okay, we're here for you, let's just sit and watch the sunset. He nodded and slowly relaxed in his hold, and they watched the sunset over the town. Later that night, Naruto walked in his apartment and was surprised to see the kitchen light on. Slowly he went to his house and was surprised to see Lokage and Kakashi sitting at the table waiting for him. There were 3 bowls of ramen, a stack of scrolls, a strange 3-pointed kunai and a cake. What is this for? Hiruzen smiled warmly. Welcome home, Naruto-kun. You don't know what day it is. Kakashi smiled and pulled out his chair for him. It's your birthday, little one. Happy birthday, Naruto. You're 8 years old. Naruto sat patiently at his table looking at the scrolls in front of him. To him, 3 empty bowls of ramen were sitting in front of him, although Kakashi and Hiruzen were taking their time finishing their food. Kakashi was somehow the slowest, even though he took the quickest bites so that no one could see behind him. Naruto mask. He had decided for a long time that his older brother was probably really attractive under the mask, and that's why he hid his face, so that people wouldn't create a fan club for him or something. Actually, thinking about it now was probably not right. Incredible how childish he had been all those years ago. 1 year ago everything was fine. Naruto-kun, yes Gigi, I'm fine. That happened from time to time after a mass dissipation of clones. His sense of time would be murky for a while the memories would compact around him. 270 years of memories. Most of those memories were studies. Of course, he made everything very surreal. Sometimes it was alone thanks to Kurama, who was able to process all the information without melting his brain. I'm fine Gigi. Oh, I already said that. Yusen paused and put down his chopsticks. Kakashi did the same. You seem distracted, Naruto-kun. Naruto lowered his eyes and sighed. I know you're worried. But I'm fine, it's just the memories. I feel weird. My first response is almost always I don't know. Childish, Kakashi joked. Hiruzen sighed, and Naruto leaned back as if they would have sketched that. Yes, you are only 8 years old. Naruto-kun, shinobi your age are required to be more mature, but they are forgiven for the impulses that are normal for children. You are not expected to be as mature as me or even Kakashi. Are you in a unique position due to your position to face struggles unique to your own experience? Not even the second Hokage could have foreseen that someone would use his technique to obtain as many memories as you in one day, as much knowledge as you now have at your fingertips. He bowed on the table and patted Naruto on the head, and Naruto felt a familiar warmth spread through him. He never felt more understood and appreciated than when he was with his family. Their love, her trust in him, only made him more determined to make them proud, to make their disappointment in him disappear completely. Good for your birthday, Naruto-kun. We decided to give you your parents' notes about the sealing, as well as the sealing scrolls of the Uzumaki clan. Naruto Jade, his inheritance part of that, of course, but still he broke with joy. And I can use them, read them to your liking, Naruto-kun. We will try to make arrangements so that a seal master pass your final exam, but I'm sure you'll make us proud. Kakashi smiled and ruffled his hair. You already do it every day. I know Minato and Kushina would be very happy with how much you've grown. The tears came out of his eyes, and for the first time in a long time it wasn't because his empathy was growing. Welcome to Konohagakure, Terum-san. Thank you. Okay, Dono, please. Iritobi, it's okay. The woman in front of him was dangerous. Kahe, he could tell it even before she entered the room. There was a point in the shinobi gained enough skill and power, they simply acted differently. They gained a nuance on their body that was almost impossible to hide from you. A shinobi of the same level the shinobi of rank S approached, and many of them approached and achieved that state simultaneously, but Kage was a clear step above. What led you to seek help from Konoha? Terum-san, she smiled, and yes, it was quite charming. Any lesser shinobi would read pure sympathy and compassion, except maybe for Naruto himself, really very dangerous. However, Hiruzen was able to overcome his act. She was calculated with every breath. If I had been 30 years younger I would be in love, and Bawako would have been furious, so don't be so shy. Saruto Bono, you are really surprised that I am here after recent events. I am surprised at the news of our recent business agreement with the Land of Snow. Having already reached the shores of Kurigakure, he received a flat look. For his response, he knew why she was here, but there was no way he was going to give her any chance to take the lead in this small talk. I don't have the luxury of time at this moment. Salute Bono. No, she didn't. The rebellion in Kurigakure was putting up a big fight from what their spies had reported, but they got shortly after, keeping Yagura in a stalemate, so I better get to the point. Very well. He read the reports from Shadow Valley. I have come to Konoha to seek the service of Konoha the agent. Of course, if you lend me the help of that one shinobi, the rebellion could end the blood lar in a matter of weeks, or you could take the opportunity to isolate my active and assassinate him at the behest of Iwakumo or any of his allies. How much did they offer? She laughed and returned to the courtesies. That political maneuvering demands I am not trying to add more parts than are absolutely necessary. Working with you guarantees neutrality is one, and as surely he will bide his time for the best opportunity to attack Kumo, is paralyzed by his treaty, and is desperately looking for allies to get them out of. If he worked alongside them and killed T-Shinobi Tayuna, they would ally with Yugura, I dare say. That would turn the civil war into the fourth war shinobi, just like that. None of us want that, okay, although it would be another shinobi war that Konoha would win, like we have won all the others. I have no intention of being the first Kage to lead the town to defeat, that is why you are the only logical option to seek help. It is widely known that you prefer peace between villages, or so you claim. The Shadow Bee massacre is almost equivalent to the carnage that the late Yeon Miak inflicted on Iwa that forced them to accept the armistice that concluded the Third War Shinobi. Clearly Konoha is capable once again of participating in another shinobi war, but ending the bloodline war can prolong peace for years to come. What do you offer? She smiled, comfortable that his acceptance was a conclusion. Inevitable, nice but not quite right. An alliance between our villages with a warning that Kiri will not join any war over the next 5 years. It will take time to significantly weaken the remaining loyalists and rework the village infrastructure. Of course, all of our aid trade will offer Konoha to benefit first. You have prepared to give me everything I could want. Terramycin, the deal is acceptable, of course, although there is one more problem. He blinked at me and withdrew the hand he was about to extend. Oh, I have missed something. He nodded and smiled at him. He couldn't match her attractiveness or charm. His weapon didn't come in other charismatic ways. A grandfatherly smile. Oh yes, the land of water will require new damage and our own damage out of you. If he has 2 sons, I'm sure that will be more than pleased to install his second son as the Dino of the Land of Water. Unacceptable. Terumi stopped acting and shook his head. Allow our new Daimyo to be the son of the Daimyo of the Land of Fire. It would be more or less a political takeover. More or less, it would make the Land of Water a vassal state of the Land of Fire. The treaties have taken advantage of me so many times. They are so difficult to enforce in our shinobi world, then I am forced to take further action. You just said it yourself, Terumi-san. Where else do you have to go? Kiri has not acted against Konoha recently. Well, Iwa tried to invade you. Kiri was our enemy numerous times in the past. I understand that you wish to recreate alliance ties between villages, but many would avoid trusting Blood Mist. I am giving you the best treatment you will find. His face was no longer throbbing at all. It was a polite nod of his head that broke the silence of the room. Now I see that you are not as toothless as most would have me believe. I haven't done you any favors in the past, Saruto Bono. I feel quite surprised that Akumo is allowed to break his treaty several times, and I know who he should pay the price to. He felt it and didn't refute it, like you know. You will be surprised to discover that your actions have already resulted in repairs. You just don't know it yet. These are my terms. You can retire to your accommodation to think things over. If you need it either way before any deal is finalized, I will call the Konoha agent to have her meet with you. Why is that necessary? He gave her his most petulant and paternal smile and leaned back in his chair. Because the Konoha agent will lay on the table all the lies that you have told me or have not told me since we met. Deny what you want, but the truth will be revealed in your meeting. She couldn't hide how nervous she felt for him after that sentence. She had no walls up. She could tell that he had complete confidence in that fact. She regained her composure, thanked him for his time, and then left the building. Had not foreseen this meeting. Against his own wishes, he loved him very much, but even he couldn't predict a scenario in which he would lose Naruto as a loyal shinobi and as an asset would not irreparably shake the village to its foundations. The Hyuga incident, information from the military, and Kumo Jinchuriki, the massacre at Chiha. Anzo's conspiracies. His Jouni exam, the massacre of the Valley of Shadows. The Jinchuriki of the Yomi now wanders on his own initiative. He could be hiding in the Land of Fire for what he knew. If it were discovered that Rosie remains under the protection of Konoha, the hostilities, they would only increase. There was a reason for the Shodame's act of distributing the Vyulu to other nations. Although Naruto did not agree with the principle of using demons as bargaining chips, now Kiri, a new, more tolerant Kiri, could ally and reason with him. The boy's gifts. The problem, if it could be considered such, was that children are not children forever. The boy would develop his own codes and ideology from now on. He followed his Jiji's orders, but as he showed us, the children did not always agree with his parents. A talk was needed. He needed to remind the boy that he believed in him. It would also be essential once again to find out if Meter was trustworthy or not. His trust in the boy was unwavering. He believed that he would turn out different from Asuma and Orochimaru. The power of Naruto was what Konoha needed in her head from her leadership, whether he knew it or not. The future depended on Naruto Uzumaki's words. If he said she was being honest, then he would give her the help she requested. Now if she lied, she would never leave Konoha alive. Keijo that she may be, but he was the god of shinobi. His victory over her would be assured. Then Konoha would send help to Yugura, no matter how unpleasant it was. If they eliminated the leader of the rebellion, it would be better for them. If none of them would stay to seek revenge, or even worse, winning the war without her and holding a grudge, was tired of wars, tired of sacrificing children. The create murderers tired of regretting their past and present choices, hopefully this wouldn't blow up in their faces. Naruto sat at his desk in the new barracks general route and looked innocently at the scroll that was there upon his return. He was shocked to discover that someone had entered his office without express authorization. After sending agents to check if any ROT members had entered or left, it was revealed that none of them had factored and went, then combed the entire office for 2 full days before admitting that nothing else had been tampered with and that he wasn't caught. So that left him sitting at his desk idly poking and prodding T while looking for seals. This is the most childish you've been in a long time. They clarified it as nothing more than a sealed scroll could be a trap, some kind of weapon sealed inside certain. Thinks it is. Naruto examined it a little once more and shook his head. No, I don't think it's something else. Why, what makes you have that feeling? Naruto stayed still. Kurama knew why he felt that way, and he was trying to hide it. Well, he didn't hide it, but he didn't recognize it. Kurama needed to calm down every time he was accused of hide something. Naruto rolled his eyes as Kurama became more and more upset by his emotional processing. You know, I can't control how I feel. I can't either, so stop mentioning it. I'm not trying to hide it. I was trying to get you to find out for yourself. Have what to do with your empathy. Naruto was confused. He pushed the scroll again and was even more confused about why it didn't feel threatening. How does my empathy link to this feeling a scroll can't feel? I could feel. Kurama, calm down. Tell him to think about it. No, but it can mute feelings and emotions in the items only the smallest amounts, but the stronger it feels, the stronger the resonance. You humans would call it retrocognition. You have started honing your empathy without realizing it, so I can feel the emotions imbued in an object. He could feel more than seeing. Kurama nodding at him. In fact, a very rare skill, and one that needs more practice if you ever hope to use it. Beyond vague gut feelings, I am proud that you are advancing so quickly. I honestly never expected you to develop your empathy so fast. What did you expect? Kurum-kun out of curiosity. Well, disappointment. I expected not to be, and well boy, you are more than I expected. You are my first only friend always, and I care about you. You don't need to worry about me. Kurama, I do understand why he is doing what he is doing. Believe that the only way to change the system is to act within it for a better position. I understand the logic. I hate that you are the one who has to be the victim of this on my behalf. Naruto held back the urge to vehemently deny that he was doing it alone, or that he didn't feel bad. He couldn't. Kurama knew how he felt. He always knew they both knew each other and really cared about each other. Sometimes words didn't have to be said to each other. Even now he could feel Kurama's concern, but also his resignation, his hatred for anyone who hurt him. The strength of it was like a boiling sun. He cared a lot about Naruto having so much hatred for his enemies. It was sweet. He pushed the scroll back and closed his eyes. Some tears leaked under his eyelids, and he channeled a hint of Kurama's chakra to increase his empathy. Kakashi Nilsson quickly opened the scroll and opened it to reveal 3 steaming bowls of awesome ramen. He shouted, as did Toon and Fu. Kicked his door and looked for threats. No, and I'm not fine. I'm sorry. They both turned to him, and Fu bowed his head. Are you okay with no-sama? You look embarrassed. Aja might be a little okay. I'm okay. Really, it's not a problem. I just got some ramen from a friend. Very good, Kano-sama. They both bowed, backed away and closed the door behind of them. Kakashi is the best. He took the chopsticks that were in front of the first bowl and started stabbing them. Wait, how did he find my office? Naruto groaned in exasperation as he realized that Kakashi would be overwrought now and Ruin would scold him for being discovered. How is he supposed to? I must keep something a secret when my brother, Commander Andu, is spying on me when I'm not there. He fumed silently as he ate his ramen and took out the few reports that were waiting for him on his desk. There were 2, both of which were unmarked. He took them with both hands and he closed his eyes. He started to cry once again as his empathy increased. Well, the one on the right hand first feels sharp, excited like a kabuto snake. Maybe he opened his eyes and opened the folder and smiled when he was right. It was awesome. Kabuto. Okay, notes on the cursed seal. Interesting. Possible recruits. Orochimaru's research. Oh man, I hope he's okay. Speaking of Orochimaru, Naruto, we still have to deal with the last of that soul fragment here. I'm getting tired of taking care of him. He's absolutely disgusting. Give me some time to figure out how to not just absorb all of his memories and then we can take care of that. Okay, fine. But please make it a priority. I will quickly finish scanning. Kabuto's report took note of the crucial information and then put it back down. Well, now this one. Once again he sharpened his senses and tried to discern the identity of the sender of the report. This is difficult. You worry. Itachi. Naruto's eyes opened and he began to quickly read the paper. It was finally him after so long. It had been months since he had received a word from him. He had been worried sick. The report said nothing more than the written information. Only members of the organization had done missions they had undertaken, of which Itachi I was aware that a recent excursion to the hidden mist Yugura the Yondaime Mizukage was Sandy's Jinchuriki. Itachi had defeated him. Apparently Yagura was not dead, but he was the leader of Kurigakura Sobu is Sandy's name. He is rather shy, actually easy to go together with. He didn't like any of us fighting and was content to stay in the temple my father built for him. So you think I could convince Yagura to listen to me? If he knew the two of us worked together, chances are they're Goku and Rosie. They heard you. Impressive maybe. Soon he will have the opportunity to send Fuotorun to go and talk to him. He felt that Kurama's fear that his plan was impossible diminished minutely small steps. Naruto was not stupid, but he was confident that together they could save the Biju and change the shinobi system. Shisui had been observing Kuretsuchi for a little over 5 days during that time period. He had attempted 10 escape attempts. Each were made at different times through different means through different escape routes, and all done without chakra had taught her well for someone so young. Shisui just wished he could see her face every time. Shun shined right in front of her and kicked her to the ground like right now. It's not fair. You shouldn't be able to use the jutsu if you can't see where you intend to appear. Bad luck. She said cheerfully. That was close that time. You almost got within a mile of the cabin. Good job. She growled, actually growled at him. It was such a refreshing experience after being trapped under the care courteous but courteous of Kabuto. No one minded. He liked to joke, although Konoha-sama laughed or giggled every time he told a joke. He quite liked his company, but he was quite busy route running a normal occupation for a child. He was determined to find out more information about how it had happened, but he was still not that informed. However, when Konoha-sama arrived at his cabin with a prisoner of war from Iwa Shisui, he knew that he was presented with the opportunity to serve the village once again. It was a perfect scenario for him to reluctantly provide involuntary assistance in his rehabilitation as a shinobi, and the chance to do something for the good of the village. Catching her always made him extremely happy, so happy that he couldn't help but smile, and it seemed like Kuretsuchi got really mad at it after a while. You're so cocky. Go to now, just because you're too slow to leave me behind. Don't take out your frustrations on me. I've been a perfectly kind guard. Of course, Warden Abiram. No, I'm not an Abayim, his prisoner. He swore under his breath, and his smile reached his ears. He had just been a little lost. The rehab was fine, but it was difficult to have hope. Too easy to just lose yourself waiting for your body to heal so that your body regains the abilities it used to have to escape your despair. It really couldn't be overstated how much the girl's presence was calming your problems. She was constantly looking for ways to kill him or evade detection and kept him focused and too busy to get lost in his depression. The idea that it was so difficult for her to realize that he was in Uchiha was just the icing on the cake. Was in the middle of a path that runs through the heart of the land of lightning. That two figures stood facing each other. There was no one around them for miles, and that had been prearranged. Akatsuki tried hard to never have their agents outside the headquarters without a partner to watch over them. His back after all. Itachi stood idly in the shade of a tree while his new partner slowly approached him. Serving in Akatsuki it was a blessing and a curse. It was actually safer than doing it alone, and yet the work he had done was nothing more than despicable for an organization that intended to create a perfect world. Through the storage of Biju they took every high-paying job they could find. However, you would take any job when you were a criminal organization. Itachi longed for the day when Naruto or Sasuke were in front of him ready to let him rest. Although knowing Naruto he would try to take him back to Konoha, back home. The thought made Itachi smile for a brief moment. The boy was so innocent and naive. Itachi could never live among the village again. Hidden in the leaves, that toll of his life was over. He had heard the rumors of the massacre. Uchiha was vilified and detested the same, as his new partner Itachi was cursing himself for letting Viwood die. His replacement was much worse. All of Kohen Shinobi knew the horror stories of SN Sanin Orochimaru. After all, the man he had piercing yellow eyes, skin literally as white as milk and long black hair. His smile had fangs and was also Nante. Itachi really struggled not to turn him on with Amaterasu Kuku. It's a pleasure to meet you, Itachi-kun. Where has Leader Sen ordered us to go? Kusagakure. We have been hired to destabilize the chain of command there. Interesting enough talking. We have a schedule to meet. While leading the way he began to wonder how long this partnership would last, and also if he was able to end the Sanin's life and make it look like an iron accident. He had just informed Kakashi about Mui's proposal. Commander Yu seemed to be taking it quite well. His worry had diminished a bit after the events of Shadow Valley. However, he could still feel the worry radiating from his thoughts and concerns. Kakashi nodded and left. It took a few seconds to process his initial reactions. He can't be sent alone, surrounded by 2 armies of foreign shinobi. Okay, that would be too reckless. Kakashi nodded and looked at the map of Kurigakura on Lockage's desk. It was dated. The outposts had probably been abandoned ago a long time, but the notes from their intelligence department covered the margins. However, they did not have much information at their disposal. Since Yugura's tenure as Mizukage began, the successful espionage attempts collapsed. Kakashi would know. He is the one who assigned each agent their mission. Suicidal. But this could be exactly what we need to stop the hostilities of Hiwakumo. Kakashi once Again reluctantly felt this was a golden opportunity, an alliance with two other great nations, and if the Hokage could maintain relations with the lesser peoples, that alliance it would be a global superpower that would be difficult to combat. They could force Qua to the table, maybe form a real and lasting peace. Minato's dream so close to being realized. I have been able to contact someone in the Igura regime who is offering to sell us some information. Assign Iki to lead the mission to intercept a Kuriki per corporation deployment, offered Kakashi. Well, we need to know more information about the current position of Igura's forces. Yuzin said. Kakashi paused and thought for a moment, taking everything on the map back to look up with a question. What is your plan to use? Naruto would have the forces of the Konoha people be used to back up and reinforce his own battalions. He would be held in reserve to make a second wave. If another nod and understanding was necessary, he would need to guard someone strong enough to defend him and fast enough to exfiltrate. It can't be you. You're too well connected to the Yondaime already. I'm afraid that Inoki has made connections with Naruto's family. Kakashi bit back his reprimand. Alright, so that's just leave one option. Yuzin here raised an eyebrow. Seriously? Only one option? There is only one man I trust to protect Naruto from enemies and from himself. He will be able to fight most of Kiri's A-rank forces alone, and if pressed, I am sure he will. He could fight Sami himself very well. I will inform Termian that if he wants the service of the Konoha people he will have to pay for Mgui Hokage-sama. If this goes wrong, it is my professional opinion that Konoha should quietly push our forces to become stronger. I suggest keeping the honing with wartime expectations. I would prefer not to militarize more than necessary, but you have my permission to start increasing Anbu recruitment and training. We will start from the top down, make them strong. Kakashi or Naruto will be alone on the front. If he arrives to war, with all due respect, I would be right at his side. Hokage-sama orders or not if they were his orders. Kakashi, now you have my orders. I want to double our Anbu in the next 5 years. You better start. When Kakashi left, Yuzin couldn't help but feel like he was committing a mistake. Having been so against the war for so long created this perception of him that he was weak. Danzo told him regularly enough for him to know that others were whispering behind his back. When raising, Naruto slowly began to resent him. Fearing that reputation might actually have been leading to Konoha, the town he loved, being too weak to defend themselves now. However, Konoha's political and military influence was at an all-time high. He couldn't help but feel that things were going to start to fall apart. Blur wrong, and it was too late to stop the events that were afoot. He may be tired of the war after all, but that doesn't mean he's tired of it. Naruto was quickly becoming the center of this conflict. He was too involved too fast. He didn't want to exaggerate his successor failure. The Konoha agent would remain hidden for a long time. He hoped his adopted son would understand. Sasuke stopped his hand seals when he felt someone watching him. He looked up from the dock where he was practicing to see his partner. Classes there watching him frowned and was about to turn around when he saw the boy slowly begin a hand seal sequence which he had just practiced. The boy completed the hand seals and shot a fireball of at least 20 feet radius, easily eclipsing any fireball Sasuke could throw. He looked surprised and shook himself as the emotionless boy walked down the path and towards him. Your hand seals need more definitive positioning and your chakra needs to flow more through your lungs. The more you breathe, the bigger the projectile, Sai said softly without sugarcoating anything. The criticisms were pronounced, as if they were from a shinobi, sir. They hadn't spoken to him like that since the man who murdered his father was still around. How do you know what I have to do? Sai shrugged, seemingly unaffected by his condescension. The pale boy seemed fragile. He never seemed impressive or strong to Sasuke. He never performed amazingly, but he never needed more work from Iruka-sense. And after participating in an exercise, how strong are you, Sai? He looked at him boredly and shrugged his shoulders again. Sasuke began to feel that he was being slighted and felt his temper begin to rise. He gritted his teeth. But he remembered what his mother had taught him after the massacre. He took a breath and crossed his arms but held on. Frown, they taught me how to be a shinobi before the academy. I could teach you how to use jutsu if you want. Sasuke had been expecting some kind of adulation, some condolence for the Uchiha massacre. Every new person he met was apologizing for something they had no part in, but Sai didn't even ask to be friends or anything. He just offered to teach him the judo, and well, although he hated to admit it, he was the only one who taught him how to be a shinobi. His mother was too busy leading the rest of the clan, and she didn't want to put too much pressure on him, but he needed to grow up. He needed to prove that the Uchi clan was not gone. He would become the strongest ninja in the village. He would kill his traitor brother and become the Aki, or the head of the Uchiha clan. At least he looked at Sai again, who I was standing there waiting without giving any sign of discomfort in the slightest. Sure, but we can't talk about it, and we're not friends. Perfect. Start by executing the hand seals. No, you're already making a mistake. Leave your frown on if you're angry. You're not focused. Don't tell me shut up and listen, stupid. He took every lesson his mother taught him to avoid lashing out, but if this Is what it took to learn more than what they would teach him at the academy. He would pay the price, however. It didn't mean he would have to like me. Kisum raised his head at me view of his food to see Zabuza Mamachi walk through the chambers. Reserved for the 7 swords Chines of the Mist. Mamachi was the last addition. Letting go of Kisum, who still did not have one of the famous swords, this was the first time he saw Zabuza without the Kubikirabacho. That did not mean that keeping his sword present was childish. The 7 swords were almost sacred relics, and for Kiri they were national treasures. Kisum dreamed of being one of the legendary 7 espadachines when he was a child. Each fight and each lesson was just another stepping stone. On the ladder to achieve that goal were famous warriors, and Kisum wanted to be the best in his youth. He never understood people. He didn't like them very much either. He liked to fight. He liked to delight in the fear in his enemies' eyes when they realized that he was stronger. He would win. Zabuza headed straight for Kisum, which was another first. They had never talked before, and Kisum didn't know any reason not to unless Zabuza had friends that ended up being traitors or rebels. Then he would probably have problems with him, though it was quite daring to try to assassinate him. In the middle of the village, Zabuza stood in front of him and looked at him. Are you happy, Hirosaki? It is said that you haven't seen any mission since the last one was a failure. Kisum couldn't help the laugh that came out of him, and he looked. Zabuza finished the last of his plate and towered over the smaller man. It may have only been a few inches difference, but it set the tone in favor of him. Kisum, you better be careful, Mamachi, especially around me. I may be sitting on the sidelines now, but after a few more missions, I think Furuki will agree that I'm more than ready for Sada. I could have had Kubikirabacho myself, but I decided to leave it for the smaller fish. Zabuza narrowed his eyes and tensed. The air stopped, and the 2 warriors looked at each other. Kisum had to admit to me that Zabuza would put up a fight. He was young and would definitely fight, especially if he fought with the famous sword in his hand. Oh, I like your spirit, Miss Demon, but it does little more than make me eager for a fight. Maybe we can have a fight once I get my sword. We'll see how you measure up. Why not try it now? Zabuza idly twirled a kunai that hadn't been drawn moments ago. Same's smile widened. And he leaned closer. Because I don't know for sure if you're a traitor or not, Mamachi. I heard the rumors about you. The interrogation whispers say that you've spoken to rebel conspirators, or that's what a rebel says. He shouted. For why do you think Yagura put you here with me? To leave you alone? Kisum laughed, and his sharp teeth glinted in the light. Are you here so I can keep an eye on you? If you make one wrong move, I will be the last one you fight with. I want it to be a good fight, chin sword against chin sword, so I'll wait. If you're not a rebel, then we'll see who kills more of them on the battlefield. Zabuza growled in annoyance and started walking away. He turned to Kisum as he walked away, shooting just before he couldn't hear him. Fuguki wants to see you. You have a new mission to protect. Hyper Corporation. Better do it, fish face. Just wait, Butcher. I want you to try your luck with me more and more. Naruto entered the Hokage office with his mask on. He entered and bowed to Yusin and looked at the woman sitting in front of the desk. Had long brown hair that obscured half of her face. She was wearing a long blue dress and had a Kirite Konoha agent. This is Might Terumi, leader of the Kurigaka Rebellion. He bowed to her and stepped back to pay attention. She stared at him as he silently took a moment to let his empathy do its work. She was nervous for him. Part of her was worried that he would be brought in to help assassinate her. Fearing that Kiri's secrets would be revealed. She was getting more and more tense, trying to think of some way to stop it. Her anxiety was skyrocketing, making her less and less rational. She was starting to worry about how long she had been silent. It's a pleasure to meet you, Teramaisen. She nodded at him, calming down a little. Naruto was a little embarrassed to making her sit like that for so long. A handful of seconds was akin to hours of waiting for wary ninja. She was stronger than him, but maybe not as strong as Yuzen. That could just be her own bias. Boy rolled his eyes behind his mask and looked at the Hokage. Yuzen smiled and looked at her. You seem a little nervous, Terhumison. How could they not be when you forced to call your ace in the hole? As a warning of our negotiations. That being said, I'm fine to adhere to his jutsu. Now Saruto Bonosu leader smiled. And Naruto could feel that a part of his guardian felt guilty for how much he was enjoying this little game he was playing. His eyes went back to Naruto and he nodded slightly, giving him approval to reveal the terrible truth. I made it clear to you, Teramaisen. She looked at him and didn't know how to react initially. At first it seemed like she was going to laugh, but then she immediately made a face. I have already absolved you are trustworthy, but I didn't stay silent. And Naruto heard Huan laugh lightly. I know, Teramaisen, you didn't feel me technique. You still don't. The genjutsu you were curious about trying to use to protect your mind from me is useless. I firmly believe it would have had the same result. I was surprised, and Naruto knew she wasn't used to feeling like this. I knew her ability, his gift, was something else. It was based on chakra just like all other similar abilities, and yet the amount of chakra needed for it was impossible to trace. Free, unfiltered and unrestricted information. The greatest gift he could have been given, at least. That was his own personal opinion. Now that we have cleared him, Teramaisen, why don't you go over Amos your plan one more time? Agent Konoha, take this as your personal report. Once we are done here, go and inform Mig-Guy. He will be your backup. Well, last this mission, of course, Akasama. We will go to Kurigakure with Teramisan. Yes, you will go to war. Before he could respond, his empathy caught anew. Concern from Yuzin, the man who never doubted him before, was worried that Naruto would not follow orders, and he knew that the Dame Mizukage was a Jinchuriki. Naruto, it's okay. He's just taking care of you. Kurama, he doubts me. He doesn't trust me. Just breathe. It will be fine, it will be. But only because he doesn't know that I know Naruto now is our only chance to save Tuisobu, Kurama and Yugura. There has to be a way. If it's too dangerous, then we should let the situation develop. No, I won't just do what is easiest. Never again. We won't let Isobu suffer anymore under the shinobi system. We will free him. We both can do it. We'll have to be smart. Okay kid, I'll start thinking of a plan. Naruto stood at attention as they told me about the proposed assault, but during the meeting, he couldn't shake the feeling that his adoptive father knew something was wrong with him. I'll show him that he can. Trust me that I can save the Biju and help Konoha. At the same time, I forgive you, Jiji. I will prove you wrong, and you will never have to distrust me again. The leaves fell slowly with the autumn wind as Yujito advanced through the forest. This was not the first time she was in the land of fire, but it was definitely the first time she was sent to assassinate a fellow Jinchuriki she had fought belong. Enough to know that she was not an easy prey. She had even communicated with Matatabi and was able to befriend her after learning from the example of Killer B8 Tiles. If he is a Kurama Jinchuriki and has a gift, then you should be careful, dear Alaska. Kurama doesn't care much, and everything he cares about, well, he would get nasty if he defended him. Thank you, Matatabi-chan coldly observed the path that led to the gates of Konoha and settled but not disappoint Raikage's. His trust in me is well placed. You are by my side for this mission, as with all the rest. I just hope that Ama's grudge does not continue. Once she reforms, Naruto found that he really enjoyed Migwai. He had heard stories, of course, from Kakashi. A shinobi didn't need Hutsu or Genjutsu to be really scary. Being moral or efficient, Why was a true taijutsu master and could compensate for not using the other two schools of jutsu. Naruto struggled to compare anyone other than the rake. With the physical state of Gei, he seemed harmless, with his Quinca-cut bushy eyebrows and a charming but innocent smile. On top of all that, Migwai was probably one of the happiest shinobi Naruto had ever seen. Known but the happiest. When Naruto arrived at the door, he found Migwai already present doing push-ups. The eldest Junin jumped to his feet and saluted without a hint of resentment at being led by a shinobi less than a third of his size. Age was greeted with only respect and kindness. A true shinobi of the leaf had no festering resentment or anger, no jealousy. The biggest thing he could feel was the fear that he wasn't doing everything he could to become stronger, to protect those he loved. Naruto, he was impressed the two were waiting patiently for mere Yumi. Naruto had packed all his supplies, at least everything he could think of. He had checked 3 times before leaving his apartment. The task before him was terrifying. He was worried about the confrontation that was coming after experiencing the events of Shadow Valley. He saw the memories of hundreds of clones in his dreams. Some had managed to make it to the end of the battle, and those memories were the harshest images of the aftermath dancing in his head. Merging, he broke out of his depression when he felt a finger tap his mask. He looked up to see Gei leaning down looking at him. Something on your mind, Konosan? You seem distracted. Humbly, I offer myself as an ear to rest your worries. Josh. Naruto held back a giggle and smiled behind his mask. Thank you. Geisan was thinking about the mission and the upcoming fights. A hardened look came over the Jounin's eyes and understanding blossomed within him. I remember what the last shinobi war was like. I too am nervous about participating in the upcoming battle, but I can offer some advice that my father once gave to me. His father? Naruto blinked. He had never heard much about the Gei family, just as he had not heard much about Kakashi's father. He was known as the Eternal Genin, who did not know a single jutsu, and yet he saved my life and the life of my team of the 7 Swords of the Mist. For some reason, Naruto was fascinated with the story. The feelings inside Mig captivated him as he spoke. His negative emotions slowly faded away, overcome by the emptiness of happiness and joy. He was almost empty of anything negative, and it was extremely relaxing. He opened the 8th gate, the gate of death. He fought against everyone. He was stronger than most Jounin, but he kept his strength for when the most Ella needed that kind of power. When it is achieved, it should only be used on oneself. Rule, so as not to risk abusing it. What was his rule? That he would only use his power when necessary to protect someone precious to him. I see why you mentioned that. He looked at him, and Naruto felt like he was trying to be nice to him because we are both capable of amazing things. However, we must be careful when to use them, especially in Kurigakure. I know you know what it costs. However, you have a rule, a self-rule. Naruto made a pause. If it was anyone else, he would have just dismissed the question. Honestly, he wasn't sure why he was thinking about that, except he remembered what I had told Kabuto. You can't break a promise, and I promise not to break none of mine. I don't break promises. Guy smiled at that and gave him a stiff thumbs up. Josh, great self-rule, that would work well. My advice is that you only use your power to maintain that rule. Naruto frowned in confusion. How does that translate to not using my power? Use it only when necessary, so as not to break a promise. G smiled widely with his hands on His hips and Naruto could almost swear he was glowing. Okay, yeah, Josh, I think you and I are going to have a good time. Kurigakure is a wonderful environment for cardio. All the sandy beaches are wonderful to run. I don't think we'll have much free time, Gason, certainly, so we'll have to do as much as we can in the little time we have for leisure, gentlemen. Naruto jumped when Muni appeared behind them, both smiling smugly. She looked a little tense, but quickly he relaxed and gave him a thumbs up. We are excited to begin our mission to help the relief of your village. Miss-san, excellent. We are leaving. She looked at him, and he could see her evaluating him, focused on him, cautious, scared, hesitant. He nodded. Josh, to the land of water. May. She smiled and took the initiative. Perfect, we will meet my escort at the border. I will lead the way. She left, and Naruto and Guy quickly followed her. Sai sat next to Hinata in their seats. They were working on a fairly simple activity, although try not to finish it too quickly. It was proving difficult. It was one of the most basic seal arrays, and this exercise was to identify anyone with talent in Fuinjutsu. Saya identified that no one here would be considered a prodigy, and the arty himself was not a prodigy, but there had long been learned to make the most basic seals, along with his own style of jutsu. The most basic seals were simple. There was something about the patterns, the connections, and the art of sealing itself that made the chakra interact with the world, as it did. The sealing was one of the most esoteric arts because it carried the most limitations in its use at first glance. For most shinobi, the moment to make a seal, and using it would mean death. The pre-made seals were all fine and dandy, but maintaining a vast arsenal of different seals and then damage them, catastrophe. It was not safe to store seals that you did not need. The explosive notes were mass-produced because they were some of the simplest designs. They were made to be destroyed on activation. An explosive release of chakra, however, quite useful in the hands of the shinobi. By that was important for the new shinobi to sit down and be instructed in its creation and use. Quite useful in the hands of the shinobi. That's why it was important that the new shinobi sit down and be instructed in its creation and use. Quite useful in the hands of the shinobi. That's why it was important that the new shinobi be seated and instructed in their creation and use. Directly in front of them was Sasuke. Uchiha behind them were the two girls Sakura and Ino. Since L and Natada had become friends, the other students in the class had begun to paying more attention to him, mainly the other heirs of the clan. It was a rarity to have so many heirs together in a single class. It was some kind of opportunity to gather intelligence. Still, his scrutiny was annoying. It was difficult to observe them as he shamelessly watched him. The girls behind him had decided that they needed to take care of and protect Hinata from any of their plans. He suspected that they considered him a pervert. That's what they seemed to be mainly worried about. They were learning to be shinobi, and their biggest worries were if Yuzuka was going to spy on them and which girl Uchiha liked the most. Disappointing. Not even Hinata. She was exempt. Her anxiety paralyzed her at times, and she worried that she would never see Naruto again. At least she had some hope. After all, scouts and spies didn't need to be bloodthirsty. The Uchiha was hard to say. She didn't talk to anyone though the few words he spoke to Sai during their training sessions were something or informative about his personality. He longed for the strength to find his brother and confront him for his crimes. Of course, confronting Itachi Uya in the short term for him was suicide. The Varero Uchiha was gifted, but even he was not up to what the third shinobi war had molded his brother. That worked for him. However, Sai was slowly revealing more and more of his arsenal, and Sasuke was becoming more comfortable with him, more cooperative and enthusiastic with his training sessions. His mission was going very well. Seiken, why do you want to be a shinobi? Looked and saw Hinata looking at him, his complete seal in front of her. She had done quite well. There was nothing else for me. You have done quite well with your seal. And she blushed and looked down at her fingers poking between. Yeah. He went back to his fourth seal and started painting a cubic. What do you mean? There was nothing else. He looked back and saw that she was more or less in control of herself. Strange, that should have taken 10 more minutes. There was no choice what to do. He gave her a smile like Shin had taught her, hoping she would take his answer and get back to work. Instead, confusion slowly grew on her face. Your parents forced you 3 questions in less than a minute. Yada Hyuga was having a conversation with him during class. I had no idea what to do. Hinata continued to look at him, patiently waiting for his answer. No, I don't have parents. She looked at him sympathetically and put her hand on his shoulder to comfort him. Sai's thoughts were overwhelmed. What's going on right now? I'm sorry, Zikin, that must be it horrible. If you want you can come and do your homework or eat at my house if you're lonely. He nodded and went back to his work, and she looked at him for a few moments before she smiled slightly and went back to her work. Sai, he wasn't prepared for that kind of interaction. She would have to talk more with Shin. And Nada was feeling more comfortable with him and was looking for a higher level of friendship or casualness with him. If she was uneasy about him, that could jeopardize her mission. She had to learn to be his friend. She had to learn quick. Maybe this mission was not as clear as he had assumed. Why does he want to be a shinobi? Kuritsuchi looked at Warden from his position in front of the sink. They We're preparing lunch, and he seemed to insist on getting to know her better and being friendly. What was worse was that I didn't know if he was genuine, and that's stupid, or if he knew that being nice made her angrier, and he was so nice. I'm the Tsuchikage's granddaughter. She went back to washing the potatoes. She wasn't trusted to peel them. The only knife she was allowed to use was a paring knife. Blunt butter, not much of a gun. That's not an answer. I don't mind giving an answer honestly. He was just the worst. I hated his stupid face. This shack. I hated being a prisoner. I hated being kept away from her house. Shut up. Stop talking to me. You are not the prisoner. You can't be nice and talk to me like I'm unreasonable for not wanting to talk to you just because this cell isn't an empty room with iron bars. I want to go home. I want to be a kunoichi of my village, and I want to go on missions and kill as many of you leaf bastards as she can. Her anger filled her, and she rushed towards Adante. Her hand grabbed the butter tray securing her weapon, and as soon as she could her arm slammed down. He stood there with his hand gripping her wrist, the blade pressing into the fabric of his shirt. He looked at her and her anger burned because she couldn't read anything. He was wearing a deep crimson blindfold, and not being able to look him in the eyes made her angry. Sometimes she should have been the one with the advantage, but she didn't see anything when she looked at him. No clues or weaknesses were found. No, instead, her eyes began to fill with tears due to her anger and shame. She was crying like a child, a kind of kunoichi who was Kuritsuchi. Don't say my name. I don't want to talk to you. He let go of his grip. The butter knife fell to the floor, and he returned sullenly to the sink. Silently he picked up the knife and went back to preparing the estua, giving him his space. Listen to her and respect his limits. I couldn't hate him more at that moment. I will come home to dad and grandpa, and I will be so strong that no one could ever capture me again. After some time, since we have gone so long without fighting. Rossi nodded to the silent voice of his permanent companion and looked at the beautiful landscapes that surrounded him. The Count was known for its fertile land and its stunning views. He had gone on a mission this way years ago and always wanted to enjoy spending his time wandering the country's roads. A peaceful life he never imagined he would get to experience. Feel someone. Goku the Biju laughed deeply. Mind no, Rossi, I haven't yet sensed no Jinchuriki approaching us or any large group of same shinobi that you wouldn't have asked you to. I kept your senses alert and mine were better than yours. Your paranoia is understandable, but I'm afraid it's no longer necessary. They have kept their word. It seems that the boy can be trusted, and Kurama, I have more reasons to dislike Fox than you. But it seems that we are really on the same side. Roz grimaced and clicked his tongue. That made things more complicated. Imagine if his plan worked. Rossi, true freedom for both of them. It seemed that his partner was already willing to throw those dice, but Rossi was not so convinced. As too soon. He just convinced us. We would have to guarantee there were more Jinchuriki on board before committing to this. Plus it could still be a Konoha trap. No, Kurama would never ever work with a shinobi village to endanger a brother. No matter how much he says he dislikes us. To some of us, it's not a trap. Well, I would like to have your trust. We could go and talk to Oni Koko. We might be able to convince I won't put you in danger until I'm sure of our chances of surviving success. His mind was so silent as the clouds drifted across the sky. The fields were full of color, and the breeze was sweet with the scent of flowers. It had been so long since I had experienced peace. I had fought countless battles. I had dreamed of retirement, although that fantasy had faded day by day. Had a chance here disappear, fade from memory. Live the life you always wanted. You have wanted this for quite some time. Rossi groaned. In recognition, he had longed for this opportunity secretly and deeply. There were many things he wanted to experience and see. Just retreat to some cabin in the mountain, painting or writing or something. He never had much chance to find out if he was good at either. Maybe garden. The boy kept trying to save the Biju. No, they won't stop. That was the problem. Rossi could wash his hands of the elemental nations, was willing to walk away. The boy was too young, too invested. He would fight and die if necessary. I found help. That brings us to the final question. Rossi, will you let him fight alone, or will you help him? That was difficult for him to answer. This could be his best chance, his only chance to leave all the fighting behind, to be at peace and live a simple life. The boy could make it without him. With enough Jinchuriki he had a chance, but there was a greater chance that he wouldn't succeed. Naruto would need the loyalty of every Jinchuriki he could put at his side. Not everyone would make it. Some, if not all, the Jinchuriki would die. If he disappeared, at least Naruto would die in his search. That was the cost of his life of peace, possibly condemning the boy to death. Are you okay with that? Hisam stared at the last one. Kira Kunoichi, under his protection, dying by his hand, had been kind and sweet but weak, soft. She looked at him, his agony shaking her body. What a terrible life that was. Iviki Marino in front of them, with an elite Kohen-Jing squad, was too weak to risk being captured. Then Bloody Mist demanded her death, the death of all Cirque shinobi. That's what she had been taught. Everyone was disposable. He didn't regret killing her. It was just unfortunate that it was necessary. What are you doing? Those are his own men. Kasami looked at the displeased Lee's shinobi and frowned. I won't give up any Cyber Corporation shinobi alive. And Vicky growled and took a few steps towards him, his squad preparing their sword. Surrender. There is no escape for you. Maybe. He gritted his teeth at me. If I had one of the 7, he could have fought them, tore them apart, however he was now, if only they had given him Sada det have kiss him. He jumped off the cliff and climbed down to the ism below. By his village Naruto inhaled the coastal air. They had made good time and had reached the border of the land of fire in several days. Mei's pace had been relentless to the point where Guy had to carry Naruto on his back. She could have matched it, but she would have needed a slight help from Kurama. Her identity as Jinchuriki was essential to keep him in. He realized that they had been close to the coast when the temperature cooled and the environment began to change. The dense forests had become coastal forests, and the animals, they had also changed. It was still Tierra del Fuego, but it really felt like somewhere else. The coasts of Tierra del Fuego were quite beautiful. They were not very developed, only a few coastal towns with ports to do trade made most of the coast quite calm and quiet. It was never more relaxed than the areas with minimal human presence. Kurama felt a little guilty about that fact. He abruptly looked towards Adam when he sensed a group of eager shinobi. It seems that his entourage was waiting for them on the boat. "Your men are waiting for us. Terhumison." She offered nothing more than a smile and a nod. They changed course. They arrived to find 3 shinobi waiting for them. Naruto. I was impressed. One of them had a sword that could not be anything other than one of the famous 7 swords. It seemed to be the Kubikirabacho. The other, oh man, the other one had a hidden Byakugan. The Hyuga would be angry if they ever found out. I would definitely be informing the Sundaime about it for sure. Mima, it seems that the mission was a success. Certainly this year. This is Mguige. Smiled and raised his thumb, and this is the agent Konoha. He nodded. Both men paid attention to him. The one with the sword walked towards him. He wore his diadem on his side, his head above his black hair. He had bandages wrapped around his neck and lower face, not unlike Kakashi's mask. He wore arm guards on his forearms and a black t-shirt. Of course his sword, a slab of steel the length of a man, was sheathed on his back. The man was full of pride and bloodlust, closing his vulnerabilities for fear of loss, and the pain was malicious. He enjoyed the fight. The other was more composed, more honorable, but cunning. Both were fearsome in different ways. They were excellent bodyguard for a hopeful cashier. "So you are responsible for the Shadow Valley massacre. How many shinobi did you eliminate, huh?" Naruto tilted his head to look at the 7 swordsmen. He was quite tall. He was also a very violent man. He was one of those shinobi who could never adapt to the civilian life. Naruto knew that Zabuza could never retire. That was sad. He felt bad for him, more than I would like to admit. Zabuza scoffed. "You're just a child. How do we know that you really acted alone is not based on your reputation, also on the actions you committed when you were a misdemon child." Bloody Zabuza laughed out loud, a deep and disturbing sound. The man really had a fearsome presence. "Oh, I know I killed those companions of mine. We are a simple town." Konoha, on the other hand, it is much more devious. "I believe the reports are false. From what I see here alone, I'm safer you didn't act alone." Haha. Kiri's group of ninjas looked at Guy's boisterous laughter. "Agent Konoha is one of our most important shinobi in any case. The reports surely minimize his effectiveness." Zabuza scoffed. "And who is suppose you're Miguai, son of Miguai?" Zabuza rolled his eyes and scoffed again. The man's skepticism seemed to be difficult to contain, clearly as if that meant something gay. He just chuckled. "Maybe I should." My young ally looked at me too. The group gathered and decided to take command. "Enough of the talk, we have to go quickly to Kirilagura. Surely knows something with us 3 missing. My orders have been delivered to." Ha nodded towards her. In fact, Mima turned her gaze towards Zabuza, who grunted and nodded in the same way. "Excellent way. Then let's go." Shinobi nodded and walked towards the beach, where a small boat was stranded. Naruto and Gai followed him. Naruto didn't sense any plan to stab them in the back. Well, Gai had been informed of the possibility that Yagura's agents could have infiltrated Mei's inner circle, but it seems that was not the case. They boarded the ship and began sailing towards the islands of Kiri. It was time to go to war. "Yusin, praise your apparent cruelty took me quite by surprise. It is not often that I admit it, and you are one of the few that I feel did not swell with arrogance at that admission. We both know that we are capable of surprising the other. Our peoples have often clashed, but until now it has always been a business or war. After the days of the Shotometsu Chikage, our relations have never been personal. Your agent thought it appropriate to capture my granddaughter. You have my attention, and whether you want it or not, I am taking the first step of the negotiations, and they are personal as a gesture of goodwill. I will allow these negotiations to take a month to be resolved later. I will take action from that and assume that my granddaughter is dead. Don't push me to that point, old friend. I am willing to admit defeat, but don't think I will bend to your every whim. I may be the loving grandfather, I am still the girl. We both know what that is. It means it's also worth noting that one of my assets went missing at the same time this attack occurred. You'd also like to take credit for that, Professor.